Welcome everyone to another wonderful evening of NACE Starleague Fall 2021 action. We've got a Midwest semifinals bout tonight. It's going to be a fun one. I'm Mazel, joined by Coco, and we've got the League of Legends JV tournament kicking off right here.
Yeah, and thankfully we're able to see both sides of the semifinals bracket, as a matter of fact, with all of the different teams that we're going to be seeing tonight. We're going to be able to actually see what the grand finals are going to be, to be honest, which is going to be amazing. As a matter of fact, we rarely get to see that on the NACE Star League, and especially sort of seeing the same team so often. As a matter of fact, we've seen a couple of these teams before, and a couple that you've actually seen in other tournaments across the nation as well.
Exactly that. But first, we got to talk about this Swiss bracket. It has been a rough and tumble time. It has been crazy. It has been wonderful to watch. And it's been such a roller coaster that now that we're getting to the end and deciding the conferences, it's getting a little bit scary. It's getting a little bit dicey here for me. So I'm just really excited. And especially now that we've got this double matchup going up again, it's two best of threes back to back, just like every other week. And it will be the first match being University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign versus Aquinas College, someone I got to see at Gateway Legends that you were alluding to in the summertime. And match two will be Ohio State University taking on Oakland University, a couple of names we've seen before as well.
Yeah, so already a jam-packed set for tonight for both the first and second best of threes. And to be honest, I think we're going to be in for a little bit of a long one. These teams are very familiar with each other. They're very much closely tied in not just scrim sets, but also in just sort of skill levels as well across the board. And that does give us a little bit of room to sort of get to talk about the more finite, or like the more fine details of these teams and these players as well, because then you can start to look into not just the overall player matchups, but their champion pools, how they actually work together in synchronicities with one another, and really where the true carries lie. Because as most League of Legends games and teams are, it is very much a two-man carry squad, and it can be from the bottom lane, it could be from mid jungle, it could be top mid, top bot. You never really know, and that's where with these teams you can start to figure out where those true players are going to be and how they're able to really display themselves on the Rift.
Indeed. We're going to bring up that schedule just to show us a little bit more of the solidification of the games we got going on today. There you see the two matchups that we have going. Both best of threes, both deciding who will meet in the finals. And a lot of research going to have to be done by these teams after these series today.
Well, they at least get pretty much every single VOD that they need to, right? To prepare for those grand finals, because we're seeing both of the semifinals best of threes here for the Midwest. And to be honest, that's where you come to a question of yourself of being like, all right, do we either just like need to hard dominate this team as fast as possible, which is usually the correct answer, to be fair, and show very little signs of weakness for the other team to exploit, or do we hold back and we pull our punches a little bit, even though we could dominate this opponent and not expose any secret compositions or secret strategies that you're planning to prepare to pull out when it does come down to those grand finals.
Also, though, I think a little bit of experience on some of those on stage could be interesting, too. I'm excited. I want to see some spice. I want to see some craziness. I want to keep that going because, it's Collegiate has been a fun one recently, especially with the way that the meta turns out. But now we have to look at these matchups, and especially you were kind of talking about it earlier about the head-to-heads. But the one standout for me, and this goes back to Gateway Legends in the summertime, Stevenator on Aquinas is insane. The mechanical skill ceiling of this player is insane. I'm going to say it again just because it's that crazy. And he is an integral part to Aquinas and how they win, but he's also able to utilize those resources to help the rest of the team. And I think it's going to be a pretty difficult task for Illini to find success against.
Oh, for sure. And like when you have one of your strongest players sitting there in the mid lane and having a lot of accessibility, especially in this kind of meta, even with the Twisted Fates, the LeBlancs that are able to roam around very efficiently, and even just the hyper carries like the Yones as well, that can really just enable that singular player in Stevenator to become that dominant position to take over the rest of the map, then you're in for a little bit of world hurt, because not only do you have to deal with a very very, very deep champion pool, which Stevenator does have, but also, like you said, that momentum that he carries in as well. If he's able to take off, he's usually able to take off, and he runs away with that lead that the rest of his team is going to be able to give him. And that's where that's where I have to think like early game is going to be the biggest speed bump for themselves, and that's where Illini is going to have to find that big stop sign to get all of that planning that Aquinas is trying to set up, push that all away, and then put that momentum into their own tanks, and then really fuel up their momentum into it.
What I love about this matchup in specific is the different focuses. Again, it's always the funnest part of these kinds of matchups, and the fact that we get just chilling, trying to elevate the team on his side through the jungle, through that early skirmishing, and on the other side, you're looking at the mid lane, you're looking at bot lane, late game carries around the team fights. It is all up to Urbana Champagne, to find that early advantage, to find that snowball, and really take it to Aquinas. So I'm very excited. We do have the Illini on the blue side for game number 1, Aquinas on the red. Kane banned away already, and so too the Zillion.
And those one tricks out of the way. You could expect maybe that Nunu as well being taken off the board from Aquinas. There you go. Get those one tricks out of the way. Make people more focused on that general world meta that was pretty much set in stone. But that's all been said and done. We're pretty much two patches past that. And if I'm seeing any of the similarities from what we had just wrapped up the season with, I'm going to be a little bit concerned for either Urbana or Aquinas specifically, because then it's something where you're relying on old information as much as really that lack of either additional progress going into the preparation for the preseason changes that will be coming into play. LeBlanc being that first pick is one of those red flags for me. Yes, it's a very dominant character, and it is a steal away from Stevenator, but it's one of those old-fashioned mid laners that I just can't fully get my grasp around when you have so many counter picks still available for Aquinas to hit you with.
Yeah, and the fact that you do have that strength through the mid lane is going to lend to that even stronger for Aquinas themselves. They do get the Lee Sin locked in first, and they're going to double lock in here with the Lucian. So a lot of upfront damage already.
And even if it's not paired with Hanami, you can still go solo lane, or it could go paired with another support into that bottom lane, if you whichever Aquinas chooses so far. So that flexibility and then a very maneuverable early game jungler is already giving Aquinas a good recipe to start up this first game of the series. Something we haven't seen recently is the Samira. Now, sure, Samira has been coming up in every now and then in my TFT games because she does really well there, but it's more the fact that One Dial is really, really comfortable with his champion. 60% win rate in solo queue just this season alone. Not that many games played this season, but he's still a master tiered ADC. You got to give him the benefit of the doubt. And when you're averaging around a 3.0 KDA with his champion, now you just have to build something that makes sure that you can sort of get lost in the chaos. And Hecarim is just a champion that can do that.
Yeah, and I like the tempo you can create with the Hecarim as well. And the follow-up, I feel like, for Illini are really good right now. The Rise is going to be huge for Stevenator.
Something that Stevenator could just really manipulate the map with. Maybe something that doesn't give him that massive snowball potential per se with a lot of like a jungle attention from Namwen, but it's something that you can sort of be there, clear the wave against LeBlanc, just shoot out those signal flares whenever she goes missing, and then sometimes once your wave clear is really online, beat the LeBlanc to those chases, and then be able to realm warp all over the place a little bit quicker and help sort of maneuver your team throughout the rift and get to a place where this already sort of short-ranged composition that you do have, and that might come into fruition in the second phase of the pick and ban, that might just be the real icing on the cake to make an amazing composition so far. But with that, you still have to get your support, and you still have to argue if you want that Lucian to go into the top lane at this moment in time, or if you're still holding it for that ADC. So far, with that Darius ban on that was just taken away from them, you know that you're expecting Urbana to be looking at their top laner here shortly, probably in pick 5 to give them as much time as possible, and then Aquinas looking to see if they can get that counter pick.
I'm going to go ahead and guess that that was the Darius banned away by Aquinas. On top of that, Camille. And the Alistair, we got confirmation it is the Darius. It is the Rakan as well, Bandway. So a lot of support focus towards that bottom lane. I said the big focuses for Aquinas are this mid lane and the bottom lane for the carry potential. The Malphite locked in.
Okay.
Very interesting.
Well, you use that top lane counter pick ability, sure, but you're arguing it for a stronger bottom lane. And when we'd already hyped up One Dial of being this Samira one-trick kind of player, then making sure that you have a support with this Lucian that counteracts whatever the Samira is paired with, then that is in this philosophy much more efficient than just going up against whatever Urbana was trying to get into their hands for that top side of the map into September. So this is where you see the Taric and the Samira being locked in. It's like, okay, cool, you've got the stun, you got some great follow-up, you have that invulnerability as well to create this already chaotic composition that they have into a much more extended fight where they will win out in those extended trades and be able to get on top of this short-range composition. And I think that the Aquinas comes in with a great answer with this Braum. Sure, you may be invulnerable to damage for a short time, but if you can't get to your targets, if that CC is constantly stacked up upon you, then that invulnerability will wane away eventually, and you'll be able to reset and create that space for your carries to really take over in both Stevenator and in Yayi.
Indeed. And I think that's where you can find a lot of strength, especially for the Illini, where a lot of that team fight potential, a lot of that strength is going to be based on the positioning and execution and the setup ahead of time. And I'm wondering how much we do get to see towards objective focus, and especially what the early skirmishing lends to that. But for Aquinas, you're going to have a lot of side lane pressure, and you have a lot of kill buttons. So as soon as the decision is made, Aquinas need to be all in. So communication is going to be key for both these teams, honestly, early on in the game.
And I can argue that both these teams would also prefer to be, I'd have to say, Rift Herald side more than Dragon side. Sure, you can pick up the Dragon if it is a free objective, but I'm looking for setups around these Heralds to get some good priority going. I can argue Aquinas would much more prefer or be more okay with the Dragon, because it's like, all right, you got a Malphite and a Rise that you can sort of sit back on and rely to become these more hyper tank, hyper carry threats on your team, and having a Dragon Soul that you are able to stack up quickly to deny away from Urbana, who has that more wombo combo chaos fight, is going to be a good boon to the rest of the team. Though if you're able to get extra gold early and get the Rise online earlier, get that mid lane priority for Stevenator, to where it's like, all right, we break down the Rift Herald, we get some additional gold, we've got mid lane prio, we can start getting vision spread around with this quick jungle coming in from the Lee Sin of Namwen. So into that end, it's like we're going to be seeing 8 minutes. I want to see these supports detach from their laners, looking at that Rift Herald as soon as possible, and then you say, okay, well, how's this 3v3 or maybe this 4v4 is going to be with just Samira and Lucian sort of just power farming in the bottom lane. That's where I think Aquinas might fall a little bit flat, because they need to have that early damage from this Lucian in those fights, and if Urbana is able to keep it to that 4v4 ADC's bot side, then they will just be able to run over anything that Aquinas has at those early Rift Heralds, right? So you'll need to set up a little bit earlier to prepare for a full 5-man devotion, or a 5-man investment, that is, to that Rift Herald side of the Rift, to get this a victory for Aquinas, to have that damage there, and to have a full 5-on-5 setup.
Yeah, gosh, the path to get there is going to be full of hurdles, though, and especially with the way that we were kind of talking about the focuses for both these teams, and with the Illini getting the Hecarim, getting a little bit of a faster tempo for themselves and a lot of strength in terms of that team fighting, it is going to be a little bit iffy. It's going to be a bit of a tightrope early on, and we have seen 1,000 million times at this point for this meta that Lee Sin is strong. He does ridiculous things when put into the right hands, and I still worry a little bit for that setup, a little bit for the more meta-focused Aquinas College than the Illini composition here, where they are more so focused a little bit more on comfort, a little bit more on team fight, and the execution as a whole.
For sure. And it goes into that question already of just like, are these teams going to no hold bars back and show some much more volatile picks? I think we're getting that out of UIUC, and Aquinas is somewhere where you have a little bit of some reservation of like, all right, we're going a little bit more safe with the rise, with the slow pickups, playing something that's more front to back, easy to execute. When it comes down to mid and late game macro play of just set these people on their proper lane assignments and then just sort of run it from there. You don't have that from UIUC. They need to, like, if they just ram their heads into you, and if they're able to break through the great gates, then you're screwed, because their reset capability from both the Silas and the Samira is very dangerous. The capability to separate more congested fights with the Hecarim is very beneficial. So when it comes down to like full-on execution and what UIUC or these teams are displaying, I'm definitely favoring UIUC when it comes down to those early to mid setups. Though you've been hyping up Aquinas for quite a while, so I feel like you have a good counter argument to me when it comes to a little
Well,
bit of that
I just
favoritism.
think I just think that a lot of this game and a lot of this series is going to quickly come down to who gets control of the map. We see that a
Sure.
lot of times in Collegiate League of Legends. Like, as soon as somebody feels like the stronger piece, right, they feel like they can press themselves onto the map. And a lot of times we see backdowns from the teams that are in the lesser position, not going for those crazy plays, not trying to get back even in the game. And I think specifically for both these teams, that's going to be a heavy reliance in this series. And the fact that we will see one of these teams more than likely take control of the map, and I'm wondering where that level of execution comes down to, because we also have seen teams take control of the map and then throw games 30 minutes
Very
in.
true.
So I think it depends on what teams show up in the day. It's always like that with Collegiate. Does Comfort reign king? Do we see a little bit more of the meta focus from Aquinas really reign true here in terms of macro decisions and strength in the game? And it's all questions that will probably be decided pretty early on in each game. But it still makes me so excited because we have both teams who are trying to stop at nothing to claim a final spot here in the Midwest Conference.
Oh, for sure. Well, I'll have to see how well they'll be able to do it as we deal with the spectator delay. But overall, I'm excited for a pretty action-packed early game and seeing who is going to be able to get the upper edge when it comes down to those Rift Herald clashes.
Indeed, indeed. We are going to go ahead and send it away to a little break while we get ready for the game. We'll be right back with game number 1. Welcome back. We are getting ready for the game just around the corner here at the NACE Starleague. We have the Midwest Semifinals continuing here, and it's a battle for the conference, Coco. And I'm very excited because we got two very interesting and kind of crazy compositions for our first game, and it's funny to me that we get these kinds of setups for both these teams.
Oh, for sure. It is very much more that rambunctious rampage composition that UIUC has cooked up, and then the more reserved front to back style that Aquinas is pulling off this in this first game one. And I think that's going to go tell us a lot about how these teams really want to sort of show their own talent and display of skill when it comes down to their individual players and what they're comfortable with, because like you said, this is for a grand finals spot in the Midwest Conference. So if you're able to really show what you're good at now and then be able to push in and have that dominant strength and momentum going into next week, then more power to you when it comes down to it, and looking at those specific players. And I think that's the real big goal here for this week, at least too, is finding which one of those players or which one of these teammates within the schools and within these programs and teams are really going to be shining much brighter than the rest. Like, we already have some thoughts on Stevenator, specifically looking at One Dial here on the side of UIUC. So from the hype up that we can give them to the application of themselves onto the Rift and into this best of three, that's where we're going to see who's really going to be able to hold up to those telltales, or who's going to fall flat and just become just another Fable legend.
Indeed, as I do believe we'll be loading on here shortly, but I want to go back over that point that you just made, and the fact that we do have the Samir Tariq bot lane, which I'm just excited the fact that we get that combo here. But going against the Lucian Braum, this tried and true combo from way back in the day, I feel like it's going to be a little bit difficult. That target selection is going to be on point for that duo.
It is, and that's that whole difficulty of like what will eventually win out in that bot lane. Is it the unstoppable force or like the more immovable object, right? Like, there's that constant CC application that could be easily applied with that Lucian and Braum on the bottom side. And to that end, it's like, okay, you give a little bit of that benefit in the early game, not only because the early game trading and sort of harassment from the Lucian Braum is much more efficient than that of the Lucian Samira, but you need those very crucial level 6 power spikes with the upgrades of the S movement and from also the Cosmic Radiance as well from Taric. So if you don't have that invulnerability early on and you get caught out by that crowd control and the concussive blows, then you're using summoner spells, you're exhausting resources that you'd need when it comes down to those more important fights, when it comes down to the Rift Herald contentions, when it comes down to the dragon fights, or when the junglers clash down for that bottom rift if they're pathing in the same direction to prioritize for this more volatile bottom lane.
Yeah, that's what exactly I wanted to make as my next point is that's where jungle comes in. That's where the speed of the Hecarim comes in. That's where the gank heavy junglers that we have in this first matchup, the Lee Sin and the Hecarim, are really going to come into play. It all means a lot for where the teams are strategizing to go towards. That early pathing is going to be absolute key.
Definitely. And I feel like the Hecarim has a little bit more flexibility when it comes down to the options that you have when you do go into the jungle. The Hecarim is fairly fast, yes. Just off the top of my head, I believe he is still a little bit slower than that of Lee Sin in the early stages, but
especially
will
with
catch
those unique
up.
pathings.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like you don't have that as much maneuverability, even though you are a horse and you have horsepower and 4 legs to sort of accelerate around the map real fast. You can't go through walls, and Lee Sin does have that upper hand over him, but that's where that other argument I was discussing is, even though you're a little bit slower initially clearing throughout the jungle, you do eventually start to catch up and perform better when you run into those multiple minion camps, like the chicken camps and the Krugs as well. So it's like you run into those, you can clear those faster, more efficiently. So even if you are falling behind on the side of if you fall behind on the side of like lane pressure, then it's like, okay, that's fine. We need to just hold our guns back for a little bit of a moment, continue to power farm, and then once you get to that point of like, all right, now I'm farmed up, I have my mythic item, and I've had that catch-up XP, now we can start to make plays that are a little bit more our style of using all 4 members of this Silas, Samira, Taric, and Hecarim to really break and drive a wedge through the defenses of Aquinas.
And that's what I love, the different styles that we're going to see in the team fight, especially for both these junglers. You're going to have the Hecarim trying to pick them out with the onslaught of shadows, and on the other side you've got the kick trying to be accomplished there from Aquinas. But I did hear we have a pause in the game, so we're gonna go ahead and step away for another little break, but we'll be right back with some gameplay for game number 1. Welcome back, everyone. We have some gameplay ready for you. We've got the Midwest semifinals, at least one side of them going on here. University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign going up against Aquinas College, the 3rd seed versus the 7th seed. And as we do kick off, no spiciness today, Coco, unfortunate.
No spiciness just yet, but, you know, well, we'll see it inevitably, because it is a Hail of Blades Braum, and that is a room for concern. Because that's just going to show that they're going to be very, very volatile in this bottom side of the rift, and seeing if they can try and get that first blood early and really shut down this one Dell on Samira. But so far,
yeah, apparently it's one Dell. We have an announcement that is one Dell. We'll get that right from here on out. I'm just still questioning the fact that there's a Y in there, but you know, you do you, boo boo. And we do see the 1v1 on the top side of the map.
You know, they'll flex up, and with the fact that they're also running the Silas as well in this top side to sort of counter this Malphite pick, I'm a little worried to see how effective this Malphite is going to be going to be. With a double AP solo lanes and running into a Samira that will most likely be going to Dominix within 1 or 2 items. If not, yeah, I'm thinking maybe the second item, depending on how well they do or how poorly they do in that bottom lane. Then we'll be running into a place of just seeing him this Malphite as just an alt bot for PJR. But
oh my god, here it goes, the level 1 right into Mythic. And do they get the concussive blows? There you go. But Mythic does not have the low health bar you might expect of an early on Taric, and you'll see him survive just fine.
One beefy boy there.
They didn't use any summoner spells though, at least, so like
no.
That was pretty. I got a little hypey there. I was wondering if they were gonna kill
that's
anybody.
What's nice, right? Is the fact that it's like, yes, it is an exhaust ignite bottom line with Halo Blades on this Braum, and the huge concern is like how many resources are you going to use to survive the early laning phase against this setup for UIUC, and as long as you're able to use very little, like or none at all, as a matter of fact, that's a huge bonus. Sure, you might have to chug your health potion a little bit earlier than intended, but at this moment, it's totally fine to just sit back, let them push up against you, and then sort of wait out for a little bit more priority from just chilling to then try and enact upon them. Or again, like I said, at level 6, once they have the capability to actually be invulnerable for a time and get to that point where you can hit S tier, S rank on Samira, and then just start popping off with a lot of damage. So it's like there's some time that they can wait out. It's just making sure they don't fall too far behind when it comes to either CS or this river pressure when it comes down to this early dragons.
Yeah, already on a roam timer towards the mid lane. Will be spotted out by a ward of Innumerable. Well, top lane, September definitely has the upper hand right now against PJR, but we'll see how that changes, how that ebbs and flows. But the tower push is legitimate right now for UIUC, as Namwen does take the Scuttlecrab in the bot side. And might look for a little bit more.
Be able to find something here too.
Oh, he got spotted out.
Tragic. Didn't even hit the Sonic Wave either to to catch Mythic there on that roam back, but
Wait,
they're looking
he
for the
stayed.
second run around.
Wait, hold on. Okay, he's got the dash, so at least he'll be able to do that. And there's the stun up back on the non-win. Mythic still dies.
Wow.
First blood to Yayi.
And there you go. That's the first blood going over, and it's like the fact that you knew the Lee Sin was down there. You just cleared out the vision. You knew there was absolute darkness. Not expecting them to try and wrap around and look for a different additional entryway when they are that mobile of a team with the Braum and Lee Sin to just jump right on top of you. A little bit disrespectful, but you know, so far you only used a flash, and at this time you can still see if you can try and get advantages elsewhere on the map. September running fairly low, but that's always a little bit elusive when it comes down to how well that a Silas can just regen back up with the Kingslayer. But at this point, already Aquinas, you know, pulling out the big guns with this just lethal bottom lane.
Man, Stevenator's doing just fine in the mid lane, has a CS lead, has the push going, has that priority for this dragon if Aquinas want to go for it. The big thing that I'm looking at is the fact that the attention was called towards the bot lane for just chilling. As he's trying to clear that side of the map. Maybe they can contest here, as bot lane for UIUC does have priority right now.
Get some extra vision. Pushing.
Nope, they're going to opt away.
Bummer. Well, you know, this is a situation where, again, like, you got to remind yourself, like, do you really need to be here to defend this dragon at all, or even be looking at it? Like, we know how quickly both these junglers are when it comes down to clearing, and when it is a predator on this Hecarim as well, he can get into lanes and sort of react to plays very quickly because you have the manpower there. So it's like, all right, cool. If they're on this objective, I pop predators and I get movement speed to get to that objective a little bit faster. And we're playing for Rift Herald anyways. If one Infernal Dragon goes down, that's whatever. It's an Infernal Dragon. It's not an Infernal Soul Dragon. So it's not something that we have to be worried about them really ramping up damage. Just that additional bump for them to either help out with the executable. But it comes to a question of, if you do give in this dragon, what are you going to be able to win over, or at least attain in your own right? Right. So if you can say, hey, non-win staking dragon right now, you see that ping come out there from Just Chillin', he says, all right, I'm going to try and take his top camps then. We're going to look for his Krugs, and we might try and check in to see if we can get his red buff as well, which is spawning within 30 seconds. So if you're able to get some additional gold onto you, and maybe some turret plates to that, as a matter of fact, maybe even a kill, that might just be worth it.
Unstoppable force. Just Chillin' is tanking up the tower, but they make it out. They get the dive completed, and tied up 1-1 is this game.
Yeah, and one single dragon for a kill, and potentially some turret plates as well, because you know BJR is without a teleport, so you get some additional gold onto September as well. That's a huge boost to the Silas in that additional gold. Sure, you don't get that Krugs, as I was mentioning, with doing a little bit of counter jungling, but this is where on the other side Aquinas is doing just that. They saw that on the top side of the map. They know how mobile their team is, so they're going to quickly dip in, take that red buff, and then dip right back out to make sure that no one had even seen them. Unfortunately for them, Mythic had just caught them at the very tail end of their little fly.
Get away with that red buff. We'll be pathing back towards his side of the his red buff on the top side of the map at least. And unfortunately for UIUC and Just Chillin', have to figure out the next pathing for this Hecarim, try to get re-involved in this map, right? You have the Sheen, you have a little bit of a damage profile now for that Hecarim, and the Predator boots coming up now. So the gank window is coming as actually a roam timer from the bot lane here. You really want to punish Stevenator in the mid lane.
You know, the one player that you've been hyping up since minute 1 of the broadcast, I think goes without saying that UIUC would want to see if they can shut him down. Might have found it here, but he's able to dip out with Phase Rush, but ooh, he might be stuck.
He might be. They get the root down, and there's the selection. Wondell does get the kill.
Push in to see if they can get a couple plates too, and this was that rotation that we were talking about, getting this Rift Herald, moving all the members up here as fast as possible. Though it's not Aquinas, as I would have presumed, who does need that bottom lane of Yayi and to be here for that maximum damage and crowd control effect. It is instead UIUC that says, alright, we're going to sacrifice some plates here on the bottom side of the map so we can guarantee this Rift Herald to play some more aggressively in whichever lane that we so choose. that's where it comes down to, all right, where are you going to be dropping this? I'm already immediately thinking, you know what, just drop it in topside. See if you can kill PJR once again on this Malphite, break this turret open, and then just do a quick universal swap and really get Aquinas out of their comfort zone.
Namwen is here as some backup, but also Stevenator and... Oh, yeah, but can they make it up here in time? Realm Warp comes away. The Retail's going to charge. PGR has the Unstoppable Force. Go for the 4-man ulti! Kick back, and there's the combo as Aquinas are wiping the floor in this early fight with UIUC. They thought they had the advantage, but the reinforcements arrived too quickly. And Just Chillin' will not make it out. Flash forward. Oh, yeah, with the Hail Blades. Can't get away. Gets the kill with the Ignite. Dies for it.
But he's able to get the kill, and that means it is open gates here for this top side of the map to get a couple pieces of turret plates here for Stevenator. And that was the power we were looking at for Aquinas, with the fact that you can move so quickly with this Realm Warp with the rest of the team that Namwen and Aya can just get anywhere they want with the stand behind me following up from the Sonic Wave.
I was jumping in my seat.
Right?
I was literally jumping in my seat. I saw 4 people standing on top of each other with an unstoppable force available. I was like, PGR, pull the trigger. Pull the trigger. He did. It was beautiful. But now Namwen needs to try and get out of here. As September, Mythic, and Just Chillin' have arrived. 1del on the backside. Stevenator and Namwen. Ooh, nice move out of the Onslaught of Shadows. And Namwen just needs to play a tricky game here. Oh, yeah, wants to save him. He's got a long way to go. Just Chillin' is here. It's still level 7 versus level 7, and Just Chillin' will clean up the kill for UIUC.
Yeah, I'll be able to get that one for himself. Was looking to execute, but Just Chillin' had just enough acceleration in those shoes to go ahead and get there. But look at all the turret plates that Yahid is getting right now. That was almost 3 there in the mid lane, and we know that he was able to get 2 solo there in the bottom side of the map. So already, this Lucian is looking very rich. Has a kill up, 20 CS as well, and those additional 3 to 4 plates. It's insane. That's already at least a 1,000 gold lead. And if I'm looking at the next item that you're going to be cashing in on, I'm going to be curious on what he is going to be going. Yes, he did go that Vampiric Scepter, but you could still go Gale Force. You could argue Eclipse if you wanted to just go like full lethality and just make it to where you're just a culling bot and just press R and people are ripped to shreds. So there's a lot of options that Aquinas can go here in that Lucian pickup, because they have that late game hyper carry in Stevenator's Rise as well.
They do, and it's getting a little bit scarier. Although I am really liking that Innumerable was able to lessen that CS differential and keep a little bit of control in mid lane as well. Now we're seeing a lot of bodies around this dragon. Second dragon of the game for Aquinas. And it looks like UIUC want to make something happen. 1del has to get away. As the Sonic Wave did connect. But here on the backside, Innumerable, the kick comes out. They separated the fight, and Aquinas are finding it right now. There's the Unstoppable Force on the backline, but September is all alone. They single out a double kill for Namwen. Culling is going to help Stevenator get the 3rd kill of the fight. And it's going all the way for UIUC.
Just easy domination, perfect vision control to prepare for all of that. They find the catch onto Innumerable and say, all right, well, fire away. We were able to get this kill, and then that whole capability of UIUC where it's like where UIUC needs to start the fights so that they can hit all of the boxes and sort of hit all the buttons before the fight goes down is completely thrown out the window. Aquinas just dominating so far, it really putting on a masterclass at this moment. Already going to be closing in on a 4,000 gold lead here.
And they're the 7th seed. Coco, yeah. They're the 7th seed. They're the underdogs in this one, but they are not showing that today. Yeah. A very good starting performance for Aquinas across the board.
Right. Well, I'm just thinking of like the other games that we've had so far throughout the rest of the NACE Starleague as well. Like even last week, where it was University of Kansas versus Texas State. I believe it was Texas State that was able to pull that one out. They were the 5th seed against the 4th seed. So a lot of these rankings have been a little bit construed and sort of misaligned just because of how many teams and how many schools are actually playing in that NACE Starleague. And so it comes into a question of like, all right, it's like, all right, how potent or how powerful was the Swiss bracket group that you're in, and if you're able to get maybe 2nd seed there, and that sort of mixes you up, and it's like, all right, well,
yeah,
does that really tell a completely different story than anything else? That's where the whole group stages becomes its own little enigma and mystery to solve in its own right. Being here in the semifinals, you got to prove that no matter the number, no matter the seed, you are going to be getting that first place, and you're looking for that gold. And Aquinas really putting on that show here, looking to see if they can really just dominate this map so far. They haven't lost a turret yet, but they also haven't gained a turret, so we're still looking for that first brick.
Still, a lot of turret plates have been given over, especially to Aquinas. It's like 4 total were gotten for UIUC, but now turret plates have fallen off. We still see a lot of bodies for Aquinas in the mid lane. Maybe looking to make a play for this Rift Herald as it does spawn. Wait,
Yeah,
they might
true.
find
They might
Stevenator.
not see
Can't get the Everfrost. The TP's coming in, but it's going to be too little too late. It is! There's the unstoppable force, but PGR needs to get out of that one.
Boom. Perfect. No reason to really try and run away or use any sonars off that one. So he'll just take that death and call it a day. Well, even though with that flash being down, Rift Herald is going to be the next thing in sights. You're playing a man down, and you don't have TP with PJR. So this is a very dangerous predicament that Aquinas is in at the moment. They need to dip out, waste some time here for at least some kind of danger.
TP is coming in from Stevenator on the top side.
Maybe they can threaten a steal here, potentially, but oh man, UIUC is playing so scared.
You're also sending a Samira against a Malphite in the bot lane. That just doesn't seem like the matchup you want to have for the side of UIUC.
Yeah, but PGR has no mana, and knowing that at the very least is like, okay, cool, we know he doesn't have ultimate, we know he has no mana, so I can just like safely farm here and sort of push him away and sort of neutralize that lane. Good on them for at least accessing that, but they're so far behind everywhere else, and Namwen and Yayit are just so strong right now that there's no reason or no room for UIUC to jump in, and that it comes down to pretty much like that play, losing your Rift Herald, going to be losing your second brick now too as well in this mid lane. It is getting to a point where now your defenses are starting to close in around you, and those walls are shrinking more and more. You need to push out now with this composition. Your composition is really good at going forward. We need to see them push ahead.
Exactly. That push is the only ticket really to finding a control of this game whatsoever. But now that you do have the Divine Sunder completed for Just Chillin', oh my goodness, Stevenator might just find the 1v1, but here comes the reinforcements, and just as I was saying, Just Chillin' helps September get the turnaround.
Perfect disengagement there. Wonderful catch, and that's where we're going to be looking to get that investment in the carry for UIUC. September has been doing great so far. Sure, he's 3-2, and his score isn't as pristine as say Namwan's 4-1 than Sin, but it is something that you can at least invest in here for this game one in the Silas. Someone that can steal that Malphite ultimate, turn the table, be that additional engager and follow up to really make sure that this mobile team that Aquinas has made, you can sort of point and click onto. If you're able to catch Yayit and Stevenator in either that hijack Malphite ultimate, or even in the Onslaught of Shadows in Just Chill Integrum, if you're able to catch those two, you have the capability to just keep them there with that additional CC that you have stolen away, and then secure those kills, get the reset, and then from there, Aquinas has no damage and you can follow through. So this team of UIUC very much has that capability to come back, and maybe this sole point here for Aquinas is the place to do just that.
Exactly, but this dragon setup is the next step for UIUC. If they can contest this, if they can stop a soul point for Aquinas, Just Chilling on the side will be spotted out. The vision game right now for Aquinas is pretty strong on the front side of the fight. They've started doing the dragons, down about quarter health. Stevenator trying to do something on the side here. Dragon does reset. It's a little bit iffy. Both teams on the 50-50, and right now Aquinas are just getting burned down. Tark is going to pop the Cosmic Radiance, and here comes the re-engage from UIC. They are taking a front-to-back fight, and there you go. The trigger is pulled, and Wondale is doing work right now. 2 members left from Aquinas. They lose the dragon fight. They lose their lives, and Namwen, the only one left.
And what a dominant performance there from Wondale and September, just to get those catches and to get everything online. Not to mention Just Chilling, separating the rest of the teams as well. This is where you condense every single member of Aquinas together into that objective contention. Then there's nothing that UIUC needs to do to actually set anything up. your opponent does it for you, and you pretty much become placed on autopilot. Where it's like, all right, perfect, like hit those buttons, flick all the switches, and it's almost like firing away like on a nuclear submarine. Yes, you have a lot of different keys that you need to turn, but you turn all those keys at the right time and you do it together, there's no counterplay to it that Aquinas could even look for. So UIUC back in this one. Sure, there's still 2,000 gold down from all of the turret plates that have been taken away from them, from Yayit and Stevenator respectively, but you've got yourself that momentum back, and momentum is going to be huge when it comes down to these mid-late game fights, when it comes down to 4 minutes, when it comes down to the sparing contention and the second item power spikes.
Exactly. Those second item power spikes are going to be absolutely key. The Rift Herald's actually about to be up for Namwen. And, did he get it off? He didn't get it off. Oh, there it goes. Okay. We're waiting for the notification on the screen. It's a little bit of bad position, but at least he got it off. At least it's going to be utilized. A little bit of distraction against UIUC, but they're also focusing top up here.
And they're just using the Herald for the sake of it, needing to at least drop her down and see if you can break open some defenses with her while the rest of UIUC is battering down onto this mid lane. Thankfully, PJR is doing alright, is healthy enough to at least stabilize that, while the rest of the team is just looking to pinch down and find those flanks. I think they're actually going to try and look for a play here. They do have the unstoppable force with PJR. They're going to call it off. UIUC said, no, we see the fight, we're going to call it off for now. Our two big assassins are both on the side lane, so we're not in a good position to fight. We'll hold this one for now and see if we can cash in on something a little bit later down the line. Speaking of which, earlier on of cashing things in, looking at itemization, it's a little bit of a flip of the coin here. I thought Wendell was the ADC that was going to be going for the Lord Dominic's a little bit earlier, but he's sticking to the guns, going Collector, and it's Yayit that's deciding, I think, Last Whisper is more in my line of work.
You think so, huh? You think so?
I guess he thinks, yeah.
Well, the next big points of contention are going to be these objectives. It's going to be another point contest, at least, for Aquinas, if they can, turn the tides of these fights. Where we were saying, you have some great team fight potential on the side, especially if execution is right for UIUC. Those fights are going to look very one-sided, and that last one did look very one-sided. But it's about Aquinas and finding the end to the fight, separating the team comp of UIUC.
Definitely. And I think it's more of a reminder that's the fact that you need to have some setup to turn all those keys properly for UIUC. Aquinas has that luxury of being able to be a little bit more dodgy and dipping in, getting some harassment, and then sort of trying to reposition yourself into that short range kill zone that they have with Stevenator and Yayit. Don't have that for UIUC. You need some additional priority to push forward and have that confidence to say, all right, we can move forward. So that means additional vision control, setting up around objectives so that it sort of forces Aquinas to come to you or to be into that objective bubble where they lose out on those fights if they sort of pop out of it and look to reposition elsewhere. But oh my goodness, Stevenator, he did not take a good amount of damage there. Already innumerable. I was thinking if he could start winning these side lanes for a little bit until that rise starts to become a bit too much to handle.
Just a little too hot and heavy. We do have the dragon in about 40 seconds. A lot of vision for Aquinas College around that. Resets now coming out for Stevenator, Namwen, as well as PJR. All the tools are available. It's all about that execution again.
It is. Here we go. This is what we're going to be looking for. I see the Realm Warp come in from Stevenator, so that's a tool just to get in there quickly, get to that blue buff without really going too much out of your way. But speaking of getting out of your way, Namwen's starting to fight on his own.
Cosmic Radiance is already punished on the backline. They get the in and out here, and it's Aquinas who are actually picked apart a little bit, and now the health bars are just not sticking around. Here's the combo, though. The Infernal Trigger gets popped, and there, all of a sudden, Aquinas are on the back, but Namwen is all alone. PGR just have to watch, and another team fight win for UIUC. This is getting a very precarious situation for Aquinas.
And Aquinas, with Namwen starting that fight early, it was a huge question mark for myself. Him and Aya are way out into the jungle defenses of UIUC, while Stevenator and Yair are still sitting in that backside of the river, and PJR isn't even on the screen yet. So they're starting the fight without all 5 men accounted for. And I'm constantly like reiterating that this team needs to play very traditional front to back. It's easy to execute, yes, because you have all the tools there to slow people down and keep them in that short range kill zone. But when you don't have the whole toolbox, well, of course you're going to fail the project, and it just allows UIUC to get to that point of they hit that extended team fight, they get the Cosmic Radiance from Mythic, you become invulnerable, and you allow yourself to get to that place where you can get resets. And from there, it's nothing but up, nothing but positives there for UIUC.
Exactly. And we talked about it in the draft where we were looking at the team fight potential. The Cosmic Radiance timing has been huge. That last one, it actually was a little bit off. And that's why I was so surprised that UIC were able to pull that out. It was just the target selection that has been king. And Just Chillin' might be target selected himself at this point. We'll make it out of that one alive. The Vision game still trying to get there for Aquinas and keep their presence on the map, even though it's seemingly, slipping a little bit.
Seemingly, almost feels like the rope is greased at this point if they're trying to climb up to the finals. They're just in a place where not a lot is working for them, and some of it is just themselves not on the same page. So a little bit of a wake-up call, a couple slaps to the face, to be honest, to get going. But now around this place of, all right, 25 minutes in, hitting around 26, 27, looking at the items right now with everyone sort of cashing in, you're looking at Baron here for Aquinas, because you still have that map tempo and that control because of how quickly Namwen and there's the team of Stevenator.
There's the engage, though. They pulled the trigger. Just Chillin' goes in. Cosmic Radiance going to be utilized. Innumerable on the back. He's already taken out Stevenator. There's a major chunk of your damage. Just Chillin' goes unstoppable, and they are unstoppable. UIUC have taken complete control of this game, and they will look at the Baron now to force Aquinas' hand.
And I was just going to discuss how Aquinas is in this position that with the quicker map control that they're able to accrue with Namwen and Stevenator, that they're able to create these pressure points of zone control. But right there, UIUC says, no, we've got the confidence to hit the go button. We know one of you is in that bottom lane, so it's a 4v5 immediately. And they just win this Baron fight easily without any repercussions.
Turn around here, though. Namwen trying to get some kills of his own. Gets chained up and killed himself. Innumerable is on a killing spree now, and PJR has to flash away, but might still die here. Sigil of Malice not going to be enough.
With that, no one falls on the side of UIUC. I think that's a perfect 4 for nothing and a Baron.
This gold swing is insane. It's like an 9,000 gold swing. Aquinas were up almost 5,000 gold.
But that was over the course of, what, 8 minutes? They were able to swing that gold by 8,000, 1,000 per minute just to get that all back in favor for themselves. Yes, it was off of the back of 3 very crucial fights, all kicking off from that sole point at the very beginning when UIUC didn't even have a dragon to their name. And then that second soul point fight where they're able to get that catch, and Aquinas pretty much just grants it to them, being single file in 1 by 1. So overall, being able to get to this position here and now, UIUC, yes, their laning phase was a little bit of a struggle, but man, their team fighting prowess and their target acquisition has been phenomenal so far. Doing a great job, but every time I compliment, we gotta cast a curse.
September gets caught. Actually doesn't get hit by the Glacial Fissure, has one of his own but dies anyways. Mid lane, tower number 2 falls, and they're looking at the inhib now, 4v2. Backs are coming out now, but it's too late. This inhib is going down.
Might as well be. Realm Warp coming in just to be that additional follow-up. And I think because of that Realm Warp, that inhibitor is saved. Just knowing that 3 members are going to be there a little bit faster than expected is enough to scare UIUC away. But it also means that they're not able to take any of the jungle camps as well. None of the huge camps. All of those were pretty much cleared up already. And this 3,000 gold lead that they have for themselves, or at least close to, a lot of it is sitting onto Just Chillin's Tech Room here, and I'd have to say even back onto Wondell, who had a very poor laning phase, but now in these teamfight moments is really able to find things. Oh, everything's caught out.
Teamfight again onto the back line. Again, the onslaught of shadows, the cosmic radiance, the combo's too strong, and now you get the clumped up AoE, and the Infernal Trigger will take you down every single time. The gold lead's too fat, UIUC are too fat, and Aquinas lose yet another team fight. This time, it's an ace.
And that is another 5-for-0 play from UIUC, and it's off the back of Aquinas trying to make a Hail Mary catch onto one of the members of UIUC to keep themselves in this game. And that's over. Game 1 is going to be put in the bag. UIUC, a dominant team fighting composition, pulling out all the guns and really showing off play.
They will slowly but surely take down the last tower here, and Aquinas are now on the back foot if they want to keep their hopes alive to make it to the conference finals in the Midwest. Game number 1 is over. UIUC are the victors.
It was looking bleak there because we were discussing how Aquinas is one of those compositions that it felt a little bit better when it comes down to more of like strong volatile early game, very efficient late game when it comes down to those multiple threats. But it was very much, I'd have to say, Aquinas' game to lose there. They got themselves a really good early game startup. They got a lot of gold onto their carries. Their side lane control was left a little bit to be desired for, but it was those objective fights and the positions around starting those fights that is where they really faltered, and that's where UIUC showed their colors of knowing the proper targets to pick onto, how to start those fights when they had the freedom to, and once it got to a point where they were just too tanky to die to the pick and harassment from Namwen, and then it was pretty much over from there. Without being able to kill any of those unstoppable forces of the Taric or the Hecarim and Just Chillin' and Mythic respectively, there's no way that Aquinas was able to come back in that one, and UIUC really running them over in this game 1.
That gold graph has to be a heck of a roller coaster. Go ahead and give it to Six Flags. Maybe they'll come up with a new roller coaster here. We'll see what Aquinas can do though for game number 2, as we're going to be sending away to a short little break to get ready for the comeback potential of Aquinas College. Welcome back, everyone. Today's Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV. We're in the Midwest Conference. We got the semifinals going down right now. And it is me, Mazel, joined by Coco the Dragon yet again. Wouldn't change that up on you. Wouldn't throw that curveball at you. But Aquinas needs to find a curveball to throw of their own, right, Coco?
Yeah, kind of. Honestly, it felt much more of like they were struggling in the pitching range when it came down to warming up here, because they had
Just
all
sticking with it. I love you.
well, they had a lot of the success going for them, to be honest. Like with the early game, they were able to get a lot of early points going. Namwan did phenomenal on that Lee Sin to prioritize this bottom lane, make sure that this Samira and Tarek combo of UIUC in one Dill and in Mystic didn't really have a lot of room for luxury into scaling efficiently, but it again came down to those objective fights, jumping in, kind of filing in one by one, and then not being in a place where they can play within their own short range kill zone. Yes, it's a little bit more difficult when you have that shorter range, and UIUC has a team that just runs pretty much full on into you with a more one-dimensional full engagement composition. But that's where it's just a situation of really how much can the defenses of Aquinas take, right? And apparently it was just too much to handle, and UIUC was able to really take those objective fights, turn them on their heads, do full wipes with the resets from Silas and Samira, and then take this first game one by storm.
Exactly. I think the turnaround in that game was what was huge to me. Is Aquinas were in the lead, they were in the driver's seat, but unfortunately those team fights around that third dragon just did not go their way. The front to back was huge. The fact they could not lock down the Samira as well. One Dell looking really good on the comfort champion there, and I gotta expect going into game number 2 some bans might be going back down towards that ADC position. But especially for me, it's the ease of execution that I want to see for Aquinas, because I feel like that's where you can find success.
Sure. I feel like the ease of execution wasn't really like it was difficult, right? In the sense of just like, all right, there's a team composition that just hits a bunch of big red buttons and poof, your team's gone. And you're in a place where it's like, okay, we need to find engagement, because our engagement's a little bit difficult without the Malphite, who was struggling in that top side. And without that Malphite, their team didn't have that capability to set up that proper defense, right? So it's either get an additional piece of engagement or a more reliable secondary engagement or follow-up to make sure that you can play more of those 4v4, 4v5s and follow through with PJR coming in eventually, or you give yourself some more range. Give something like Caitlyn or a Misfortune that has that capability to backstep and walk into those choke points a little bit more efficiently, and doesn't struggle in those later game team fights like Illusion does, who needs to really be in the face and in Samir's kill range to try and be of an effect. So to that end, I'm curious of what Aquinas is going to be going with. But same sides as it is, I feel like Aquinas is feeling confident on this red.
That's just how we do it in collegiate. Very excited though. Same bands, at least for the most part here, as so far, at least, not for the most part. Kane and Kennen by the side of UIUC, and the Zillion Nunu banned away by Aquinas. Nami actually going to be the ban as the third one, and Tarek by Aquinas. So no more of that Cosmic Radiant team fight menace.
I don't know if the Tarek was really the problem.
I mean, those Cosmic Radiances were pretty amazing, not gonna lie. Also, the fact that UIUC just confidence locked the LeBlanc again for game number 2.
And again, another big red flag for me, in the sense of like, sure, it is.
Oh, they want to run it back.
Like,
they're running it back.
They're running it back, just minus Tarek.
Oh my goodness. Hey, I mean, honestly, that first fight at the dragon, the third dragon, it was literally won by the Cosmic Radiance.
Sure.
So maybe they just like, you know, there was that one decision we did not feel good about. Everything else looked good. Stevenator looked good on the rise in the mid lane. See what they can do with it, but it is UIUC taking on the Samira yet again for game 2, so keeping it like it is.
I'm just checking on what other supports. So Set was the other.
It's literally just a run back. Oh my god, we're getting a salty run back. I've actually
I've
had a salty run back one time before.
Go get the fries in the fridge and go dunk them on the screen right now, because you don't need no salt from here. We've got all the salty run backs. that we need. My goodness.
Hey, it's getting wintertime, all right? The north needs a little bit of extra salt to make sure that the roads aren't as slippery, right? They're just doing their
True
due
that.
diligence
Yeah.
here in the Midwest. It is the Silas banned away from last game, so again another piece of the puzzle taken away, and the Camille as well. Syndra and the Rakan banned away by UIUC.
So the ones that we were missing from before were the Set and the Alistar, I believe. So.
Yep.
And then the Darius, of course, but I think that goes without saying that is the swap up for that Silas switch. Like, I would be much more confident in a Malphite versus Darius lane than a Silas a Malphite versus Silas lane for sure. But to this end, if this is another Braum and it is just a true salty run back, it's like, all right, why would you argue a Braum against insert support here, right? So like
insert support because the Lucian combo. Come on.
Well, yes, yeah, well, exactly the point, right? It's like it's an extremely strong combination with the ADC. You're still again a very short range team, so this is where it's like that whole question of like, was it just us screwing over and giving them these fights and not playing our composition properly, or was there a piece missing that we need to that we need to reassess and
this
put
is
back
gonna
into
be a
play?
Darius, isn't it? I'm just guessing.
Could
It's this is about to get real scary. The set already locked in is pretty strong, and I would expect it to go with the Smear in the support
I
role
don't
because
want
that
it.
can be really strong.
I don't know
Unless
if I
they
want
want to
it to
go
be
for a
Darius.
true support. Okay,
Yeah,
they're
okay.
gonna go for a true support. It will be the Leona locked in.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if I wanted Darius because the reason why UIUC's comp did so well last time was because they had those double engagements, right? Of just like, sure, the Terra Cosmic Radiance is great, but it's like you got you got Onslaught of Shadows and Unstoppable Forest there. That's just huge plays. So there's no way that a short range team is ever going to escape both of those ultimates and then be able to walk out of a Samira ult for free. So now you have that same thing of like, all right, not only do you have an Unstoppable Onslaught, but we also have the Eclipse coming in from with the Solar Flare coming in from Leona. So you just have two ultimates that you need to dodge immediately, and if you don't dodge them, you're either going to get hit by the Set, hit by the Blanc, or hit by the Samira, and you are in a world of hurt for any of those. So another question would be like, why would you go for a disengagement support here for Aquinas when you're just going to get immediately blown up with all of those engagement options? Alistar, I think, is a good reply to that. Something where it's not as flexible as the Braum per se when it comes down to mobile defense, but a lot of Braum's defenses and sort of tanky stats goes against projectile uh, attacks, right? And the only projectile attacks that are going to be on this team of UIUC is Samira and LeBlanc, which should not be targeting you in the first place. So you need something that's a little bit more well-rounded, beefy, and can keep that space and sort of be that moderator for a little bit longer of a time. And I think that's where Alistar comes in, being that unbreakable, being that Minotaur in the middle of all of this, knocking up constantly, pushing people back, and sort of creating a little bit more of a hassle and speed bump during the mid-game part of this second game of the series.
I'm just asking myself why we don't see the Stevenator Yasuo here. Seems a perfect composition. No, it needs the AP. Very good look on the Rise last game as well. But the fact that both teams get something that was banned away from them last game as well, the Alistar for Aquinas, the Set for UIUC, and how those come into play in the second game. Again, Aquinas on the back foot here. Their hopes of reaching that grand final, maybe a long shot at this point, the way that UIUC showed up in those team fights last game. So I'm looking for a resurging Aquinas College here in the second game.
I'm just curious why we don't see like Alessandra or even a Malzahar here from Stevenator. Because like you don't need I honestly don't think you need the damage per se that additional damage that Arise brings at this moment. You need something that just absolutely dominates the early stage and just like really destroys them early on, right? Like shut down this LeBlanc. If you have that Lissandra, it's that additional person to lock down either Samira, and it's a point and click CC. It's just like lock down Samira or lock down LeBlanc, and then your team just boom, dogpile on top of them and they're dead. with the innate burst and the additional damage that a Malphite, Lee Sin, and Lucian could do, and it just keeps them in that kill zone range. The Rise is a little bit more difficult to do that, and it's much more of a situation of like, I'm here in case everything else goes wrong, and I'm here for side lane control. So it is keeping with that Rise. It's 100% just this statement of you messed up game one. It's not how you were supposed to execute it. We didn't have this kind of game plan, so we're running it back. We know we can beat you with this, and if we don't, well, we sign off. Like this is our bread and butter type of team. So that just means Urbana is currently just the superior team in this best of three. And it feels a little sour for me if that is how this series ends. It's like it's just a salty run back, and you messed up the first game. In the second game, weren't able to pull through. So this is where I'm really hoping Aquinas goes absolutely ridiculous in the early game.
You don't do this without that kind of level of confidence, right?
True.
Like you don't make this decision without that kind of mindset, and that's why I'm really excited, because I know it's been a little while. Things have changed. Things have adapted. Things have grown. But Aquinas College at Gateway Legends was insane. They were one of the underdogs of the entire tournament. No one knew who they were when they came into the tournament, yet they left everybody's jaws on the floor. And I'm very, very, very hopeful for them to be able to turn this around, right? I would like to start this day off with 3 games. I would like for some bangers. And that game 1 was a banger. But just for the side of UIUC, the fact they were able to turn around that 4 or 5K goalie that Aquinas had accrued in that early game, that's just impressive in its own right. And that's where that late game decision making, that shot calling is integral to both these teams. And it's shown through for UIUC in game number 1.
For sure. And this is where it comes down to the wire again of seeing who's really learned and developed more over just the single game in this series, right? Like, yes, you may be the underdog in Aquinas, but it at this point you are in the semifinals. No one's an underdog here. People have seen you enough. People have seen your journey through the Swiss bracket in the group stage. They've seen you play-ins and playoffs through the rest of the season, and getting to this point where it's all or nothing for that grand final position of the conference. People have enough information to see how you play and sort of who you've been up against and your scrims and so on, to where that enigma factor is no longer viable, and it is very much a face value kind of argument of how much Aquinas is really able to take it to UIUC, and vice versa if UIUC is coming in with that much more dominant powerhouse of the rest of their team. And that's where, second game around, we're having another Samir in the bottom lane for One-Dale, so it's just another reset city, though you just don't have the Silas to help be that additional reset this time around.
The thing I would like to see for Aquinas is like being very patient in those team fights, because every time Wendell was able to get a full Inferno trigger off, I mean, it was insane the amount of damage that was being put through from the AoE combo, and it was the grouping, right? I mean, those were such close-knit fights. Everybody was like almost on the same pixel, it felt like, in the game. And for me, it's if you can adjust that, but make sure you wait till use all your lockdown, all your re-engage when Wendell is feeling confident. That's where you can find the overconfidence biting UIUC as well.
Definitely. And that's where it's like you got to give the argument for the Alistar to be that sort of counter choice. It was like, okay, well, Braum has the concussive blows that he can apply onto people, but it takes time to stack up, and he has only one real tool to immediately disrupt any kind of channeling, right? Alistar has 2. He has the knock up and the knock back, and he also has those additional stack ups as well from his trample that he can also, if they do stack up and you get to that S rating to proc the Infernal Trigger, his trample's going to be up in time, and he's going to be able to slap you and stun you. So more tools to stop the snowballing. It might just be what Aquinas needs to really take this game and bring it to a game 3 in the series. So overall, I'll be curious to how that goes, but still give some favoritism over to Aquinas as well, just because of how well they were able to perform the early game. Though it being a rinse and repeat salty run back, UIUC has to expect these.
Hey, they got the Alistar, right?
Approach.
I was gonna make a joke. I was gonna make a joke about trampling and like the fact that there's Hecarim, Alistar, but we went away from that. So I'm gonna mention it now, but we can continue to move on.
Well, just like speaking of trampling, if you're looking at just like Hecarim in the jungle again, it's the same matchup against Lee Sin. I feel like you're going to be able to expect a little bit more of the sort of like gank avenues that Namwan is going to be putting out on this Lee Sin. You've played against it already, and you know how he sort of sticks around different quadrants of the map a little bit longer. So maybe just Chillin is going to say, all right, well, I'm going to just continue to abuse this top side or mid side of the map, and then be able to really run riot with that kind of pressure, with this set being able to be that additional manpower to follow up with engagements, or to just power farm a little bit quicker on this Hecarim, because you know that it's like, all right, he's bot lane, he's going to look for dragon, let's take his whole top side instead.
The onslaught of shadows last game were so huge in the turnarounds as well, and that's that push and pull that I really wanted to put a spotlight on in game number 1. The fact that we saw the Lee Sin with very contradictory styles and ways to play the game to the Hecarim, and the Hecarim came out on top that time around. So it's going to be really interesting. That's what I love about these salty runbacks, is like both teams got to download a little bit from game number 1. What changes in the early game? Is this where UIUC can patch up some of those holes that were giving Aquinas College the early game lead that they had? Or is this where Aquinas College can use that early game advantage they found and also find the transition to mid to late game? It's all up on the board, and I'm just so excited that this is the culmination, that the salty run back is real, but it actually means something.
Yeah, and I think the biggest change for Aquinas that is sort of that does favor them is the Malphite matchup in the top side of the map against the set. Have a little bit more leniency to try and challenge the set earlier on when it comes down to like those level 6. The set will still win those initial matchups, just because his level 1's a little bit better, his level 3 is a little bit stronger as well, and he'll be able to clear the wave a bit faster. But once you get the ground slam and slow his attack speed and really mess up those auto attack resets that he can apply with the knuckle down, you'll provide enough time for maybe Namwen to look up onto the top side, or even during the middle of fights where this set is going to be very crucial in pushing a lot of that front line back and forcing this more congested place where you can be all sitting on top of one another in that pixel space, like you mentioned, where Wondale is just invisible and almost untargetable because of the amount of bodies that are on top of him. So
and I think
I'll be curious to that.
I think the Leona actually changes a lot of things here as well for UIUC, in the fact that they get that much more CC, that much more turnaround potential. Yes, it's a little bit more go forward potential in no peel as much, but I still think that it can change things up for them, especially in that early game. We are going to send away to a little break while we get ready for game number 2, but don't go anywhere, because maybe we get to go to game 3 if Aquinas College can turn it around from that game 1 performance. Welcome back, everyone. We are on to Summoner's Rift for game number 2. We've got the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, the 3rd seed of the Midwest Conference, going up against Aquinas College, the 7th seed of the Midwest Conference. It is 1-0 in favor of UIUC, and they are one away from booking their ticket to the grand finals.
30 seconds until
Just one more away, and it's a salty run back, man. I can't believe it. There's only like, what, 2-3 picks that are different? The Alistair, the Leona, and the Set from game 1 are the only switch ups here. So, overall, I'm looking at this level 1 invade, and it's looking spicy. It's 4v3.
It's looking spicy, and Just Chillin' dies outright. First blood goes to Aquinas.
You know, that was the one question we're going to have for Aquinas, is just like how well they're going to be able to actually like get their early game going and following through with it, because they got it started. They got up to a 3,500 gold lead and got to a position where they had double the dragons, double the turrets, and it was just 2-3 bad fights that turned the game completely on its head, because UIUC was able to stick in it just barely through some farming and side lane control. So already starting off with the first blood and going over to Namon is probably the best start that you could ask for here.
Honestly,
outside of like
get that extra longsword. Yeah, very true. But also, it's a little bit of that interesting decision making early on, at least, for Just Chillin' to walk into that bush, maybe not expecting some of that spice. But again, this is where Aquinas College can take advantage in the early game, find that momentum that they were finding in game number 1, but find a way to transition it into the mid game.
Definitely. And to at least get this place where I feel like PJR is a little bit more neutral on the Malphite. He has been just sort of playing tank duty, stuck in this position where he can't really do much. He's always in a losing matchup, to where then I ask myself, I'm thinking, why don't you just pick Ornn at this point? If you're playing weak side and you're playing to scale, why not Ornn? Why not? But
It's too late for that.
it's a little too late for that. This really comes down to like comfort picks, right? It's just like he likes to malfight. He has a 3.2 KDA and like a 52% win rate on this champion, so might as well go with it.
Might as well.
And keep focused on staying as neutral as possible. Sure, lose some CS here and there, maybe lose like a level at a very important point in the game, but as long as like nothing really bad happens, and you're able to at least conglomerate with the rest of the team when it comes down to those objective fights earlier, where you did lose out in the first game. I think that's all that PGR would be asking for. And outside of that, it would have to be into this bottom lane that would be have to really invest into to see if they can replicate the same successes they had in game 1. If we're looking for Aquinas to come back.
A roam timer is there for from the bot lane of Aquinas. Let's go all the way up towards the top side of the map. Probably gonna wrap back around. It's just chilling. No longer anything to clear on his side of the map, but using the priority they have in bottom lane, they're gonna go for the scuttle crab.
Someone was donated over because came up to this top side to help with the priority.
They have 3 strong to come in here. Innumerable is back here. This is going to be a 3-man fight for either side. We'll see Stevenator getting caught out first. The electric Q, not enough. The healing coming through now. Mythic is trying to get in there, but he dies. And Stevenator gets a kill back, just chilling, healing up here, but it's not enough. Namwen is going to make it 3 potentially here as Innumerable dies, and that's a double kill. And 3 kills on the board for the Lee Sin of Aquinas College.
And he's able to get both scuttles as well. Even in the bottom lane, you could see off screen, both summoners were forced from Wondale and Yayi. The summonerless ADCs, with the priority going over to this Lucian on the side of Aquinas, they are set up for a success. They're already 2,000 gold in the lead within 4.5 minutes. Only problem again is this top side where September has that winning matchup. Could try and get a couple plates on with this set. All right, just chilling.
Stevenator in some trouble now, though. They've caught him out yet again. Stevenator trying to zigzag, do the snake maneuver, but it's not enough. Stevenator dies to just chilling, and UIUC are back on the board themselves.
Okay, so at least you're able to at least reply with this kill in the mid lane. And shut down Stevenator once again. 1 and 2 on the rise. Bummer, but he's got that Sun CS up, and he's still participated in some of the priority that Aquinas has been able to accrue for themselves. Though all eyes are on Namwen at this point. Which lane is he going to be looking at? Where is he going to prioritize next? We have Dragon Niches available. He could look at that if he wants. Like, he is in a position to challenge for this Dragon with even the lack of priority in the mid lane or bottom lane, because he can just quickly take it, and if anyone tries to jump in on top of him, he's got an Iron Spike Whip and recipe for a Phage already. And the way that Aya is roaming around on this Alistar, you know you're going to have the Minotaur in the back pocket to always try and be that additional application of crowd control to lock someone down and take a kill out, away and bump yourself up to a 4-0 streak on this Lee Sin. That position, they're looking to do just that.
Yeah, I mean, not too shabby if you can start that fast, right? I mean, not too bad. The Dragon early focus for Aquinas is going to be there yet again, just like it was in game number 1. It was that 3rd Dragon. It was the start of the Soul Dragons. That really was the turning point for UIUC, those team fights. See if that is going to stay the same or change this time around.
Seeing if we could sniff out this potential dive, but it is just going to be onto the Krugs. Oh yeah, it's making it look a little spicy. He knows exhaust flash is down for Wondale, so there's the possibility of jumping on it, but you are also playing into a Leona. Don't want to be looking at that, but ooh, somewhere where Leona is not. Stevenator! Get out!
Oh, the devastating charge cancels it, and just chilling gets another kill on a Stevenator. They are punishing the mid laner of Aquinas.
And now both of these junglers have found at least a way to get themselves in this game. But the thing for me is that Aquinas, yes, you have a 3-0 Lee Sin on Namwen, but you don't have a lane that is truly benefiting from it just yet. Sure, you have Yayi, who's doing alright on the solution, is able to win those 1v1s early on, but mid lane is suffering, and PGR are suffering, and this is giving me a little bit of a flashback here from game 1 of, alright, cool, Nam1 is able to get into the lead, but the rest of the team is a little far behind, and you get to this position where this Lee Sin doesn't have anyone to follow up with him, and the Lee Sin by himself is just going to get killed way too early in fights. So, oh, speaking of getting killed,
I was
early,
gonna say bottom lane. Get a little trade action going on, but it will be the kill going to Yayit and Mythic, the one that picks up the kill for UIUC.
Yeah, so that's a dub there for Aquinas, knowing that that'll happen. But at least it goes over to the ADC, so you can cash in a little bit better to that end. But now we're looking at this top side once again. Like, you're trying to win that priority over just for this Rift Herald which just spawned. And honestly, I think UIUC actually makes the better choice here with Mythic coming into this mid lane. Though hitting the reset button there, though, God, I guess I curse him a little bit because you needed to stick around for this Herald and to see if you can make a play here. But there's one deal that actually swings up. This is where they can reiterate their advantage.
Yeah. Yet again, Stevenator the focus, and rightfully so for UIC. They know where they need to shut down Aquinas, and a major starting point for that is through Stevenator.
At this point, if Stevenator is anywhere within range of chains of Innumerables of Lock, he is dead in the water. Because he will get hit by those chains, he will be locked down, and it's either going to be just chillin' September or one day they'll be there to finish the job and call in a day's work. So, you didn't even get the Herald either for Aquinas after all of that priority that had been tossed over. So, this game is a lot closer than Game 1, and we knew how that first game went. Oh, speaking of top lane's a little bit of a different story.
He's dead. Yep, that's it.
Okay.
PJR gets the solo.
Tough love, I guess, for Set. But that's that trade-off, right? Of all right, you get some early prio, but once that ground slam comes into effect, you start losing a lot of that attack speed. You just can't start. You start losing out against this Malphite because he just out tanks you, and the base stats of his damage will be just so innately like overwhelming at this point to where it is game over. So, thankfully, things have started to swing. Though Dragon is in 90 seconds, Herald is in the back pocket of UIUC. I want to see some turret plates go down here if we're looking for Urbana to get themselves into an economic lead. They're still down around 2,000 gold, and a lot of that is onto turret plates and onto first blood gold advantage that Namwon has.
Exactly, and I'm still wanting to hone in on how Namwin has been utilizing that early strength, what we've seen from Namwin so far, and still looking for that transition. We're only at the second dragon here in about 50 seconds. The setup is going to be there for Aquinas if they would like to, as they're starting to get backs on Stevenator. TP is going to be available, but it looks like Namwin might be looking towards top to try to relieve some of this pressure that September has been able to put up there.
See if they can catch another good flank, just chilling. See if they can find some extra information to look for this mid lane. But with the side lane now rotated. Oh, yeah, I'm on. Gonna get spotted though. So you got a lot of priority here already for UIUC and Aquinas to try and get this mid lane pressure. With 4 members here, and with a crashing bottom lane, might be able to find the pinch here for UIUC. It's just play patient, play slow. See if you can find those members, and there's an innumerable. See if you can catch an M1. Get some good damage onto him too. My goodness.
That's kind of ridiculous for not having the items, being a little bit down in lane as well. But we'll see if they can actually turn that. No, actually they're gonna back off. The fact that we do get the aggression from just chilling towards the top side, though, I really like. The Rift Herald being spawned, a little bit iffy, but they are gonna look towards that top side, try to get 2 towers if they can, or at least get all these plates for
they'll be able
the
to get it.
September.
It's just unfortunate where the minion wave is crashing it to where Shelly has to deal with some crumbs before she's able to go for the full piece of the turret. They're able to get they will get this first brick though, so that's a lot of gold going into September and into just chillin' to help catch them up into this. Crunch it down to only a 300, 400 gold difference. That might get expanded here a little bit too soon for UIUC's comfort. Wendell is in trouble.
He is putting a little bit of damage back on the Stevenator, though, as double TPs now coming in from UIUC. Can they turn it around in time? One is already dead, but here comes September. Here comes the strength, as one already gets traded back. Innumerable Trying to land the chains here on, yeah, but TP is in response from PGR. Having the unstoppable force can turn it around, but Showstopper is now there from September, gets another kill here, and UIUC are doing what they've done every game so far, at least in these games, and turning around these team fights. Maneuverable goes back in, misses the chains, cannot follow it up as Yaid is here to back up the damage of Aquinas.
And though it's just a 2-for-0 there in favor of UIUC, it is a very big switch up as well because of the shutdown gold that they're able to get on from Namwan, and then also that additional kill to follow up from Oya. So tying it up, getting some kills onto Innumerable, and then that other onto September is huge to help them get to that mythic item power spike just here within the 13-15 minute range. Still looking to close out on the Divine Sunderer shortly. He's only not to say maybe 300, 200 gold off at this point, so just seeing if he can dip his head in, get the scuttle, and then get that Gromp and cash in on that mythic item power spike.
Yeah.
And then from there, it's like, all right, cool. We have 3 mythic items, ready to go. Let's start up some fights. Let's look for some blood here. And the only thing that's unfortunate for them is that, well, Dragon is in 3 minutes, so that gives enough time for Aquinas to recuperate, lick their wounds, and get to the same power level as UIUC. And the only other option now is this Rift Herald, which is going to be up in a minute. So you have to set that up here and now. You need to make sure that you have those flanks covered, make sure Namon isn't looking for anything too cheeky, and you're forcing Aquinas to play in a more black and white format, and that you can make these more unique plays.
Aquinas able to catch out Wendell here on the bot side. Just a little bit overextended as the Samira has the Inferno trigger, going to survive for a little while longer, but eventually taken down by Namwin, who picks up the 4th kill of the game for the Lee Sin.
Sure, gold. Give that over to Steven here. He's been struggling so much. Sure, he's up in CS, but that's just Rise versus LeBlanc. You expect that to this end. But at this point, I don't want to see any UIC team members in that bottom lane. You can pretty much have that turret Aquinas. We want this Herald. We want this mid lane priority, and we want to make sure that we can find those picks where we so choose. Also, look at the ultimates. They're all available. They're all good to go. This is UIUC's Herald to lose, if Aquinas even thinks of challenging them. But with how everyone else is positioned, I think they're okay with giving this one up.
But this is also a good move from Aquinas as they move in towards the bot side of the map, getting some invades for Namwin, getting some more of that farm discrepancy going for himself. As the red buff gets stolen away, the bottom tower also taken by Aquinas College as they do lose the Rift Herald. Top lane still pressed in though for PJR against September. Maybe just chilling, wants to go for a tier 2, get a little bit of that extra gold. Okay, it's gonna be a back. All
right. Don't poke your head in, Maneuverable. You're fine. You know where everyone else is. Count the heads. Make sure that you don't need to go out of your way too far when it comes down to the safety of a side lane. Just to make sure you can make sure that this mid lane pressure is available for you. Dragon is spawning in 50 seconds, so that whole pressure is there. Checking in on that gold advantage as well. It's really just that 1,000 gold difference that is fairly sprinkled throughout the team in entirety. A lot of it is much more onto the jungle, obviously, for Namwen, and then also of Aya, who on this Alistar has participated in a good amount, 7 out of the 8 kills so far. So, is it the mythic item diff? Definitely, it definitely is for him. So, able to cash in on that and see if he can help sway the tide for this upcoming soul point. And
this is it though. This is the turn. All right, this is where the train just flew off the tracks last time around for Aquinas. This setup for this specific dragon. Yes, it's a Cloud Soul this time. A little bit less preference for that one, and Aquinas might just give it up. But this is where the decision making is key. What did you learn from game number 1 that you can bring into game number 2? As Dragon already secured here by UIUC, but Aquinas want to go for it. The 3-man knockup, but is the damage profile going to be enough for the turnaround? Innumerable is on Stevenator on the backside here, but good target calling. Is it enough though? The health bars are still pretty full from Aquinas, and it looks like they'll be able to take it. Just chilling, the last one in the fight. September gets out alive. But Aquinas right the wrongs. They lose the dragon, but they take the team fight.
And with that one, all 5 members were accounted for as well. Something that it was a little bit rare in game 1. because of that, they are able to play that short range front to back more efficiently. Another thing too is this damage is a little bit lacking for UIUC. They weren't able to stick as much this time around. Also, Wondale is 0-4 on this Samira, is very, very low in the damage department right now. So it is just a matter of time until you're able to start ripping through people here shortly for this Noxus Mercenary. But with just how well Aquinas was able to play that fight out, 4 kills for pretty much nothing, and sure, you lose the dragon, but it's like that's exactly what the sacrifice is meant for. Is to threaten the soul point, make them focus more on the objective instead of your team. And to that end, it gives you that freedom to have better target acquisition, sort of spread the fight out a little bit further, and put it into a place where it is a bit more advantageous for yourself, where you yourself are focusing on that fight. So quite a wonderful job into this point. Now, next objective on the board is going to be these turrets. I'd be looking specifically at this mid lane to try and break it open, both for UIUC and for Aquinas respectively. Get this mid control open, get it online, and then start ripping apart the jungle and the defenses of your opponent from there.
And the biggest difference is this time around as well is the fact that just UIUC doesn't have the gold on the members that need the gold here. The damage profile is just not there. Innumerable cannot blow up the backline like you were able to achieve last game. Wondale is not able to get those huge Inferno triggers that were just melting the entire squad last time as well. So that's a big difference in the decision making from Aquinas. And now here top lane, they're trying to take the 2v1 before it becomes a 2v2, and they do just that. Romor coming that's a little bit short. Stevenator not able to connect the Realm Prison. Realm Prison. Rune Prison. Realm Prison. That's the new ability.
Realm Prison. Screw it. Just Rise stuff.
It's the rework.
It's just Rise stuff. If there's another Rise rework, I'm going to be real concerned. Hopefully that's not what's in the that's not in the preseason notes, so I think we're safe.
Thank goodness. Rift Herald does get utilized mid by just chilling, but it looks like Zexy's going to be stopped before he can get to the tower unless they want to put some pressure on this 3v3. Looks like they're going to get the pressure put on them. Wondale is just caught out yet again, and Aquinas are steamrolling this game right now, just like UIUC did right around this time last game. And here another catch out. Another kill. The knockups don't stop coming. September able to turn around a lot of this, though. And take it up a storm right now, but is the damage enough? Innumerable gets one off the back of it.
Okay, and still being able to get at least one kill from that entire fight is not something to scoff at. Though it's still losing you so much pressure here because of those picks that both September and Wondale is doing too. Wondale is getting absolutely thrown around in this second game of this best of 3 series, just not having a fun time whatsoever. Sure, you can do your best in a sense of these chaotic fights to try and keep up and try and stay in pace, but I don't see a possibility yet for Wondale to come into this game without a mistake from Aquinas in the books as well. So to that end, that's where he's like, alright, look to this Baron and look to these objective fights around this Dragon as well, where you're going to be in that same position of will Aquinas look to play for the team fight more than the objective itself, or vice versa? Will UIUC say, you know what, it's okay to give him Soul Point, it's Cloud Soul, doesn't really matter much this time around for us, so let's go ahead and focus on these team fights more than anything and sort of do a bait and switch almost when it comes down to those objectives. That'll be an interesting challenge for either of these teams to look at, as Stevenator at least has gotten himself back into this game.
I mean, 30 CS up to not too shabby. A lot of control on that rise in the side lanes as well. Just chilling, trying to catch him out here, though. Will not be able to do so as, yeah, right there for backup. They still are looking, though, and they're sending a lot of members up here, and this is where you can utilize the amount of CC you have on UIUC to really take something back here. The catch-outs have to be there for UIUC.
So far, there are no members here for UIUC at this Dragon whatsoever. This is just completely forfeited over. They're focusing more on just farming up, getting to that next item power spike than anything, and not giving Aquinas room of error at least, right? Just to make sure that they're in a safe space for a little while. This is a nice change as well. Wendell is going for that Lord Dominix instead of that collection. He knows he needs to start ripping through PJR and Namwen just as quickly as he would Stevenator or Ya Yeet. So focusing to that end to just help out the rest of the team. I think he's going to make more leaps and bounds than anything else, to be honest, because Innumerable is totally fine blowing up Ya Yeet on his own. He just needs to get there, right? It's a slippery Lucian, and you're playing into a team that is very much trying to look for those advantages to catch you out as this assassin.
Does look like we're having some technical difficulties. I'm sure we'll make it through them quite quickly as we crest at the 2.5 minute mark. Still a little while until we see things really take a definitive turn, but this 6k gold lead is starting to do that for Aquinas as one dragon away from that dragon soul for themselves, even getting positioning around the Baron pit right now. TP available for PJR as well as September, so if they want to position around this fight with these resets coming out for Aquinas, they can. But it's really up to UIUC to try to find a way back into this without bleeding out the rest of the game.
Oh, for sure, right? Like, you don't want to be losing resources in the lanes, but you also don't want to be losing resources in the jungle as well. So having to play close to those camps, but also distant from them is just it's rough. And at this point, Namwen is sacrificing a lot of his camps to really accelerate Stevenator and Ya Yeet again. Like, you can see Stevenator just took the chickens for himself. And heck, at this stage, you got a Sterix and a Gore Drinker. You are tanky enough as this Lee Sin to look for those engagements, force a fight, start the 5v5, and then be able to dip out and sort of reassess the situation, reassess the fight as it unfolds, because of how that just raw tankiness will come into play. To that end, this little lull in the game state is very much just UIUC not giving any room or any room for error, as it is for Aquinas to sort of force themselves upon to break this map open a little bit earlier. Not to mention the wave clear. It's all right for UIUC, but no one's really pressuring them to clear efficiently. It's just sort of push the wave, disengage back to the jungle, ward up, check for vision, see if anyone's out to get picked. If not, back to the wave, clear it out, rinse and repeat continuously. So the fact that they're not even threatening to try and force these sieges as well because of that short range does mean that, you know, once you start to see that their heads are coming off the minimap, you start asking questions. Where's the Baron? What objectives are up? Do we have any vision on it? Who are the people that are missing? What are the summoners? And that starts to create this worry in UIUC's head, and that's where they might be starting to create those more mistakes or those slight more aggressive movements to make sure that they can at least gather information of Aquinas' whereabouts.
And Aquinas' composition is just so ruthless when they are ahead, when they do have control, when their decision-making power is in their side of the court, because they have a lot of go buttons. They have a lot of CC. We saw multiple times. It's like 2-3 knockups coming down, and it's always just so interesting to see how these fights have been turning out comparatively to game number one, because Aquinas have definitely turned this around for themselves. They've definitely looked at the communication and found a smoother way of making these decisions in the fights.
Having this priority with this Malphite on the side lane is so huge, because even though they're going pretty much blow for blow, the fact that this Malphite is sort of winning out on top of those and just able to, you know, casual 40 CS lead. I'm gonna be going for that Frozen Heart here fairly shortly, and with Dragon in 50 seconds and it being sold, that is, as you pointed out, that unstoppable force is going to be up real often, like very, very often. So this space where UIUC can wait out these timers and wait for these engagements to be exhausted by Aquinas is going to be very, very minimal at this point. So with this dragon spawn within the next 20 seconds, keep your eyes on, I'd have to say, Namwen and PGR, who are they going to be able to catch, and how will they be able to really choke down this fight and put it into this kill zone that is very short range? Here's the catch.
Yep, they got the catch there. Evercross not going to connect there, but there's the big knockups. Look at just chilling inside. Just trying to catch Yayeet, separated from the fight. Onslaught of Shadows come across and Yayeet gets away. Meanwhile, back in the fight, UIUC is getting trounced here. And Stevenator's back in the fight now. Namwen trying to take the back line, but does. Wondell is down. Innumerable has to get away, and September is here. Just chilling, still not able to get in the fight. Stevenator almost gets September off the back of it, but will not find it. Just chilling made the decision, and it cost his team the life.
Yeah, but it's a 1-for-2 trade in favor of Aquinas, and that means that they will be able to take this dragon without any repercussion whatsoever. The onslaught of shadows, excuse me, being exhausted means there's no gap closer anyway for Just Chillin' to jump into that pit. So with the Cloud Soul now theirs, they can go ahead and focus 100% onto this Baron. Look into this top side, break down that vision, shut out all of the light that UIUC would be looking to use to gather any additional information, and a lot of that will be on the backs of Agya and Namwen to take out any opposition that UIC is going to try and force into this rift.
The fact that September was able to survive for so long, I mean, it's been constant, but it's just getting more and more ridiculous, and that is a huge turning point for UIUC if they can utilize the time that is bought with September tanking up the team. But again, it falls down to that execution of decision making and Just Chilling, going for the backline. Yes, you can say Yayeet not being in the fight was huge, but the rest of the fight was really rough to play because you lose that frontline access, you lose that agency that the Hecarim brings to you.
And the other thing would be how much is he going to be able to guarantee a good showstopper into Haymaker, right? Because if he gets one good Haymaker, these fights can turn very quickly, because a lot of that innate tankiness that is there, that is just constantly being a denial service. Oh, jeez, please, Stevenator. Finally back on that momentum.
Yeah, I mean, there's no stopping it now, apparently. Baron is started up here by Aquinas College. 4 members strong with the split pushing. PJR, EP available if they need to, but they're just burning it down, and there's really no response unless Just Chillin' wants to commit for the steal. It's knocked away immediately. Baron gets close, and it will be taken actually by Yayeet in the end of that. Realm Warp utilized here. It's going to drag a couple members into the reverse of Just Chillin'. Connected here. Dragon Rage kick, triple knockup, and there you go. The damage combo follows swiftly after that, and so do the deaths of UIUC. And 4 members strong in the mid lane. Split pushing still going for PJR. Baron buff secured. Aquinas College want to push us to 3.
And making sure Aquinas is also saying that the first game was 100% a fluke. It was them warming up. It wasn't a game that you should be expecting out of this program, out of this team when it comes down to the grand finals. And they want to close this one out quickly. 12,000 gold in the lead now, and to this end, it is just a matter of time. How quickly do they want to end this game, and how they want to get to game 3 and really prove their point that they are the superior pickup, the underdog in this story. Try and challenge it, but unfortunately for us, that is not the time yet. It will reset for another moment with this Baron power play, and then look to close this game out once more, just a matter of time after they've hit those final cash-ins.
The salty run back works. That's all I'm pulling away from this. No, it's just good execution from Aquinas College across the board here, and especially those early kills on Namwen definitely changed the tides of war here in the second game. It's not over just yet. There's still chance for UIUC to turn this around miraculously, but as you were saying, over a 10k gold deficit is very hard to do so. You need some serious mountain climbing skills. Maybe you have crested Everest a couple times. I don't know if UIUC has that in the back pocket, but here comes Aquinas College. Or the death-dealing blow would be as Baron's still available. Side lanes are pushing. You've got bottom pushing with super minions as well.
Only needing to focus on one single lane is just going to be able to work exactly into Aquinas' favor, making sure that no reason for any of them to be separated from the group. Keep it front to back, very well formed. And for Yayi to just be in that back line allows Stevenator and himself to take away any of the frontline threats that try and break through the defenses of Aya and of Namwan. See if they can try and take this inhibitor as well, break it open. All the inhibitors gone. They want this clean cut and done. And there we go. Here comes the fight.
Unstoppable force. Namwan's in the back, and they are just decimating UIUC. Culling comes across, and they're culling the team of UIUC. Showstopper back. September gets a lot of damage dealt back to him. And the minions are swarming in. The knockups are continuing. And it's just a bounce party here for Aquinas College as they push us to 3 games.
And a completely different game too from the first game as well. Sure, it's only it is quite the salty run back, right? Like only one of the champions different from the side of UIUC. 2 of them switched up with the Alistar as well, sort of being subbed in, and then the Set and Leona on the side of UIUC. The salty run back worked, and I think it was the statement that they needed, right, from Aquinas, is saying that the first game was very much a mistake on their end, that they weren't really on top of it. Their communication was a little bit lackluster. This is really how the composition should have been played out and how they're able to accrue advantages, not just in the early game, but how they keep those advantages when it comes down to those soul point fights and the mid-game performances that the rest of the team is able to apply, and also what Stevenator is able to do in the side lane on this rise. He hasn't been the great showmaster just yet. He still has 1 game to prove that for us, but it has very much been a Namwen show on this Lee Sin. Every single time getting those early first bloods into those jungle domination leads and just shutting out multiple players. I didn't see Wondale do any infernal triggers this time around. He was shut out absolutely from the daylight in the second game.
Well, we'll see how it all turns out. We got game 3 on our hands in just a little bit. We're going to step away for a little break, and we'll be right back. We are going the distance with our first series of the night. The Midwest semifinals of the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 are continuing here with the League of Legends JV tournament. And I'm Mazel, joined by Coco the Dragon. Aquinas come roaring back in this best of three.
Yeah, and with a statement, they definitely show up here in Game 2 for sure. It was something that Salty run back into that large, like very loud statement of, it was a screw up, don't worry about it. This is the Aquinas that you should be expecting here in this semifinals and into the grand finals as well. And another domination that was, even though Stevenator has been losing his LeBlanc time and time again, now I'm curious if the tables will flip when it comes down to side selection as well. When it comes into now that is UIUC, that is on the losing side and is going to be able to choose blue or red for themselves. So to that end, it's something where that change-up might be necessary because of how dominant the early game performance was from Nam, and that the constant lane matchups are losing out across the board. Sure, PJR was able to win out on this Malphite this time around. The only real huge suspect that I'm still hoping for is in that top lane for September on the side of UIC to make a loud statement. Him and Just Chillin' are the two players that I'd be watching very closely to see if they can get a grasp and a sense of control back into Game 3.
Exactly, and going into game number 3's draft, it's where everything gets decided for both these teams. Aquinas College will be on the blue side. You got UIUC on the red side, changing up for the first time in this best of 3. But drafts might not change here at this point.
No, not yet. Just the sides, which is nice, but I think this might be the time.
The triple salty run back.
No. Can't do that. The sides are swapped. But I think if there was a time to pull out a new ban here for Illinois, I think now's the time. I think you just get rid of this Lee Sin. He's been too dominating on Namwan, and I feel like Aquinas, well, they might just do just that. The only other debate is, like, if you get rid of the Lee Sin, you got to make sure that you have a good argument for the LeBlanc as well, because that's the other ban I'd be considering too, because you got to make sure that that power pick that you've been stealing this whole time on blue side is going to be gone or not viable, right? Like, sure, there's that whole discussion of not blinding the LeBlanc because of the whole counter pick capability of Alessandra and so on with the rest of the team, and I think it's a little bit more so with Stevenator. Sure, both these players really do enjoy the LeBlancs in their own ways, but to this end, you might be losing your comfort pick for innumerable if you give that LeBlanc over. So lots of stuff to consider. Thankfully for them, Aquinas said, you know what, I think we're fine with a Lucian first pick and having that as more of a flexibility to stay between the rest of the game for Game 3.
We do get the Lee Sin ban adaptation here from UIUC, though. Tarek, again, same ban for Aquinas College after that first game. LeBlanc, UIC's main pick for pick number 1. Nami might be making it through here as well for the first time.
And it's one of those picks that is just straight up to deny the Nami Lucian situation that Aquinas would be able to get if you didn't pick Nami here and now. So it is a lot more of a handicap to Illinois in their draft, or the Illini in their draft, than it is to Aquinas, because we've seen the Braum, we've seen the Alistar, we've seen there's straight up 1v1s going down in that bottom lane that win out in the favor of the Lucian player, which has been Yayi both times. So to this end, I am 100% confident that Aquinas is fine with that trade. Something we have not also seen in a while is this Udyr which is going to be grabbed here for Aquinas as well. I'm looking down the list, and yeah, Nalwin's played a couple games over here. He has some numbers on there in this season, the solo queue. In competitive, though, I'm not too sure, and that's where we have not seen this pickup in quite a while. But okay, a Karma pickup. This reminds me of the old-fashioned Xin Karma that we had at the very beginning of the season, to where it could replicate on this Udyr, and it's going to be almost impossible to stop this man in the jungle.
The combos are going to be too strong. The only thing for me is the lack of range. And the fact that, this LeBlanc will be able to dive circles around Aquinas College's composition. So far, at least, we'll see what they can shore up some of those weaknesses with. Renekton locked in, third pick for UIUC.
Renekton blind? Okay, well, like, Nar's still on the table. I'm a little lost for that pick, to be completely honest, on why you would blind pick it. So it is interesting to see that this would be a scenario of just a straight blind during the R3, because I guess you could use this time to ban things out as well. Like, sure, the Camille is gone from Aquinas, but like they banned it out themselves. I could see maybe they're just anticipating the Malphite once again, and that's where they're saying, all right, well, the Renekton is a little bit more confident. Malphite is no longer an option if you're considering going it. But to this point, I don't even think it's that big of a counter against a Malphite. I think you're fine where it is. Sure, you break the shield, but like there's just other things that you could do to win out on this, and just you got to give me a good performance. I guess that's the best way for me to put it. You got to give me a good performance here on September for that Renekton. So apparently I'm hearing from production that it's their pick and ban is kind of broken at the moment. So maybe it isn't a Renekton.
3 games is just a little too much for these players sometimes. You can't hold it together that long. We had disconnects in game 1, disconnect game 2. Now we just have draft catastrophes. We'll make sure. But it was a Xayah pickup instead of the Renekton there, so it makes a little bit more sense.
Okay, so that at least saves a couple of bits of my insanity, because the Renekton pick would have been a very bold take on that. But the Xayah Nami is not as volatile as like a Lucian Nami would be, but it is still in the same breadth of like looking to trade for those quick bursts with the ebb and flow, and then dip out and sort of reassess the situation. And in team fights, it's a lot of being able to play backwards and disengage a lot of the front engagement that your opponent, and in this case Aquinas, would be looking to throw at you. So overall, much better of a pickup, and has some late game capability.
Not the blind third pick Renekton? Come on, what? Like, what world are we
No.
living in? That's not good. Come on. I did my research, Coco. You can't lie to me.
Sure. You did. Though, alright, so to this end, now it's like, alright, so the Xayah is confirmed. We have the LeBlanc Xayah Nami for UIUC, and the Lucian Karma Udyr for the side of Aquinas. Already, I'm favoring Aquinas just because like you got the better ADC so far, and Udyr Karma just sounds like obnoxious to deal with. The other thing too is like if you're just looking at it on the surface, even though Aquinas is most likely going with that Lucian in the bottom lane, we're not sure where the Karma could go. I feel like Karma top is something that a lot of these collegiate teams could play, at least at the upper echelon as well, where it's like, we know our carry is in the bottom side of the map. We're going to make sure we can neutralize top as much as possible. And if their top side is their win con of just chilling in September being their power players, well, Karma's the great neutralizer, so she'll be able to just negate any of the push or dive that they'd be looking to do, and then convert into this second enchanter. And then you could run potentially double enchanter, where it's like you have Karma and maybe you have a Lulu there, and it's like Lulu, Lucian, Karma. There's no way you're going to be able to kill that Lucian in later stages of the game, especially when you're able to draft a little bit of a better front line. So I'll be curious to see how the rest of the draft goes once we get into that. But so far, it is very much an Aquinas game to lose here already in Game 3.
All right, looks like players
Fix?
are finally ready to go again. Hopefully nobody messes anything up this time. We will see game number 3 starting off now. Again, I'm sure the picks and bans will stay the same as far as we got, at least in the first iteration of this.
Well, it should. I hope so. If not, then we have some like competitive integrity that we need to touch on, and that's a real issue.
So we'll see that Zaya locked in as the 3rd pick, and going into the second phase of bans, got to see where both teams' real big focuses are going to be towards.
And let's see. So the Udyr pick up with the Karma could potentially a flex pick, and like looking down Yaz list. He plays Alistar, Nautilus. I don't see. I see like one Karma game, and spoilers, he went 1 kill, 13 deaths. Did not do well. But 22 assists, you know, kind of evens it out. You know, did some performance on there, but. I feel like PGR is also one of those players that is willing to play the more off meta styles, though now into the second ban phase. All right, Syndra off the table, Camille off the table, looking to prioritize some kind of comfort into this mid lane. It looked like from Illini, and then Aquinas might just be fine doing other options. Oh, Malphite ban. Okay, yeah, so that kind of tells that the Renekton is no longer on the table.
I do like these target bans, though, as the Syndra also banned away by UIUC. Been a common ban so far in this series, and Camille also joined the table for Aquinas, as their last ban on the table will dictate where their big focus is. I would expect some more solo lane focus, at least towards this top side, maybe
so.
towards this jungle matchup, and going to take away the comfort of the Illini, as Hecarim is the final ban.
So completely new junglers this time around. Both the previous game 1, game 2's Lee Sin and Hecarim are gone. Which, with the Udyr already on the table, you could say Illini could pick their jungler now, have that counter pick for top lane, and really hold on to that and see what Aquinas will be wanting for the side of PJR. Trundle, good pickup, you know, some good defenses, and it throws a gauntlet down that Aquinas cannot go like a tanky top laner. If they're trying to rinse and repeat with PJR and be like, oh, okay, well, we're gonna go an Ornn this time, or we're gonna try and find like.
You really want the Ornn, don't you? Huh?
I just think Ornn is a better option.
You really want the Ornn, yeah.
It's just a better option, and it's just like the items it gives you to scale is so much better. But anyways, Wukong is probably the best blind choice here. Like great priority, good team fighting, massive tank shred, and at this stage, if you're going AP against the side of Aquinas, you're not in a tough place. But because of the Wukong, it means that Karma will be going to the bottom lane, and a Vex in the mid lane, very much like an Annie, though it, to my end, just way more damage. So already the capability to distort these fights and to spread out UIUC into bite-sized chunks is very much a huge tool for Aquinas. And on the UIUC finishing up with the Jax, I don't want to see this team fight ever. I think that's my opinion of it. I want them to be constantly poking and prodding at side lanes, looking for pressure, playing 1-3-1, threatening side lanes as much as possible, and making it to where you are never taking Aquinas on full force.
It's going to be interesting. I like the spiciness coming out, and Stevenator on that Vex is going to be very, very enticing, especially how much snowball potential there is there, but the shortness of the team fights as well once we get to the objectives. We've seen it's that soul point that really is the barn burner for either of these teams in terms of trying to win the game especially. But let's see how it all works out. Which team will advance to the grand finals first in our night of 2 best-of-3s to decide those grand finalists? We'll be right back with game number 3. Welcome back. We are here for the deciding game between University of Illinois and Urbana-Champaign, the 3rd seed of the Midwest Conference here in the League of Legends JV NACE Starleague Fall 2021 against Aquinas College, the 7th seed. As you can see our beautiful faces yet again. Not what you wanted to see, not what you expected, but we're here anyways.
Yeah, we're here. Apparently, you know, let's try to ride out a pause. It is all for us in Game 3, just making sure the ping is doing alright and that the players are all able to be connected and just fine. But gives us a little bit of time to recap the journey so far, because it has been a little bit of an up and down, right? With Aquinas being the team that has been just taking this series by storm, has been dominating early game in Game 1, had a lot of hiccups in the later half of that, but then heading into Game 2, they just start off with like a free versus blood, getting 4-0 on Sin for Namwen, and then from there they cleaned up their act around those objectives and gave UIUC no room to come back, and that's where this domination has now led us. But with this Game 3 now back on our screens, I'm looking at this top side, and it's a reminder that UIUC, their comp's a little bit harder to execute, and it's much more the fact that they need to make sure that they never pretty much team fight on even footing, and that they're always threatening side lanes so much more than that of Aquinas.
And now we see the non-spice early start, although the one spice, there's like a little chili pepper in there, is the fact that PJR was able to get a ward down, get some vision down, get some communication for Namwen on this Udyr.
I'll be curious on how this Udyr goes too, right? Because we've not seen an Udyr in a while, and it's weird to say that, right? Because it's just like it's been about a year almost, because he was dominant in this early part of the season where he was just no one could kill him. The dominant pickup from the tank items that have now been very much nerfed into the ground. And the ability to maneuver so quickly without a karma assistance made him very, very potent. But starting onto the top side and then heading down to the bottom continues to play into where Aquinas is good at, right? Making sure Yayi and Naya unlock Aya to continue to roam, put Yayi into a stable solo part of the lane to where he can power farm and sort of win the duels against Wendell to continue to power ramp. But that one worrying trend is on that opposite side of the map, is in this top lane. Will September be able to shut down PJR and get this game going?
Getting a little trade back there on a September. Jax, but that matchup is going to be very, very volatile for the two. We'll see if September can keep up the pressure up there. And what Just Chillin' decides to do on this Predator Trundle. As I do really want to see the first skirmishing of these junglers, where their heads are at for this game especially. And what volatility we see at the bot lane as we go in for a 2v2.
There we go.
Yayi gets exhaust used on him, dodges out of the blade collar. Wendell is down. First blood to Yayi.
Get it secure as well. Perfect job to start this game off and get it rolling. Not to mention, that will just give that extra boost of confidence as well here. Oh, top side of the map. See if they can get this Starleague. 3-2 turret shots. Very poor start there, and September might just fall here as well. You got flash.
They
available
might.
for
Nope.
PGR.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yoink.
Very, very tight-knit top lane there between the two, but heavy pressure from September as the wave crashes. PJ are able to pick up a lot of that, though. And now you see just chilling. For a little aggression here, they might go for the tower dive onto PJR. This is a very interesting, unique path for just chilling. And PJR has no idea this is coming, but now does. He has to figure out Pillar on the other side there, but still the counter-strike. Just chilling, needs to get away. Nicely done. PJR gets the outplay.
And being able to trade that 1-for-1 and use both the teleport and just a flash for yourself, you can TP straight back to lane, catch this wave if you need to. He's going to be able to do just that. Grab the Sheen as well. In September, he used that TP to sure get a kill, but also use Longsword, so he's got to stick around a little bit because of how quickly PGR's Wukong is going to be able to crash in. He doesn't want to give him a turret plate over as well after that 1-for-1 trade in the top side. Namwen knew that just Chillin was in the top for a long time, and he had to come down here.
You got Blade Caller from Wendell, but Namwen still doing some work. Flashes over the pillar. Blade Caller there, but the smites are going to save both the jugglers. But how long is that going to be true? Mythic gets the kill, and now it's about to be bloodshed all over the place. Oh, yeah, connects the root, but can't get the damage. Just Chillin gets the kill.
And it makes it a 3-for-3, but a 2-for-1 overall in just that instance. Amazing disengagement there from both from UIUC to get Innumerable out of there, and for themselves to get a couple kills too, for at least for Mythic and just Chillin to top that all off. Sure, it was a bit tough luck that Wendell now is 0-2. Second time he's been in that position, really struggling on this ADC through this series. Even in Samir in game 2, sitting at like 0-5 at the end of the game. To that end, at least he has some capability to come back and swing back in this game. But so far, that extra aggression that Aquinas is looking for doesn't pay off too well, but does get the right gold onto the right players. 2-0 on Yayeet's Lucian right now is not something to scoff at, especially when Dragon's on the board.
Yeah.
You quickly obliterate that Dragon and then reposition for this Herald in the blink of an eye. And I don't think UIUC has a lot of counterplay ability.
Oh, Innumerable! He might
Holy
die here. No, Steven Ayer not going to go for the full combo there. Yeah, right on the back here, Namwen as well. This is looking really dire because Yayeet was able to run away with the game last time around when he's got a little bit of advantage on the Lucian. Do so again.
Find it. They're just Chillins here. Let's see if they can play it safe. Look for this kill. They're looking for it. They found
Just
it.
Chillin gets caught again. Pillar comes out, but it's not going to save you. And Just Chillin eventually dies to Namwen.
Namwen just reading, just chilling like a book here on this sweet deer. Extremely fast clear and is able to challenge this Trundle at every single chance he gets.
Double Cyclone. You get a lot of damage, but the ward jump is going to get him out.
Yeah, you know, that additional damage reduction as well from the Counter-Strike, the fact that it reduces AoE effects by 33%, helps keep you alive a little bit longer too. And there's no Ignite on the side, on this top side of both UIUC and Aquinas. So you can be confident in just jumping out of there and then seeing if you can use the Vampiric Scepter to heal back up. But you're 20 CS down on this top side. Your jungle is struggling immensely. Your bottom lane is also struggling, being down 0-2 and also 10 CS. You just lost Dragon over to Aquinas. You need to get this Rift Herald stat. Like, you need to make sure you do not lose this neutral objective, because that'll make the next 4 or 5 minutes of this game a nightmare to deal with when you lose a single pick. If Just Chillin falls off once more, gets picked off, or if this bottom lane loses Wendell once more, then that Rift Herald comes swinging down and starts getting you gold plates as well. So
It does.
it is some very, very dire straits here for UIUC for the next moment, and they need to look to get some sense of proactivity and control back into this game. It's just very difficult to do so.
Absolutely, and one of the hardest things is trying to wrestle control back from a team that's, you know, surging. The fact that that did happen against Aquinas in the first game is promising for UIUC. The fact that they're able to find those late game turnarounds, the decision making that matters when these objectives are what is important. Now we still have a little while, but Rift Herald on the board. Surprised to see this positioning over here. See if they get any vision around there, but nobody so far really committing to that side of the map.
Push that one open. You play very safe with this vision too. Make sure you can see if you could get PJR down and out. I don't know if this is the play here, just chilling. I think he just started the Rift Herald or was trying to clear out the camp. He did start it up. It was not just trying to play safe for the vision denial. That means that he will have to disengage and draw it out a little bit further, and that will lose him that river priority. And looking at the solo lanes at the moment, Guardus has the upper hand.
He does. Oh, we'll see PJR taking this 1v1, though. September in some trouble. Nice counter-strike available there to turn back the damage. The Conqueror proc, and PJR, he gets flashed off, but immediately flashes out. September takes a tower shot, dies! The outplay is there, and Aquinas are wrecking him.
Yeah, the outplay just seals the fate of this side lane for a good few minutes, and you will no longer be able to try and challenge for anything on this top side anymore for UIUC. The one winning lane, the one win condition that they needed to succeed is now pushed to the wayside. Just chilling could try and take this kill.
Subjugation is there, Pillar is out, and PJR will die.
Oh, at least they're able to get the reply kill with PJR being a bit too greedy for that one. And I believe that was also that shutdown gold too, because it was those additional 2 kills he was able to get. And with the farming differential too, that's that 150 gold that's needed. That was also very close, but no mana on Stevenator means that he does win out on this.
He gets caught out here. The stun does connect, but nice Pillar from just chilling gets him out alive. He's turning back around as they have reinforcements coming. Mythic is here. You see the Stevenator is going back to mid lane as well. Maybe they'll make a play on the Stevenator, but they need to try to contest this Rift Herald. I feel like looks like that's not going to be the play.
No, there's no way. Like after what had just happened in topside with PJR and with how mid lane was completely forfeit after that engagement from Stevenator. Not to mention the roam too. Like I don't see Mythic anywhere near here. He went to mid lane, lost out on trying to get there in time, and yeah, roamed a lot faster on the call. So overall, 2,000 gold lead is on the horizon for Aquinas, and you will be looking at using this Herald within the next 4 minutes. Make sure you use it to get those plates, get that economy online. And oh my goodness, they're all piling on top of this mid lane. They know they can do this. There's no reason to be bottom lane for Wendell. Like it's a Gale Force versus a pickaxe. There's no way that you could try and challenge this. Even with the exhaust in your back pocket, it is so tough to even look to try and win that 1v1. Dragon in 45 seconds, UIUC doesn't have any sort of coin invested in this game so far.
Yayi going for it on Mythic, calling right to the face, and Yayi gets the killing spree. Now Wendell wants to get revenge, wants to help the support feel avenged, but it's not going to come to fruition, and Wendell does not get the kill.
They could have gone for that kill and trying to gotten it and forced that feather recall, but
TP committed by UIUC will pull PJR away from that as Innumerable will show top lane.
That TP coming in from Innumerable is actually kind of big, though with Namwen in this mid lane with Stevenator, you just need to make sure that you have some type of pressure prepared to go for this dragon. Just chilling, it's going to be on that back end. That will be first break, and that is a massive amount of gold. So much.
The fear not going to connect from Stevenator there, though. Won't be able to catch out just chilling just yet. But the dragon started by Aquinas.
And there's no way that you can challenge this as UIUC. Just domination here from Aquinas. Sure, the kills, the 3 kills that were on the board were from that very risky gamble from that bottom lane from Namwen, but might be able to get another kill here on Stevenator. I don't know if that's going to happen from
just chilling, gets the root connected to him, and will just die quickly afterwards. Connects the ulti. The fear doesn't connect though. And we'll see. No, not going to connect on that one either. Stevenator almost dies to Innumerable, and now Innumerable might actually look for the turnaround play. You can pick out Stevenator. That'd be huge.
Yeah, so the fear doesn't connect because the second part doesn't really proc it with that fear application. It was still timing up, and without having the shield from personal space to create that AoE fear, Innumerable was able to get out just fine and call call in some defenses to disengage, but no kill on the backside either. Means that you are in this position of getting choked out in the mid lane. Side lanes, the one place that UIUC needs to win in the mid game. They've already lost their early game win condition of getting September ahead on this Jax. Bottom lane has become forfeit at this point. Innumerable on LeBlanc is he's doing all right. Like I ain't worried about Innumerable, but everything else around him is sort of falling apart. And that's where the issue comes into play. Oh my goodness.
Featherstorm, and that's a death. Flash actually came up from Yayi, so that's kind of huge. Tidal Wave utilized by Mythic. He's going to get jumped on the slow from yeah, it's going to be enough for them to catch it too. Yeah, gets the kill.
Oh, this is...
Where was this Aquinas in game number 1? This is what I'm talking about.
Dude, like that's the big question, right? Of like, where was this? And a lot of it was just based off the fact that it was a couple hiccups on dragon fights. They didn't set them up properly, or at least this draft is almost like 100% like Aquinas is game to lose. Like they won the bot lane priority, they won the top lane or the mid lane counter pick ability, and Namwen has been playing out of his mind in this series, like non-stop. Like very much the rest of Aquinas was not there in game 1, and they've shown up in this game 2.
That again, Yayi 5-0 on the Lucian is ridiculous right now. There's just no way that these side lanes are working out for UIUC. But then the question beckons itself: how do you find your way back into this game? You're slowly sinking 6.5k deficit, and you're getting caught out left and right across the map.
That right? It's
wow.
Like, you're not even able to beat this guy. He just when a good Udyr shows up, man, does it feel great seeing how well they're just able to slap around a lot of like the squishy.
The blast comes out, the damage done. PJR gets the kill.
All right, this turret should fall fairly shortly though too. Have yeah here. Mythic is not enough to try and hold these defenses, I have to say. This is more of just the fact that Aquinas is playing it safe. They saw the turret health, they're saying, okay, let's just call it for now. There's really no reason to try and push the envelope any more than this. And to this point, you have to play Aquinas' game for a good amount of time. Herald's up in 40 seconds. Dragon's up in 1 minute and 40 seconds. And to that end, you're forced to group up as UIUC. The team that does not want to group must. And even though the subjugate might grant you some tankiness, a lot of the tankiness that is coming in from Aquinas is shielding and movement speed. Sure, yeah, take away some of the raw defenses from the Bramble Vest and the Turbo Tank, but here they're just gonna run down September.
September's just dead. Yeah, there's no way. I mean, already half your health bar taken out before the counter strike even comes out. Now you're just baited out and dead. Namwen gets the kill.
Boom. And with 1 minute left, they can sprint right back down to mid lane and contest for this dragon in just a
on the other
moment's
side.
time.
Stevenator flashes early. Nicely
damage.
done. Here's the ulti, doesn't connect.
Oh, but
PGR going in with the Cyclone. Innumerable gets away. Stevenator about to get chunked by the pillar here. Dies to the chop.
Okay.
Meanwhile, PJR picks up his own kill on a Mythic. Eating some sushi tonight. Innumerable gets away. One Dell is left out to dry.
Aw.
Namwen now on a killing spree.
And seeing Wondell in that position, he is, I think he's checked out here. He is 100% knowing what position he's in at this moment. And from here,
oh, the turnaround.
Oh,
no, the root comes out. Oh yeah, gets the kill. And Aquinas is looking to run away with this one. Almost 10,000 gold in the lead at this point.
yeah, and because Aquinas is much more of a team composition that wants to be together and work together, I want to see just that, and to close this game out, cut and clean. Like, get Yayi and Stevenator together, like they did just now, obliterate these side lanes, or just focus down mid lane. Like, you have the capability to just to run through these turrets with the tankiness from Namwen and PGR, kill anyone underneath it, and then leave with the movement speed from Karma. Like, that's it. It's all wrapped up. So
Yeah.
It's just sort of applying that strategy onto it, and that's where it can get a little bit difficult. And this is where it could be Aquinas going on autopilot for this final game 3 because they're just so far ahead. It's like, all right, we don't need to practice anything too serious. So just play your game. And for me, as watching this, preparing, it's like, all right, what Aquinas are we going to be getting into the grand finals? I don't want to see them on autopilot. I want to see them like actively trying to close this game out as fast as possible. Because Rift Herald is a great option to do just that, and then conglomerating into this mid lane and becoming that big battering ram and breaking down the gates of UIUC.
Steven is just going to catch out Lundell here. Oh man, that just feels really bad. And tunnel's getting a little bit darker and darker as the moments go on here, but I'm still hoping that they can pull this around for UIUC. You've had an incredible season so far. Definitely don't want to fall short here in a reverse sweep by Aquinas.
True. Is it really a reverse sweep if they pretty much had game 1 in the bag too, but they just kind of...
Yes!
Kinda messed
I
up.
would say that it is. I would say it is. They still won the game, Coco. Come on. Those team
True.
fights were amazing.
There were some pretty fun team fights. Those are the team fights you want in your clash sessions when you just wall on the other team. But speaking of which, I think mid lane top priority. Red buff is going to be reset, but ooh, this is a kind of an awkward pinch. It's a 4v3, making it a 5v3.
Tidal wave coming in, but the TPs are there. Namwin just buying time away from the fight. Yayi is still there. Culling is available if they want to let loose the trigger here. The Cyclone on the back means that Yayi gets the kill on Just Chillin'. No jungler means that maybe now Innumerable goes in. Namwin is on the back of the fight. Culling comes down to double kill for Yayi. And then September goes in blindly. Triple kill for the ADC of Aquinas.
And bada bing, bada boom, 10 seconds up until the Baron. They will take that with just reward. A phenomenal fight there from Aquinas, and wouldn't have it any other way because of just how dominant they are in the lead at this moment. It's very tough to take down the tankiness of Namwen and a PJR. They had to pretty much use every single tool in their box to try
There
and
it is.
get into
Stevenator.
it. Oh, Stevenator.
The mimic.
He's going to hover around. He knows he can just sit here and wait and see if Innumerable will try and poke his head out. He's just got to call it.
Poke
Just
down
leave.
damage over the wall here. 2,000 health on the Baron will be secured by Aquinas.
That Baron power buff, power play, excuse me, and the Baron buff will be used to once again
I like
try
that,
and
though. The Baron power buff.
the Baron power buff. Who knows? Maybe we'll get a sponsor to buff up our Baron power buffs so they can be power plays. Really get some aggression going on there. But with this power play, you have Rift Herald available, and from what I had just seen, there's no reason for Stevenator to be here outside of egoing on September, which is
a slight
very much
ego.
what he's doing.
Just
Slight
a
ego, like
slight one. Just a,
Yes.
It's a little tiny one.
yes, Vex is a
Yep, he
champion.
got it.
Boom.
Oh,
Vex is, he just
no.
egoed on him. Oh,
And he's
dear.
gonna get the
he's
resets.
Oh, he's
no!
gonna ego on Mythic too.
Mythic
Oh,
is
dear.
not conscious yet.
Oh,
Has been knocked
he didn't
out,
ego?
And now here comes Innumerable, but he has the spear at least back available, and there you go.
Yep.
Stevenator now on a rampage. That's 2 kills back to back, almost the third on the Mythic.
There's no reason for them to be here. They could be mid lane doing the exact same thing, but it is a lot of autopilot catching waves, catching people who are too far from their base, and then forcing fights into your favor. It's just Rift Heralds crashing down on bottom, 2 members mid crashing it down, 3 on top lane. There's nothing that UIUC is going to be able to do. Aquinas is going to just break open all of these defenses and try and rip open these inhibitors by force.
Slowly but surely, they will succeed in the first inhib tower and inhibs going down, at least, and 2 lanes. Mid lane pushing it on its own. They want to collapse down there and try to take this 3rd tower, try to take these 3 inhibs with this Baron buff. Only there for about a minute longer. Still a long enough time to end the game if they want to. Stevenator gets the pillar used onto him by Just Chillin'. Innumerable knows where he needs to focus, and Stevenator's gonna die. Namwen is here, but Innumerable, he needs to get away, will not do so. PJR goes on a killing spree, and now it's flashing over the walls, PJR, and flashing onto Just Chillin' is Namwen. Now, September goes in again by himself. See if he can get out of there, try to peel back for the team, but that's just not it. And Yayi gets the rampage. Yayi is 9-0 on this Lucian, and we're looking at the final pieces to the puzzle for Aquinas College here. They want to get this final inhib. They want to try to destroy the base of UIC. The re-engage is going to do just that. And Aquinas College, from the brink of game number 1, from the deficit that they found, they reverse sweep this best of 3, and they will be our first locked-in grand finalist for the Midwest Conference in the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV split.
Just trying to finish up this semifinal with a little bit of padding of the stats with some kills, making it 29 kills in total, and almost hitting that 20,000 gold difference in their favor for this final third game. Going out with a statement at least, saying that this game was 100% supposed to be a 2-0, that they had messed up on a lot of their engagements in game 1, and that's where a lot of the questions for myself will come into play once we see their competitors of who they will be facing in the Midwest Conference Grand Finals next series, which will be coming up shortly. But we do have an interview before that, which we'll be getting set up in just a little bit of time. So that'll be a lot of fun of dissecting how Aquinas is currently taking their season so far in NACE, how they feel the program is going, and how they're feeling the competition so far.
Yeah, exactly, and especially with the resiliency we saw from them tonight. I got to hear a little bit about what happened after game number 1, what really turned it all around for them, and the fact that the salty run back worked. I mean, we got to start with all of that, because that's insane, this series, the way it went, and the fact that Aquinas were able to get what they wanted pretty much every game. And yes, game 1 didn't go the way they wanted, but in the end it does. And we will be getting the interview set up shortly. It is going to be with PJR, I believe, so that's going to be a very interesting perspective in its own right.
Well, yeah, because like he really only got one true display of skill kind of game today, which was on that Wukong in game 3. He was very much on Malphite duty.
Which was pretty nice.
yeah. Like I feel like the Wukong was amazing. Like I think it is a bummer that he was stuck on that Malphite for game 1 and game 2. Like yes, it is a much more preferred kind of thing. I'd have to say for the side of Aquinas, because it's just like you got a tank in the top side, perfect engage, and it's low risk, high reward when it comes down to pulling off team fights. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But if it's banned, well, then you get to display a little bit of your mechanics when it comes down to like playing the Wukongs and such.
Exactly. Well, we are about ready. So, Coco, we're going to dive right into it. LLS, hero of the game. Every 180 seconds, someone is diagnosed with blood cancer. And 40% of all pediatric cancers are blood cancers as well. Every blood cancer diagnosis turns the lives upside down. And when this happens, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, LLS, is here to help. Since 1949, LLS has invested more than $1.3 billion in research, pioneering many of today's most innovative approaches. They work tirelessly to find cures and ensure patients can access the life-saving treatments that they need. When someone experiences the fear and uncertainty of a cancer diagnosis, LLS provides hope, compassion, education, and support. So just like LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, the LLS hero of the game represents the player who made the biggest impact in the match played. Whether it was a clutch play, a sacrifice, or provided strong leadership when it mattered most, the LLS hero of the game, again, is going to be PJR 00. As we do bring him in here. How you feeling, PJR? It's a rough and tumble series, but you come away with the dubs, and you will be the first grand finalist for the Midwest Conference.
Yeah, thank you, guys. We're super excited. It was a hell of a series, so really excited to be in the finals. I think it's well deserved for our team here.
It is. After the turnaround, you guys were in complete control in game number 1, and then that team fight around the objective, around the first Dragon Soul, Dragon at least, it was really rough. That front to back completely changed the game, and then it was consecutive lost team fights after that. So after that game number 1, what brought you guys back from that?
Yeah, so game number 1, we were not prepared for the Tarek pick. We haven't really played against that in scrims. We didn't really know what to do, and comms got kind of messy, so it took a lot of mental to come back into game 2 and say, hey, we're gonna win this game. And we took away the Tarek. We played to our strengths, our game plan, so I think we came away
a little bit of the salty run back there, no big deal.
The Tarek was a good pick into us, so it definitely had success.
I like it. Well, it's been a while since I've gotten to cover you guys directly, right? Last time I got to see you guys was at Gateway Legends a little while back, but how has the program been this year? How has been the build-up here in NACE? How has NACE been for the program in totality?
Yeah, NACE has been a has been a lot of fun so far. I have to say we had a bit of a rough program start. We actually lost our director and as well as our coach in the same week. So we still don't have a coach, but luckily we got a great director who's doing a fantastic job in leading our team. And the team has really come together to take, kind of a leadership role. I have to say, everyone on our team has put in the work, so it's well deserved.
Yeah. It shows. It shows for sure. And I know it's been a decently long season for you guys so far, and you're coming fresh off the win. But what's next for you guys? How are you guys looking at this next matchup into the finals next week, or at least this weekend? And how is the mindset for the team after this, best of 3, even though you just got out?
Right. Yeah, we're already looking ahead. We're looking at those next games and whatever we can do to win and take home the final. It's this is what we've worked for, so we're planning on taking it home and doing whatever we can.
I love it. I love it. All right, guys, last one little bit for you. Do you have anybody you want to call out, shout out, or talk about here before we let you go, man?
I just have to say thank you. Yeah, I want to get my team in this. These guys have been great, man. It's a fantastic experience. Everyone here is just it's a great culture here at Aquinas, so I love these guys. Couldn't do it without them.
You guys got a special place in my heart after Gateway Legends. It has not disappeared. I'm excited for you guys' continuation and to see who your opponent is going to be in the grand finals. Go take this dub, celebrate it, but get right back to work.
Appreciate it, guys. Have a great night.
That was PJR from the winning team of Aquinas College taking the 2-1 reverse sweep over UIUC in incredible fashion in its own right. Cole, it has been a very fun first best of 3 for us.
Yeah.
But we got another one right around the corner. The continuation of the Midwest Conference bout, and it's going to be the Ohio State University squad taking on Oakland University.
Yeah, it's going to be quite an interesting series at that, because we're going to see who Aquinas is going to be going up against in those finals, as you had mentioned, with the Midwest Conference. But also that this is one of the very closely tied teams. This is the 5th seed versus the 8th seed of Ohio and Oakland, respectively. And it is still a tightly knit race. Do not underestimate this Oakland University team. They are a powerhouse when it comes down to dominating those team fights.
We've already seen one underdog take down the competitor here, the 7th seed taking down the 3rd seed. We'll see what happens in our second best of 3 of the night. We're going to step away, take a little break, and we'll be right back with more League of Legends action. Welcome back, everyone. We are here with the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV Tournament. We're still rocking the Midwest Conference here. We're in the other semifinals to decide who will face Aquinas College in the finals for this conference. Ohio State University, the 5th seed, taking on Oakland University, the 8th seed. I'm Mazel, joined by Coca the Dragon.
Yeah, and like I said, this Oakland team, you cannot check out. Like, you can't disrespect them. I'm checking them out right now, as a matter of fact, and it's very much in their bottom lane of Triple AJ and of I think it's Purple Ace. I think it's something where I kind of got messed up a little bit because I was like, the Purple Ace? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, but it's like, no, there's capitalizations in there. The Purple Ace as it is. But there's someone that they've been a team that's been striving fairly well. I'm curious into the reason, like, if it's a lot more of just people disrespecting them and picking some, allowing them to go through a lot of their comfort picks. But I think this is where it's make or break it for this Oakland team. If they're able to take out Ohio State University here and now and make it a dominant 2-0, then it is something where Oakland is a force to be reckoned with, and they're one of the representatives of like that underdog story, kind of like what Aquinas is able to do, but in a sense of just like a bunch of guys having a good time. Sure, they're plat or diamond or so on, but their synergy makes it to almost their diamond and master tier, and that's what is really what's carrying this Oakland team, and sort of why you sort of root for them in your own heart.
Yeah, I will say there's a little bit of a difference, right, in the first series then to this series. A little bit of difference in at least paper skill.
Yes.
But the fact of the matter is, collegiate, that doesn't matter. It matters about communication, matters about execution on the day.
Yep.
You saw Aquinas College in series number 1. They looked good, and then they faltered, but it's all about coming back together, getting that resurgence going for yourself in the collegiate sphere, and that's exactly what we're looking for Oakland University. We do have our draft already kicking off. We are burning through this one right now, Coco, as Ohio State University on the blue side ban away the Yumi and the Lulu, enchanters galore, as Oakland University ban away the Nunu and the Hecarim.
Yep, Viego being taken away as well. I'd also be looking for a possible Yone or Thresh ban. There is the Yone taken away. Not really too scared of the Galio there from Shun Maxter, just because, well, Galio, though very potent in his hands, isn't something that is too intimidating just yet. And there's a couple counters and sort of the way that you can put a play around it. So, Oakland University going to be all right with having that left on the board. So now it's that whole priority of, right, of how well are you going to be able to create this place where Triple AJ can sort of enable the power carries of Oakland University and create that synergy and that communication line that is so notorious in sort of like these lower paperweight teams.
So I'm just really excited because I'm wondering what we're going to get for Oakland University in terms of jungle pick here. The Graves, very flexible. It's John, does play in the top lane, has a very successful win rate on it. The Ziggs locked in still provides a little bit of that flexibility, but that's more than likely going to the bot side. So this jungle pickup for Oakland University is going to be huge. But Ohio State know what they want to go for. They had it drawn out on the whiteboard. All the pieces are available. Go ahead and grab them up as Xin-Zhao, Yasuo, and Gragas are all locked together.
Yeah, and this is insane because, you know, it's like, all right, it's not a Yasuo-Gragas combo of like the mid-jungle synergy where they can just constantly camp mid and force this Yasuo to always do that. The Xin-Zhao's there. The Xin-Zhao is up here. He is going to be going into that jungle, and that means that this Gragas is going to be going either top or support. And Yasuo technically could also be going somewhere else in this game. I feel like at this level, Ohio State might be trying something a little bit spicy. Might be doing something a little bit experimental.
What I'm wondering
just
is
a hunch. Just a hunch.
Yeah. I'm wondering if we do see the Galio locked in. I mean, Shun Maxter.
I'm just doing
has a lot of games on the Galio and a very good win rate for the amount of games he has done. And I wonder if that ties in the rest of the synergy for Ohio State. Meanwhile, that Malphite, very, very huge, but also telling for the composition, more so that the Graves could be going to the jungle position. So now we look at the bans in second phase. The Thresh for Oakland University, the Cho'Gath for Ohio State University.
Well, like the Ziggs, just off of like what I'm seeing from Oakland is like that Ziggs is 100% going to be going bot lane. That Graves is considering either mid lane or jungle at this moment. Malphite is going to be going top side, and to this point, it's good components, but they don't give me an argument just yet. It's like, okay, cool, yeah, Graves, strong laner. All right, cool, Ziggs, good scaling laner, safe laner as well. Malphite, all right, yeah, you're scaling too, cool, that's great and all, but how is your team going to interact with each other? How are you going to be able to tie this whole team together? And Ohio State's already got all that stuff.
They went the second phase. They took the Cho and the Mundo. Interesting bands with the picks that we already have. As one of the top picks for Oakland University, the Kazakhs gets let through and picked up immediately. Xayah is the answer the Lovers duo of Rakan.
Yeah, so this is Gragas top, Yasuo mid, and then Xin Zhao jungle with the Xayah Rakan Lovers duo in the bottom lane. Oh man, that is a good composition. You've got multiple situations to create knock-up zones with Xin Zhao, Gragas, and Rakan all respectively. You have a secondary carry that can invest very well into the late game in that Xayah, and you've got some raw damage coming in as well from the Gragas.
You're looking for a counter to a wombo combo. Looking for a counter to a wombo combo. This is what you get.
Well, now the question is, how effective is a Ziggs Zyra lane? Because that is
post got to be unreal.
Because this is got to be Graves mid, Kazakhs jungle, Malphite top with Zyra Ziggs in the bottom lane. I'm just waiting for the producer to just chime in our ear and tell us that it's something else, but it's not something that either Purple Ace or Triple A or Triple AJ has been playing.
Man.
It's the dark tech. Oh yeah, I see a couple games on Triple AJ.
The basis is though, like, you get that big wombo combo, you know that Ohio State University is gonna have to be centered around a specific point in the team fight. It's gonna majorly go around the Xayah and the Yasuo. They've got to be stuck there. The Zyra setup around the objectives is going to be key. And especially if you can get that multi-man knockup with the plants empowered, doing all the extra damage. I see the composition. I see the light in the tunnel for Oakland University. And I'm loving that they are coming out with this kind of composition in a game one of a best of three to decide the grand finalists.
Oh, for sure. And like, the only question for me is still the effectiveness of that Ziggs and Zyra and the lockdown, because like if you are able to get someone with the Tangling Thorns, then yeah, you get the bomb on them, you get the extra burst with the plants. The plants are going to do a massive amount of work, though it is a squishy bottom lane. Like you're going to get torn apart if you get hit by that Rakan, and if you do, like, what happens when they get onto you? You have a Xin Zhao that can hit you with Wind Becomes Lightning, jump in from quite a long distance, and the Rakan can follow up from just as far as well. You're playing on a knife's edge on the side of Oakland, and I'm not sure if this is the composition that could do it, but maybe the communication and the comfortability that Oakland has is just enough to tip the argument into their favor.
Indeed, it might be. We'll see. Game number one kicking off soon. We're going to send it to a little break, and we'll be right back. My, we find ourselves on Summoner's Rift yet again. A best of 3 kicking off between University of Illinois. No, that's the first one. Ohio State University and Oakland University.
Lol,
The
what?
5th seed going against the 8th seed. The Midwest Conference showdown here to decide who's going to be facing Aquinas College in the grand finals. Who steps away from this best of 3 Coco? And it's a fun one to kick us off with these compositions.
Yeah. And
Oh,
just
we're coming
sort
back to
of,
me.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Don't worry, ping issue. Just blame servers. Don't worry.
At
about
this point, it seems pretty standard. We just, there's some,
it. There's a hiccup.
in
Something does the hic. And
Collegiate
the up,
League of Legends. This just happens all the time.
Yeah.
Probably some technical difficulties, but we'll get through them shortly.
True. Do you remember the days when it was legit like every single game? If it wasn't like LCS, like every single game during a semi-pro, they would pause just to make sure ping was okay. Like they just straight up just like we're pausing when we get in game. We wait 15 seconds to make sure ping's stable, and just boom, there you go. It's like my goodness. Anyways, thank goodness those days are gone, right?
Yeah, we're in the future.
Future.
So it's the future of League of Legends. But it is just going to be a standard start for both sides. I was wondering if we might get a little finickiness. I do myself like the early aggression from a Kha'Zix, especially, when Zek takes Predator, of all things, which has risen in so much popularity. And also, I'm sorry, but you thought it was League of Conqueror? It's League of Arcane Comet here in Oakland University's court.
Minions have spawned.
I'm sorry, I'm kind of also flabbergasted.
Wait,
that it's
hold
a
on.
Predator or Rakan
What?
too.
I love this. This is the first game of a best of 3. This is exactly what I love to see. The spice.
Goodness.
You don't get it too much, and then you look at the details and you realize
It's just all over the place.
it's all full of spice.
It's just Arcane Comets and Predator boots. That's all we have.
That's it. It's just and electrocute Graves in the top lane as well. I like that.
Yeah, movement speed is the game to play apparently, but also like keeping in mind this is a support. Zyra and Ziggs would be the one that is going to be doing the farming. I think that's just the best option no matter what. Zyra is just
I think
basically
for
just
sure.
ridiculous. Though this is also nerfed Kha'Zix, if I recall correctly. This is a Kha'Zix that
Predator.
Yeah, well, that's besides the point. The Predator pretty much just guarantees the fact that it is just going to be going into a place where it's like, I'm going super fast, and then I get immediate damage once I get to you, kind of thing, which is great. This is also like this is also nerfed Xayah too, so her Q does not do as much damage, and it's not like it's not the like Eclipse lethality Xayah either. That was like hotfixed really quickly. For Kha'Zix though, it's a lot of just his initial like isolated damage on his Q, so he's not gonna be able to kill you as quickly. So maybe that's where the Predator comes into play. I'll be curious on how well that works.
I do worry though, looking back at this bot lane a little bit and shifting my focus there, the fact that the Predator is on the Rakan, there's not that extra tankiness there any longer. And the poke is going to be real from the double Arcane Comet of the Ziggs and the Zyra. So I'm a little bit worried about the health bars for the side of OSU, but we'll see how that progresses. That they have kept constant pressure down there so far.
sure. And this is the whole discussion, right? Of like how effective will this squishy Zig Zyra bottom lane be? Because you can't just step up against blue
Level 2
and
roam
Flute,
timers.
'cause,
It's
like,
been all day.
yeah, they're gonna just jump on you, and this is just how it is with OSU. They're gonna find this roam, and there's no way for the Zig Zyra to
And he's
reply.
taking the fight to, I killed you right here. You have to flash. Does get away. Meanwhile, there's a 1v1 going on in the river here, and BioGamer makes it out and takes the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, you know, that's a win there, and making sure that you also have Flute hovering this river as well to make sure that you can try and challenge for that hero, for that Scuttle, excuse me. But Triple and Purple Ace will be pushing up, thankfully, to secure that. So it is going to be a Scuttle across the board for both of these players in the jungle for Wuzek and Bio, respectively. The only other thing for me is how these lanes will start to interact with one another once these junglers get to full form, right? Because the Kazakhs, I feel, would rather just want to power farm to 6 and see if you could get some kind of tempo and pressure alleviated in this bottom lane, just to start working on these dragons and saying like, look, we could go for the heralds if we want to, but it's going to be very tough for us to have a lot of prio in the early stages. Once we get to a close checkpoint for our mythics, then maybe we can consider the second herald. But getting those dragons off the board so that the scaling is always in your favor against OSU's team, which is much more volatile.
Well, and I think both these teams are very comfortable waiting for the team fights, waiting for the big, 5-on-5s around objectives and things along those lines, which excites me to an extent. It's not exactly what we saw in series number 1 of the night, but it's fun nonetheless. In the early game, a little bit of volatility can throw things off balance a little bit more, but I don't think either team's going to be overstepping too much here.
Oh, for sure. So, it's curious to see where also BioGamer. Hold on. I just want to see if you're staying
in the
on.
mid lane, bouncing away, but now the re-engage gets there. He just baited his mid laner, and that's first blood
Tragic.
for Shootmaster.
Wait, what do you expect, man?
That is straight tragedy for Oakland University.
I was waiting for the Zin Zhao to see if he was going to recall or not, and just wait it out and say, all right, well, if you stay and they jump out on you, he's outright dead. And thank goodness he stayed for that one. OSU finding a wonderful catch, being able to get that first blood onto Shootmaster, who is going to be he is the epicenter of their team, right? Like, their team is built around him succeeding and getting the kills and funneling the gold onto him. So far, having that first blood is going to be huge onto them. Sure, the Thorn Mail for I Killed is going to do some kind of effort, but at this point, it's going to be tough to create a good argument to challenge this mid lane in a while.
And for Zek, just trying to not have that happen again as the Kazakhs and really just find an end to this game. Might be onto Mukub and top side. It's John realizing he needs to get the slow onto him. Predator is popped and damage done. Ooh, the flash comes out, but the double flash, and there you go, collateral damage. Return kill for OU.
Very nicely done, and a good catch at that. This will help open up the map a little bit more for them into a sense of saying, all right, okay, get this Graves online to where maybe he can challenge this, challenge the side lane pressure, and use this Graves and Kazakh's kill force to look into the jungle inwards and outwards, right? Make sure that you can slow BioGamer down, and then create the safety bubble in those individual quadrants where once you get out of this this laning phase, because I have to say, I'd be much more keen for a Ziggs and Zyra to be in the mid lane and having a lot of avenues to disengage from fights than anything else. But speaking of that, forced to use a flash as well. That's just a taste of what they have to be dealing with when it comes to getting jumped on in these fights. And a flash trade is pretty good for Oakland.
Yeah, it's a nice little flash there, but will be returned on, I'm sure, for OSU. As Dragon has spawned, been about 2.5 minutes. No real focus around that, and this might be just one of those series where we get more focus on the fighting, on the laning, on those later parts of the game like we've been setting up this whole time. Mukub shows up mid lane, not really going to accomplish much.
Sure. Seeing this dragon will be on the menu for either Wizek or for Bio. A lot of that priority already for blue and Floatin. I see they're already they're making that rotation to this mid lane. They want to make sure Shoemaxer has this priority and is comfortable on this Yasuo. Could be another bait there. Bio Gamer could jump onto it. And Last Breath is available.
That extra tankiness though was there. Last Breath utilized, but the team turns around as the TP from It's John is there. They still really can't turn this around just yet, and now a lot being put into them. So you have to back away. TP utilized, and top lane is going to crash.
It's not going to be pushing for any plates, but just to see if you can get some additional damage onto It's John and maybe even a kill. The early damage of a Gragas is very potent at that, even with just the Lost Chapter on himself, which will be building into that Everfrost and sort of being that additional piece to just keep people in place when it comes down to these fights, or when it comes down to creating these picks on the side lanes and in the jungles force around. But speaking of that, in the side lane,
Mukub's got to know what's coming this time around. And it's going to slowly, the cast comes out, separating them, and Zek needs to be very, very careful. Wind becomes lightning, collateral damage, not enough as the healing potion takes Biogamer in a 1v2, but he is in the advanced position. It's John trying to get some pop shots in here. Biogamer pressing guard out. Can he turn it around? He dies. Mukub gets the kill on the backside, but Wizek can't get the slow in time, can't follow up the damage, and it's just a 1-for-1 trade in the top side.
Yeah, that belly slam saves Mukub's life there to make sure that it is a 1-for-1 trade in total between these two teams. And that is the dominance that Oakland University is having with their players. It doesn't feel like an effective composition that they're working with right now in the laning phase, but they're making it work. They're pulling Ohio into these uncomfortable zones, into these danger zones, where Wizek on this Predator Kha'Zix can just sprint behind them and catch those flanks and focus onto prioritizing these individual targets where the Kha'Zix really can do that damage and force yourself onto those vulnerable positions. But also, whenever you hit those recall buttons here from Ohio, Oakland is there to push these lanes right on back, win that priority against them. So you're always you're always questioning yourself, or asking yourself double the times. Are we okay to try and look for anything outside of the lanes? Do we need to look for something else here? Do we need to pressure more? Do we need extra vision? Because every single step that they take, it's just Oakland pushing right back, just passively at this point.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the objective focus from either of these teams. Not even Rift Herald's big focus. They are completely locked into this. But now, vision coming down from Wizek. Goes for the dragon. As he actually popped Predator, so they know he's around here. Maybe know that they're going for the dragon. At this point, no ward over the wall there. Biogamer's going to make it known anyways. And here just in time, Unstoppable Force is there for I Killed You Right. He hits it, but the dragon already goes to Wizek, and now it's a 2v3, but on the bot side, it's traded back. Purple is going to get the kills, but now it's actually OSU turning it around with the combo of the Xin Zhao, the Yasuo, and the Rakan. It's John has made his way down here as well after a long, long walk. Wizek not really able to take the team fight there because they're not separated.
No. Forcing themselves right out. Be able to at least tie this up in a sense of trade value, but with those turret plates starting to accrue and with that additional kill as well, they'll be able to jump a little bit in the lead economically, but not enough yet to really feel anything influential at this point. Though pings are already coming out to this
That's a lot of money for Mukub.
Everyone. True. Though for me, I'm not worrying about it too much if I'm Oaken. It's like, okay, it's a Gragas. Sure, he's potent now, but with the way that he's building, he will always be that consideration in the back of your mind. But it's more of Shoemaxer, right? The 100 CS to the 85, the 2 kills. And also, I think he was able to grab a plate too. So he also has that plate on himself too. And with this priority with this Rift Herald, which was immediately pressured from Ohio State, you know where that's going to go. It's going into either this top lane to just immediately break this open and create a long lane that Oakland has to play out of in that very detached solo lane, or it's looking to put a lot of that gold into this mid lane, and it looks like it is going to be the form position. They're going to choose to get as much turret plate as possible on the Mukub, and if you're able to get Mythic off of this, I know Everfrost is a pretty cheap Mythic item.
Ooh, last breath, Shun! The burn! Oh, the heal. No, it's not enough. Wizek dies. That's a heck of an outplay, and now a triple, or at least 3 kills on BioGamer on a killing spree. They got the top tower. Now they have a Rift Tail charge potentially on the tier 2 up here, unless it's John wants to push in there, and it will be done so. There is the play and the call from OSU.
Oh, for sure. And so much gold going over the way of OSU in just a blink of an eye. That outplay, as you had mentioned, doing a phenomenal job with that wind wall to block a lot of the upfront damage that I Killed has in that Malphite kit right now. Didn't even use the Unstoppable Force, if I recall correctly, so didn't even really get to do anything out there. It was just Wizek sort of dying to his own 1v1 and just not having that additional assistance. But as that is now passed, you can see that a couple of the mythic items are now being completed, that Everfrost is done, Gore Drinker is done, and that Eclipse and the Under's Torment are all finished up here. This could be very deadly here on this bottom side of the map now with the amount of harassment that they can take. Man, it is just bomb after bomb, and you just saw how much damage they took from those Tangling Thorns. Or from the Grasping Thorns as it is. Very careful about counting heads. They don't see everyone missing, they just got that information now, and they are in trouble.
They are. Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
The burn. The burn. Purple Ace gets it from the Leandries. Now Shun is also caught. Wizek doesn't get it because of the wind wall there. And now Triple might die himself under tower. Nice root there. Turns it around. BioGamer dies too. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb. The Blade Collar is just enough, but Blue dies to the tower. It's John, still alive, trying to get to I Killed You right here. He's got the Unstoppable Force. There you go, the turnaround, and OU! They've done it. They've turned it completely on its head. Wizek goes for Shun. Can he get it? I Killed You right there. It's full health. He's taking up the tower. There you go. Shutdown goes to Wizek, and OU are on a roll.
And what a wonderful series of events there. It looked dire for just a moment, but they just turn it right on their head with that teleport from It's John. And into this end. Sure, no kill onto them. The gold still not in anyone's favor. They actually tied it up there with that turnaround of those fights in Oakland's favor. But now I'm looking at this dragon in a minute. I'm looking at this cash-ins, and you're saying, okay, cool, sure, you're only 200 gold behind, but you're 1,100 gold behind in the mid lane. Shun Maxter on this Yasuo is such a massive threat. Sure, he did die there in that bottom side fight, but it was just barely, and he really dealt a massive amount of damage. And if you put a 5v5 fight situation in Ohio State's court for this next dragon, which it is going to be a cloud dragon, that is, so which I think Ohio would really enjoy, because that means more engagements, more casks, more last breaths, and overall just more aggression across the board. We'll see if they can try and grab a couple kills too, if I had to say so myself for them.
Looks like the focus for OU so far is towards topside, get this outer tower for themselves. And while a lot of bodies for OSU in front of that dragon pit, just starting it up, gonna go ahead and take it, even the score up. Wizek catches out Muka by himself, and that's where Kha'Zix does the most damage. But the cast comes out now, and that's enough to get him out of there.
Thankfully for himself, yeah, hiding beneath the safety of his turret, and Wizek and his John aren't confident just yet to do a full-on dive without some additional items. Speaking of that, Eclipse finally purchased there for Wizek, so that's a good amount of damage that's now just pumped into this Kha'Zix for the next fight. But I'm looking at this mid lane now. This is where I said it's not that worrying for Oakland being in this bottom lane with that zigzag. Now it's worrying for them to be in this mid lane, because they can push down the shortest lane possible. They'll have so much prio to open up and allow Wizek to just dip his head into these jungles, get that river control almost instantaneously when it comes down to challenging for those neutral objectives. And in these side lanes, it's just really Shun Maxter that you're worried about. Like, It's John can clear the wave effectively. He's fine. He's in the long lane, and I feel like Malphite I Killed is going to be okay, just like sitting there slowly getting chipped at, but just spending enough time to prepare for Wizek to come in on his Kha'Zix and clean up a fight.
The biggest thing though is how Wizek gets along later on into the fights, how he finds an in, because you have to be very, very quick on your decision making as the Kazakh when you're getting into 5v5 situations. You cannot go into the 5-on-5. You have to pick apart the team, and that's going to be very, very crucial. As now, very crucial is that Unstoppable Force is not available here for OU.
Collapsing in here. Doesn't have a Rift Herald to help break open the defenses of this one. Nor do they have any vision control in the Rift Herald pit to try and set up any defenses, which Rift Herald is the next thing on the board, spawning in about 15-10 seconds. Oh, that catch though!
Meanwhile,
Why is he... That was just disrespectful, I'd have to say. That was a little bit of a greedy recall, not knowing that there was a ward in there and that people would come and try and pressure you. There's 2 assassins on their team. There's no reason you should be trying to do those greedy recalls, but man, Oakland just jumps on the gun when they find it.
yeah, that's a good decision and good decision making. That's what's going to be key in this best of 3 to claim the win. As another objective falls, this time in OU's favor, as OSU there just in time to watch it go down. Still, my catch out was actually jumps out just in time.
And we'll see if they'll be able to pressure anything a little bit more with that Rift Herald too. Because I'm looking at that mid lane, looking pretty good. And I feel like you could group up and take 2 turrets there with the siege composition that Oakland has. Honestly, I feel like that might just be what they want to do. Like, you have Unstoppable Force. It's John's okay with side laning, and you only need 4 people there. It's just a question of how confident are they doing a 4v4 fight. Because if you're looking at the bottom 4, Xin, Zhao, Yasuo, Rakan, Xayah, that's still a lot of damage. That is just enough setup for them to possibly get a wombo combo on you. But you make a good argument, Mizel, when you're talking about Xayah, like anti-wombo combo, because they're all getting congested into one spot.
Here we go, though. They're fully committing, and Unstoppable Force comes out yet again, used defensively for the 2nd time in a row, hoping that in a minute and 25 seconds it'll be back for the next engagement.
Hopefully. But I feel like this is where you pressure. This is pressure now for Ohio. You know that the Unstoppable Force is gone. Look for another pick. Oh, that's what they're doing.
There you go. Yep, Wazek is dead. Crucial piece for OU to find anything towards these objectives. And now they've got the setup they want. They just get priority in mid and bot.
And that denies a lot of that momentum play that Oakland was looking for to get this mid lane open. And then try and pressure for those at that additional mid lane priority to prepare for this dragon in 40 seconds. Now that being all pushed to the wayside, it means Ohio State in the driver's seat and ready to really find some attacks, especially with the ultimates that they have. Like Explosive Cast is gonna be up a little bit later than the dragon. I'm trying to watch it tick down. Actually, I think it's gonna be up almost on time with this dragon too, on how quickly it's slowing down. Thank goodness for that cloud dragon. Am I right? For Ohio and for Oakland, they kind of need to sort of poke and prod their way back into the river and find another sense of control. Thankfully, Unstoppable Force is up. They just need to look for that congested fight, congested play to put everyone into that chokehold and that kill zone for a Ziggs and Xayah to just rend people apart.
Wazek already utilized the Predator there. Everybody has their tools available. It's who presses those buttons first, who gets in position first. And this is exactly what we've set up for this entire first game. It's the 5-on-5s, it's the team fights, and now Rift Herald used in mid lane. See if it's going to be able to be any sort of distraction. As Wazek is the one that's showing there, maybe not who you want to send to mid lane, but we'll see if OSU punish that at all. But it looks like they're a little bit dicey. They need to respond to this Rift Herald. They don't want to lose mid lane. They also will lose the dragon to that commitment. Like Blue's the one they send, but it's John is on the flank. He gets so much damage there, and already Fluo's dead. BioGamer running away here, but mid lane is the focus. Wazek has to get away. Blade Caller was available there for Blue as well, but the dragon is the prize, and OU walk away with it.
Sorry there, Lennon, it seems that I was just a little bit muted there. I was trying to break down that it's just like one ultimate to break down this entire fight, as it was just an immaculate catch there from Wizek. Almost coughed up my drink there. He was able to just obliterate that engagement from OSU.
This is a really good catch out. That flank from It's John was very nicely carried out, and now they get one of those juicy Ocean Soul dragons, as they were 2 away from that wonderful soul, which honestly both these teams going to be very heavily vying for. Mid lane still focused for OSU here.
Pressure a little bit more. I don't think Baron's going to be an option for either of these teams in the near future for sure. It's like OSU could take it fairly quickly, but you're playing into the kill zone of Oakland, and Oakland is a rather slow Baron for the current time. And then that's just sort of almost the same reflection, is you're giving too much time for Ohio State to get set up and so on. So from there, it's like, okay, well, what do you need to prioritize then for these teams to gain the confidence to try and close this game out? Wizek and It's John are that top priority, right? That they run around, they try and find those picks, and those two will be able to blow up anybody on the side of Ohio State. Where Ohio on the other side of the coin is saying, well, we need to get this wombo combo going. Like, we need to get an engagement with Rakan and either Xin Zhao with Shunmaxer's Yasuo, get this online, get him to hit this backline of Purple Ace and Triple AJ to where they could break open this game and destroy those damage dealers. But it's 4 damage dealers they need to take care of and get all conglomerated into that kill zone. And it's very difficult to do that when 2 of them are very mobile and the other 2 are just built to try and disengage.
Thought Fluo might go in there, but we've seen the lack of tankiness on the side of OSU really be their downfall. I wonder if that's going to continue to be so. Wizek, Pop Predator, goes into a trap, and there you go. The trigger's pulled, and Wizek is dead.
Damn. Wow. That was so quick that he blew up so fast. That's the Gragas Yasuo combo, man. Insane that they're able to catch those down, but it's just one piece of the puzzle, though. Just a single piece to try and blow that up, get that target, and then say, all right, you're down. Let's look for that additional kill to try and look for that follow-up on this play. And yes,
this is bold.
The smite's down, and I agree with you on this. It's a bold play because you still had that Ziggs, Graves, and Zyra to still worry about.
So much poke, and you still have Stranglethorns available. There they go. The Wombo combo is on OU's side. Mega Inferno Bomb there, but the re-engage on the back.
Oh,
do they have enough front-to-back damage? Shun is still alive, and you've got to take him out or you're going to lose every fight. Purple Ace, the only one alive. Wizek is trying to get over here, but the health bars have been diminished enough that OSU cannot do Baron.
And with that fight going over, it is 12 for 12 kills. Gold is dead even. Wizek is on the hunt. He's looking for this.
He's got it. Blue is caught. Blue, one auto attack. Flash comes out. Now he's looking for more. Everfrost gonna slow him down. He pops camouflage to go back in. Shun is right there to make him pay.
That Everfrost just clipped him. Just clipped him. If he was just a pixel or so to the just down a little bit more, he would.
Apparently I've lost my co-caster, unfortunately, which is weird because we live in the same house. But we'll see how that works out. Dragon coming up in about a minute, and it is a soul point dragon for OU. A little bit dicey so far, but they're going to be able to come together with a ton of their firepower. Actually, everybody is going to have their ultimates available, and that's back to that 5v5 that we've wanted to see continuously here. And I believe we're back, Cole. Set us up for this fight.
Yeah, my Firefox just crashed, so I just went.
Womp
I just
womp.
went, you know, that's how it is. You know, this is. I should just go back to Chrome, man. Honestly, nonetheless, back into this.
Zek is caught. Zek gets last breath used on him. This is a key for Shun, but he can't get it. They're turning back around, but now the Wombo is back in town for OU. Blue on the side. Blue gets triple, and now on the side, Zek can't get to the fight. Is OSU still going to fall? Their health bars are so thin, but Blue is still alive, and he gets the Blade Collar, but it's not enough to stun him. 3 kills. Blue, a quadra. Give him the penta. Bring it on. Purple Ace gets the kills. Is it going to be a reverse as a double kill for Purple Ace? Shun gets low. Fluo wants to go back in. This might not be a commitment that you want to make. Purple Ace getting lower and lower. Predator is not available just yet, but it's close. Fluo just trying to keep the pressure on. Dragon in tow for the side of OSU. Here it comes, Purple Ace. Is he going to get baited into it? Is he going to die? Here is Fluo. He's just the support. He backs away immediately.
Oh my goodness, he's just playing with fire here, but it's just a waste of time.
Purple
Here
Ace
comes
is just
Streammaster.
taking it up.
Streammaster's
Yeah,
on
he's
the way,
trying to
though.
get on the
It's
side,
over.
and now quickness,
All right.
quickness is popped. The connection is there. Last breath is available again because, you know, cooldowns and whatnot.
Yeah. Well, I feel like that was the final. I think that was the final straw that might break the back of Oakland here with how that fight went. Though it's tough to call. Sure, the gold lead is still very much minimal at this point, and that fight was almost due to the fact that Wizek could not get into the backline because of the division of like just terrain in general from in the jungle. So this is where if the map opens up a little bit more for the next fight, if you're sitting in this river, which is currently the Baron being sneaked at this moment, so got to play a little bit quieter on the side of Ohio. But to this stage, it's just it's a quick question of, are you going to be able to get into this fight, get into the backlines for Oakland, and be able to turn this fight around?
3,000
But
health. The Baron, is it stolen? No, it is not. Mukub gets it. Wizek dies, and that is a complete momentum swing. 3,000 gold in the lead with Baron buff is OSU.
All right, this is now the power play that we're looking for, and this might just be enough to break this game wide open to maybe a point of just absolute victory. I don't think this is the
wave
game
clear
ending,
though.
not the game
I
ending
don't know.
fight just yet, not the game ending power play just yet, but it might be able to bring them into the turtle defenses, get an inhibitor, and then look to push out. But yeah, it is tough against the Zyra and the Ziggs. Man, that's a daunting task to try and clear those waves.
Outer tower falls in the mid lane. It's John is now shown up in the mid as well, but tier 2 tower is under siege. Quickness pop by Fluo. The charm connects it. I killed it.
Oof.
I killed you right here. Gets away. Gosh, that name. Unstoppable Force is down now, though, so they don't have a huge engagement tool, and the siege is continuing. But the thing is here, OSU don't have any of their side lanes in tow, so they got to make a play, and here it is. Stranglethorn utilized. Beautiful counter engage. Purple dies, but now they can turn around on a Mukub who's all by his lonesome, and that's a double kill for It's John. Shoemaker has to get out. Blue uses the Feather Storm. Gets Wizek on the back of it, too.
Jeez, what ridiculous! If he doesn't have the movement speed from his camouflage, he's just not able to get it.
This is the chaos. This is the chaos that I wanted. I was wondering that
You
first
wanted
game,
this?
that first. I mean, this is what we've gotten every single week. It's just it's literally like a football game over here. Just pass it along. But the fact that we got such a calm and clear series number 1, this is what I want.
Oh my goodness! The fact that you wanted this.
My
I
color
understand.
caster does not want anything to do with that.
I understand the comparison. Very much just they're throwing the ball back and forth, giving each other the very visible tells of like offense and defense. But at this point, I don't even know if that's.
Where's
that's
your
a valid
analysis
comparison
now,
anymore.
Coco? Huh? Give me the big brain. Where's
where
the
is it?
wrinkles at? Huh?
It's 4,000 gold in the lead for Ohio State, and they have a team composition that is just built to wombo combo you into submission, and they're somehow doing it. And not to mention, Blue on the Xayah has gotten to a point where you're just hyperscaled, and you're going to be doing absolutely fine with just trying to peel away the short range carries and short range assassins that are on Oakland University. The only thing is that if they get to you before you're able to hit that R button and disengage, or the Flu is able to get them away from you, this game could be still pretty much anyone's to win or lose because of how closely knit those fights and how these fights have just been back and forth.
Has been incredibly back and forth. The Baron buff still there for OSU for a couple seconds. They're trying to get this tier 2 tower, but they might get collapsed on here by OU. Fluo on the side. Biogamer goes in. Last breath utilized, as well as the cask, and already shut down as It's John. Can they turn around? This target selection is huge from OSU, but they're taking some serious AoE damage. It doesn't matter. The split decision from OU dooms them in these types of situations. Mukub almost dies to Wizek. Will end up dying? No. Oh, Wizek wants it. He's just going for the full committal. He gets the one. He's out. He's going back in. Camouflage pop. Fluo dies too. Double kill for Wizek. Blue is the only one. Tier 2 tower dies in the bottom side. and OU will make it out with at least a couple return kills, but they lose their base.
Yeah, the Schoonmaster is almost unkillable at this point with the Death Dance and the Shield Bow. There's no way that Purple Ace can approach him without some kind of front line, and he does not have any at this moment. The only person there is Wizek, and he's out farming the chickens at this moment, so... This Dragon, good is gone. OSU will be able to get their third, and yeah, their sole point for Roshan. I don't know if this game is going to last long enough for Dragon Soul to be fully planned. I think it's going to be Baron in 2 minutes. Baron's going to get challenged. Started up by OSU, and then Oakland's going to try and make a Hail Mary play. But I think if Ohio starts it up without finding a pick onto Wizek or Purple Ace or Triple AJ first, then they're in for a disaster for sure. I think that they need to find that pick first to really be comfortable to try and take that next power play movement in their way. On the other side, though, Oakland, it's not an option at the moment just because of how deadly this Schoonmaster and OSU Blue combo is in Zaya and Yasuo. It is at that point where Zaya will tear you to pieces from afar, and if you're not dead within the Wombo combo, there's enough tools in their kit to finish you off fairly quickly and be able to catch you as well with a very immobile team outside of Wizek's Kazakhs, that is.
The biggest thing is taking the brunt of OSU's engage because you know what they're trying to do and finding a way to turn that around, especially with the counter engage of the Stranglethorns, and to get the damage down. So far, it's been close, but the execution is just a little bit off.
Vision game is in OSU's favor, being able to deny a lot away from Oakland, deny that information, deny those points of confidence where Wizek could use as an avenue for a flank to get onto this backline without you knowing. It's also 3 GAs on the side of OSU too. So Wizek at this point, whichever target he chooses, he's going to have to kill them twice over. And that is already a daunting task as it is.
Luo, get the Predator. I just love it because when you see Predators out, they're not always used. You just pop them to have fun, run around real fast for a little bit. It's great. It's a great time. Just always got to be on the roll. And talking about on the roll, OSU are already halfway to killing the Baron. It's gone. There's no way. Wizek has to jump in there and sacrifice his life. It's going to be close. He used the jump. The last breath. Oh. The Baron is gone, and now the team fight. There's Stranglethorns on the back, though. They're separated, and this is what you want against OSU. But it's Shun, and he's too strong. He's got the healing. OSU Blue comes back in, and they are getting everybody. Shun dies, but is GA'd. They get the backside kill, though, and one is returned for almost none. And all that's left is I killed you right here.
And there he will stay back in the base, and this is it. That will be game one. An absolute slaughterhouse of a game between both Oakland and Ohio State University to start this second series off of this Midwest Conference for the semifinals. And already, wow, both these teams.
They are looking mighty strong, I have to say, and it came down to a composition. They were just insta-locking. Yeah. I mean, the confidence that came out in that pick and ban number 1 for OSU was evident. The gameplay wasn't that evident first off in the series. It was looking a little dicey, but as soon as they could turn and burn in those 5-man fights, they were getting the pickouts. They were getting exactly what they came for. So it was an incredible game number 1 from OSU, but you saw the fighting spirit of Oakland University. We'll have to see if they can turn that around as we're going to send it to a little break, get ready for game number 2, and find out if we're going all the way. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV Tournament. We're still in the Midwest. We're still in the semifinals, and we're in the bout between Ohio State University and Oakland University. I'm Mazel, joined by Coco the Dragon. And Coco, my man, we have a very interesting sponsor here, and I'm very excited to talk a little bit more about it. But Gummy Shot, one of our sponsors here, provides the healthier energy. Not a fan of traditional energy shots, drinks, coffee, caffeine pills? Well, now you can have the caffeine and great flavor. Gummy Shot gummies are made with natural caffeine from green coffee bean extract. Those are some words right there. Real fruit and high in antioxidants from vitamin D. These gluten-free gummies are free from gelatin, soy, and artificial dyes. See, you got the good stuff here. Now, I gotta say, they are plant-based, so they're made with plant-based energy with labels that you can read and understand. These are made with green coffee beans, real fruits, and high in antioxidants from that vitamin D we were talking about. Plus, you get 3 cool flavors: sweet and juicy elderberry, tropical, and Valencia orange. So trying out some different combinations. Where can you buy Gummy Shot, you ask? Well, I'll tell you. Gummy Shot products are exclusively sold on GummyShot.com and Amazon.com. So go get you some healthy energy. But Coco, we got to hope that Oakland University got some of those gummy shots, got some healthy energy into them, because they are on the brink of losing this semifinals to Ohio State University.
Yeah, but it is one ride to get there for sure. Was quite a game one to top us off at the beginning of this second Midwest semifinals for this conference, and this is exactly what I think should scare some teams when we introduce like Oakland University, because it is a team that it comes in, it doesn't bring a lot of strength when you look at it on paper, but they are able to find the strengths and weaknesses of every single player and then try and amplify them to at least like tenfold to try and get the best out of it. Like, we looked at how well Wizek and Triple AJ were able to do. It's John as well on that Graves did phenomenally on that grade. Like, it's just like against the Gragas, it's like, what are you supposed to do? You have a Kha'Zix and a Graves that just one-shot you, and you don't have any of that innate tankiness. Because like a lot of like Gragas tankiness when you're going AP is like, all right, well, I have to drink my keg first so I get that damage resistance. But like when they just pop up on you and then blow you up from invisibility, you don't get that preparation time. But that being said, even though the lane and a lot of the early domination was very much like Oakland's game to just sort of control and like create a chaotic aspect, once it came down to the more formulated, cut and dry late game strategies of setting up objectives, prepping vision control and so on, that's where they fell a little bit flat. I liked what Purple Ace and AJ were doing, like with the Ziggs and Zyra. I think they both had a really good game plan, but it didn't give them either the neutral objective security nor the engagement tools to create their own plays. A lot of it was waiting on Ohio State to do something first, and then Oakland reacting. And that isn't a game that you can create a win for yourself. It's just people walking in you making those mistakes, and it's very difficult to close games like that effectively.
Yeah, exactly. And you've got to find it's a change up in mentality, it's a change up in direction, strategy, all those things. And it's a big turnaround to do just game to game, especially in a best of 3 where there's no more trying, there's no more, attempting things here. You're on the brink of elimination. You definitely don't want to do that. So Ohio State University is going to be on the blue side. Oh, nope. We are changing it up, really. Oakland University are on the blue side this time around, and Ohio State University will be on the red. Nunu, Yasuo banned away by Oakland. Yumi, the ban by OSU.
All right, so it is OSU on the red side, as you had mentioned. Makes more sense, right? Because you're like, why would Oakland ban Yumi? That makes no sense. You got like Purple Ace, she's great on the Yumi. I don't think we should be looking for that. Like Yumi Seraphine combo, dude, don't want to try that out. But with the Young being gone as well, Xin Zhao as well, I don't see any changes here so far from either Ohio and Oakland. I think it's something where I think Oakland learned their lesson of like, all right, we got some great comfort picks, but we need to make a more well-rounded composition. And that's more on them, right? To create that instead of banning anything away. Well, something that was banned in game 1 though was that Viego. I believe it was banned 3rd or 4th. I'm gonna just double check for us. It was banned. Brain fart. Yeah, it was banned. Third. So a little interesting that it's gonna be able to get through this time.
And now we get the Lovers duo locked in for the second time in a row for OSU. Looked mighty fine last game around. Really brought up the core later on. Even though I was a little questionable about the Predator on the Recon, still provided a lot of really good engages for the squad. So not too shabby to be able to pick it up in a second straight game for themselves. But the response from Oakland is just the Ziggs yet again.
Though I feel like I want a little bit of a better argument than the Zig Zyra. It did okay against the Zyra Con. It kept them at bay, but once it came down to creating some kind of engagements and like creating some zone control, it got to a point where it's like we had no lockdown to follow up through any of that. And I think this might just be the right kit. It's instead of relying on AoE damage to help create that zone, because a lot of Zyra's damage does fall flat through the late game because she just doesn't get the items to give her that extra push. Seraphine, on the other hand, does really scale very, very well into the late game, and I think this is going to be a very interesting change-up in Oakland's comp, giving some more utility and support to that carry of Wizek and of its John into this Seraphine.
There's still some crucial pieces to be decided for Oakland University, how they get themselves back into this best of 3. We're into the second phase of bans as the Graves and the Galio, the first couple bans across.
Ooh. Another additional follow-up. All right, so if we're looking at additional bans, I want to see take away another. I'm looking at maybe top lanes here. Actually, mid lane might be a good one to ban out. Like the Yasuo's gone, Yon's gone. Though Shootmaster was really the big issue for a lot of that because they built a composition around him, right? And if you're looking at the rest of his champion pool, it's like, all right, well, you could go maybe like Lucian or Tristana mid, but he hasn't really played anything else like too ridiculous when it comes to just like the hyper scaling that some of those champions put onto him. So like the top 3 being taken away, and honestly make it top 4 if you're including the Galio because of that one trick capability. It's going to be a lot of fun. But you take out 4, but you didn't take out all 5. Diana is that final 5th option that they're like, all right, everything else is taken away from us, but it still gives us that wombo combo capability, and we get a very nice initial carry to follow us up with engagement. It gives them a lot to counter with when it comes down to topside that Oakland is now stuck with having to blind.
You're hoping you can get something for yourself. The set for Oakland is the choice here as they get the double lock in. We'll see what their 5th pick is to round out their composition, but pretty stable, I feel like, so far for themselves, and especially when you're looking at those team fights that were oh so crucial in game number 1.
Yep. No, it's just there for priority, it looks like, for mid lane, right? And guaranteeing that you could just make sure that you can always look out to roam and assist this Viego when you need to, because it's definitely not going to be the Seraphine mid lane, because man, if you put that Seraphine against the Diana and a Hecarim, you're just going to get blown up. You're just immobile, you're very squishy, they jump right on top of you, and they don't even need to be thinking about that top side of the map at all, or even like the squishy turrets, or the turrets that will be there, because you're just so squishy, you'll just get shredded apart, and then they'll be able to disengage. Final lock-in, though, is that Tahm Kench, and that's just straight up to win some lane priority against this Gangplank. Interesting reply as it is, because it's like, all right, you've got this splendid 4v4 composition, and then you have a Tahm Kench to just be that absolute nuisance, sort of like an Alistar in a way, to just like deal a massive amount of damage and be unkillable at this point, but also gives Set a very juicy target to throw into the backline.
Very, very interesting. I was going to say questionable, but not questionable, because you never know with these kinds of situations. But not the composition I was expecting from Ohio State University.
Sure.
And especially with you've got this entire setup, right? With the Gangplank and the set coming in as the final 2 picks. That's a lot of damage that's going to be pumping out of Oakland University's side. And it's a question of how you can kind of find those big combos now yourself for OSU.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how well that Tahm Kench will be able to neutralize that Gangplank on the top side with its John. I'm looking at this same combination of seeing if you could focus on this mid lane a little bit more, gain some priority, and then see if the set can roam out of that lane and to like enable this Viego. This is very much a Wizek focused composition. Get this Viego online, use the tools in your solo lanes and your bottom lane to amplify this carry Viego, and then follow through him from there. Where on the opposite side, it's just almost a rinse and repeat, just different pieces of the puzzle. The only real different piece is that Diana. So same kind of effect. Go in, deal a lot of damage, and burst it down, and be that one threat that diverts the attention from the Xayah, which will really be doing a lot of that damage when it comes down to the late game.
Well, I'll have to find out how it all goes down. We're going to send to a little break, but on the other side, we have game 2 between Ohio State University and Oakland University. You're not going to want to miss it. Here we go. Game number 2 between Ohio State University and Oakland University kicks off now. Who will join Aquinas College in the grand finals of the Midwest Division? We will find out shortly if OSU are able to find an advantage in this one. But OU want to make that oh-so-sweet reverse sweep happen. They want to continue the reverse sweep stories here today.
I don't know about one, Chief. I think if we're looking for the reverse sweep, that's like
Is that
alright,
a
we had it
real
in the bag
negative
early
right
game, which
now,
is
all
right,
right?
So it's like have it in the bag, cool. Oh, we messed up a couple fights. All right, let's show them how it's really done, and then really just absolutely body the second game. Problem is we haven't gotten a first blood yet, so we need to get a first blood here onto Wizek fairly soon. And that's the best way to do it, right? Because that is their power play. That is the person that they need to get online, get that carry, and then from there, the rest of the team can pretty much just support this Viego and hit the resets. It's a great team to start the resets and get everything going, and then follow it through. It's just you gotta get the ball rolling, get this snowball rolling on this Viego. And Ohio State has a composition that not only is built to engage upon you, but also like has tools to make sure that those resets don't happen. Like Featherstorm disengage, Recon charm, knock up, fear, and Tom Kench ultimate. Like they're gonna make sure that this Viego does not see the light of day or is able to put anything down when it comes down to trying to get those kills up on the board for Oakland.
And we do have opposite side starts for both these junglers, so different, a little bit different in the way that they want to approach this as well. And a lot of focus probably towards It's John, who did very well in the Craves last game, was really one of the crucial pieces that kept OU in the game. Was unable to find the full combinations there as well unlocked. So this time on the GP, might be looking to unlock a little bit more of that action.
We'll have to see if that is the case. So there we go. Exactly what we wanted out of I Killed You is pressuring, getting some vision onto BioGamer to give Wizek that confidence, that extra information of, all right, you guys are on opposite sides of the map. He started top, you started bottom. As that issue collides, that means that you're gonna get double scuttle. Like you're not gonna get double scuttle. You're gonna pretty much like agree with a gentleman's agreement and take one scuttle per person. But where do you go to gank? Where do you go to gain that additional pressure here for this Viego or try and get that additional power farm? Unfortunately, he is also behind in a sense of farming the camps because he did not clear his Krugs. So it's just sort of a cost of like, all right, well, he's stuck into this place of very, very open desertiness when it comes to lack of jungle camps. And if he doesn't hit a reset button quickly after this after the scuttle is taken, it might just be flipped on his head. BioGamer might actually be able to show up and take those Krugs fairly quickly with the priority that Shootmaxter and Blue and Fluo are able to grab for himself.
See, yet again, another early roam timer here towards mid lane. Been a theme of the day. Killed You right here. Goes for the engage. Might get engaged back on. Grand entrance not going to land.
Alright. That's pretty good. To be able to, again, secure with that level 2. It happens every time with Ohio, right? And I think this might be something that's punishing for themselves when it comes down to like later in.
They don't have the angle though because Fluo wasn't there.
I don't know if this is the play though. Unless it's
devastating charge checked here. Purple Ace. Can she get out? And will it be enough? Sap the charge does mean she will. Nicely done. Early gank from BioGamer, not going to do it.
Very, very nice. Able to at least disengage. No summoners used either for the bottom side of Triple AJ and Purple Ace to survive and play a little safer. And, you know, you're able to keep that bottom Krug camp alive as well for Wizek to come and grab as well. When it comes down to these level 6s, though, when it comes down to, like, all right, who's got some good priority here? Man, I am looking at this bottom lane like a hawk for for Oakland, because if you get that Seraphine ultimate, you land that right onto even just one of the members of Blue or Fluo. That's a lot of damage going into the pockets of Wizek and Purple Ace. They can really end this game outright.
BioGamer
gets the first
found
gank of the
another
game.
gank. Second gank. Will also find a flash on top side.
Okay.
And that'll be nicely done. But Wizak is in mid now as Fluo has roamed here as well. Shun is just not having a good time against this set in the mid lane. Not doing too shabby on the farm department, but keeping pressured in is OU in this mid lane, the top lane, and pretty much across the board.
Yeah. And man, it is like the fact that the Fluo is matching this roam here from I Killed You. Seeing if he can counteract any sneakiness that this mid lane set is going to try and do. See if he can push away. Alright. It's thwarted, and they spawn him out. So good information is told there. But it does give a little bit of time for information to be laid out in the bottom lane. But they don't know that Wizek is up here. You can at least assume that he is, just based off jungle camp resets. And you're like, alright, BioGamer started topside, he's heading going bot, which means vice versa for Wizek, so be very careful around this top side of the map. It's going to be super difficult to try and gank it. Tom Kench, at least dive him too. That's going to be very, very difficult with that composition. So it's going to be much more focused around if they can get the gangplank and set into this jungle and catch this Hecarim, but it's not the case. Triple AJ and Purple Ace though.
Predator bombs. Here goes. Grand entrance dodged out of by Triple. The Ignite is already there. One auto attack could have done it, but it's not enough. Triple heals out. Purple Ace does not go down. Flash burned as well.
Very, very close call there. But as you had said, a lot of summoners being forced means that this dragon is looking very appetizing for Ohio State. They're going to go ahead and start it up right here, right now. Purple Ace sure has teleport. She can come back to the lane fairly quickly. I think that might just be the case. I can see Triple AJ hanging around there. Yep, they're going to be playing it a little bit closer so they don't fall behind on these waves too much, but they're already at this point where they're 20 CS down, they're getting oppressed into their turret. It is already a daunting task to try and swing back this early game, and this is something that without that speed, they don't have the capability to make those plays.
Flash comes out to get away from the stun of Wizek. Maybe Mukub might still get aggressive on Wizek. Sneaks away as well.
Out. I think the lack of the clear speed of this Kha'Zix and being changed onto the Viego, which the Viego has in an innately slower early game, is really biting Oakland in the butt. Very much so, because they don't have that additional priority and they don't have the tempo from that Kha'Zix to get onto these lanes quicker, especially in the top lane. Like you can see getting punished. Like sure, gangplank is something that you'd rather ignore and just like just use to scale up safely, but even in like the mid lane and bottom lane, you just don't have that additional man to be there and get surprised. But here we go, TP. This is going to be a dive on these two members.
It's a big dive as well. A lot of members down here. Onslaught of Shadows comes out at the end. The trade back, the resets, the Heartbreaker. Wizek might get a double here. And now we'll be able to reset onto the Xayah. Blade Caller available there as well, making a triple. Is he just going to get a quadra? The strength of the Viego is showing up right now. And Shun is undertowered here. Is maybe taken down. One auto attack. The burn from the red buff, not enough to take him down. The health potion saves the day.
Very, very close. Very close for himself to try and get out. But at least they're able to make that an efficient trade, but it's in Oakland's favor. 3 kills onto the Viego. Wonderful work for Oakland to get that all onto the single carry that they need. I'm curious to see if they're going to make a change here in the build path of Viego as well, because I've been seeing through slowly coming up through the ranks of solo queue and such that the shield bow Viego is coming back into favor, especially in these kind of compositions where it's like you are the AD carry, and you need to be doing that much damage. And the only issue for me is that it requires a lot more guarantee setup and security for that to work effectively. He's in this composition, he's much more frontline and needing to sustain himself through the resets and the crowd control that will be applied throughout the scraps. So Divine Sunder most likely in the books for Wizek, but in the near future for both these teams is this Rift Herald. It's 9.5 minutes in. Biogunner's clearing out the vision in the river, making sure that there's no information, and once he hits that green light in himself, saying, all right, cool. I have Fluo here. I have Shun. We can look for this easy. We got top prio from Mookub. No real reason that Oakland should be trying to challenge us here, but you never know. Like, with this reset at least, it tells you that this will be given away for free by the side of Oakland.
Picks up for OSU now train entrance in the bottom lane, but you already had the encore utilized. Blade Caller! Purple Ace just dies outright. Mookub didn't even need the TP, but did so anyways.
Very well done. Very, like, just to get that disengaged. But it does, like, you don't need to even lose any prio on top side, because, like, alright, I have Herald, you know, boom, Biogame is up here to catch the wave, and it's John's not going to be able to punish, so you're going to call that one a success story, if anything. Maybe even get a turret plate there on that mid lane. I'm not too sure if they're able to get that, but seeing some movements here. Sure, Viego's down here. Wizek could try and look for something.
Blue steps up.
He's getting curious.
He has Featherstorm available. They can turn this around, but here's the Mega Inferno Bomb. Has to utilize its triple flashes out, and now Wizek is just going to clean house. 5-0 on the Viego. This is looking grim for OSU.
And it is actually the shield bow build strat, the more lethality focused, like burst focused.
I killed you right here on the side. Moonfall doesn't connect. Things are just tragic right now for OSU. They can't get anything for themselves. The ulti is utilized by Mookub just to catch out I killed you right here. He eventually falls, almost gets the face breaker trade around, but does not.
But at least evens up the score a little bit and is able to slow this mid lane down just for a moment. That's a lot of turret plates going over to the bottom side of the map, and a 500 gold bounty on Wizek already. What a wonder. Being able to catch every single kill. Might be able to even find this one. You can't jump over the wall at least, but he is playing a dangerous game here with that squishy build style.
I mean, he's ridiculously strong right now. Blue is already about half health just from that couple auto attacks.
Yeah, true. We'll disengage off that one, but to this end, you've got to keep in mind of the dragon, right? Like, that is spawning just now. Ocean is not going to be the soul, it's just the next dragon that's on the board. And using any summoners, using any TPs at this moment will be crucial to making this objective happen. You see the resets came in from OSU, walking into this mid lane, giving over a lot of priority to this top lane over to it's John. So he's actually able to get a couple plates, grab those for himself, catch a wave, push that back. He has TP in the back pocket. There's no TP to answer him. So overall, like, Oakland had the tools to try and challenge this dragon, but it looks like they're going to try and fight into it instead. But
Triple has a really good angle for an encore here, but nobody there to really back him up. Dragon number 2 goes to OSU. Beyond their roll to, now maybe Shun getting caught out. No, I killed you right here, not going to pull the trigger on this. Now they are still going to pull the trigger. Encore on the 2 members, and they've caught them out. Mega Inferno Bomb there. Moonfall in the back line, but it's not enough to do anything at this point. Blade Caller still there. Featherstorm used. Can he get up into the core here? Heartbreaker over the wall. The root lands, but Wizek is still going on a rampage here. Heartbreaker not available as it was used. Blade Caller almost gets the return kill for Blue, but nicely done to get out of that for OSU. As Rift Herald in mid lane will get a ton of gold for Biogamer on the Hacker Rim.
yeah, and that's at least some gold that you need to catch up against this 6-0 Viego. Just to get a sense of itemization back in your pocket. Also, with the turret plates that have been happening, 15 seconds until these turret plates fall. Mookub is seeing if he can get that final one. He will, and on the other side of the map, Blue very, very close to death, but is able to escape with his life and get out from the sights of Triple AJ and Purple Ace. Though at this point, turret plates fallen, early mid game is pretty much very alive and well. Looking at how the itemizations are going around, you got that Trinity Force and Shield Bow on the top side for Oakland, and you're looking to finally clean out on those mythics and finish those up here on the bottom half of the team. But on the other side of the board at Ohio, you've got the Gale Force, and that's it. You went Anathema's changed for Mookub's just to be more of that innate tanky player, and it's more of that neutral player of saying, all right, I'm not going to push passively with the Sunfire or like a Brimstone at all. So being that just that raw tankiness, Tom Kench does slow the mythic build down. But at this point, that's totally fine at this stage. Just keeping the gangplank at bay, coming in when the time is needed, and being able to try and
Blue
focus
is
on
dead
everything else.
here.
But Wizek, I don't know if
No
he's
way.
dead.
Oh, that was really nice Gale Force away.
I think
Now they can
Wizek's
turn around.
dead.
This could be a shutdown for Blue. Is this going to go
Oh.
over? It goes to Shun, which is just fine. That's 900 gold in the pocket of the Diana.
Oh, geez, that is a huge mistake and a massive ego play there by Wizek to try and find that kill. Yes, there were no tools available, but it was just the Gale Force to dash away from the stun and be able to get away with his life. Very well done by Blue, and this is that drawback of this build of Shield Bow. You just do not have the tankiness to survive more extended fights, and if you mess up, if you miss your stun, you don't land that, you don't get to stick your damage, and you're pretty much as good as dead if anyone comes in to try and reply to you. And we just saw just that. So very high risk, but very high reward.
A little bit of a double-edged sword in that fashion, but another 2 minutes for
Yeah.
a Cloud Dragon Soul point, at least for OSU, if they want to continue to go for that objective focus. But the team fights, I feel like, are starting to get a little dicey, as the combos are getting really strong, and especially those resets for Wizek. They can catch out Wizek, that's a completely different story. But so far,
Yeah.
If Wizek doesn't learn from that lesson he just got, the harsh punishment from OSU, we'll see what happens.
Biogamer not able to do anything because of just the current lane states, and that Mukub is coming back to the top lane. And this is one of those heralds that's like, alright, turret plates are gone. We've already gotten the gold that we want, and the composition that OSU has doesn't really need the map to be that open. They know they can play around the neutral objectives a little bit more when it comes down to the soul point, and that's really what they're playing for, is for the soul point in a minute. And if they can get a catch onto its jaw, then that's a great find.
He's got the Abyssal Dive. They're going in now, but Mukub doesn't have any backup because the back is being completed by Biogame.
From there, straight to the dragon. Look at the vision control already here for OSU too. They've got a lot of it lit up fairly well to make sure that they can look at where Wizek is. Sure, it's not prepared to the best of ability, and you can sort of walk around that with the camouflage that the Rumination will provide to Wizek. If he's able to get caught off guard, if Biogamer or Fluo find this Viego and they have the damage to stick, it is lights out. And a lot of the tempo that Oakland has in this Viego will be gone immediately, but they're looking at mid lane, trying to win that priority over. That's a pretty big ultimate that's down there now with the quickenings.
And the fact that Encore is now used.
Oh, that's also
is
gone.
another big intro to the fight. It's John still up here, not TP available, but Cannon Barrage. He's gonna have TP very soon. This is the time where OSU need to pull a fight, but they haven't done so just yet. Rift Herald used in the mid lane. Gonna keep the pressure up there. They're pushing tier 2 towers now at the top. Dragon will go over. Soul point for OSU, but they gotta defend. They have to get back. They have to find a way to get back in front of their towers, as they're just gonna lose their base. They might go for the play here. Biogamer on the side. Triple does no longer have it. Onslaught of the Shadows there. Triple over the wall, as now it's the AoE damage that you got to worry about. And the turnaround for OU. The resets are starting to come through. Wizek is there. Can he get another on a move come here? That's another death going down. OSU are getting wiped as 5 members strong in the mid lane, and the Abyssal Voyage, or dive rather, from Wizek over the wall. Another tower falls. They almost got the tier 2 in the top 2, but they're looking for an in-hit tower at this point.
They might just, they're going to get this one absolutely fine. They have the siege capability. Oh, Wizek almost be able to get blue, but playing very dangerous. Does have to use the exhaust, but he is very far forward in this defense of Ohio State. I have to call this one a day, but the fact that he was prioritizing kills over the objective means that this inhibitor will stay alive. And that's some security that Ohio can at least cope with for now.
Indeed, resets will come out aplenty for OU. As they back with a 4,000 gold lead and a lot of team fight control over this opposing squad in OSU. And the OSU from game number 1 is a distant memory at this point, it feels like.
True. It's so weird that it's like reminiscent of our last series, just barely. It's not as dominant as as the last one either. Like, sure, it's just a little bit more sloppy, and it's not something that it's just like you're focusing single-heartedly on making sure that this Viego just is impossible to kill. Like 7-1, yes. Like he is the team. If Viego is not there, Oakland does not exist for the majority of this game. Like yes, you have some spatial control with Purple Ace's Ziggs and with Triple A's Seraphine. That gives you some space to work with. Same with his John's gangplank. You have a lot of zone control. But if Viego is not there, the damage is lacking, and you do not get the resets to finish the fights. You can start fights for sure without him, but he needs to be in there like through the mid and late ends of those skirmishes to really give that dominating performance that we were wanting out of Oakland. We're not out of the woods yet either. There's still only just 3,000 gold up, and within that differential, the majority of it is in this Viego. So if he falls, it is very much anyone's game.
Can be. It's all about that teamfight execution. Yes, the Dragon Soul won't mean that much, but an Elder Soul, or an Elder, definitely does. And that's where OSU are kind of hedging their bets at this point, stacking up these Dragons so quickly. They've got to be able to take the team fights, and they have to find Wazek before they kick off.
True. It's sort of like a love-hate kind of relationship I have with these kind of compositions, because it's a lot easier to execute. We even saw it just last game where Shoemaster was the Yasuo, and it's like the Yasuo is the success point, and if all else fails, then the team pretty much crumbles, right? Because like the team is devoted to him. Thankfully, they had Blue, who did an immaculate job on Xayah. That also really gave a good argument onto how powerful this ADC is. The difference with the Oakland one and this one is that it's do or die by Viego, but if he falls, it's John on this gangplank that you're going to be looking at to really like not only create that zone control, but just to start ripping people apart when it comes down to dropping those barrels and keeping people in the kill zone for Purple Ace so she can do some work. But a minute until this dragon, I'm looking for. Oh, this actually is a pretty good catch.
Catch out. Yeah, the Feather Storm is not enough to get you out of there. The resets are now starting to come through. Moonfall is there, but it's not enough. And that's OSU, again, just getting reset on over and over again. And again, game one, distant memory. OU are coming with the vengeance in game number 2. And it is all doom and gloom. The game is pretty much over at this point, and OU have taken full control.
At this point, it's very much on the precipice, right? Like I'm at this situation where a lot of those like that catch right there was just Ohio State just not respecting the vision control that OU had just set up and preparing for a dragon quite early without multiple members. So to this end, boom, get the Baron. If BioGamer steals this though, we might have another story on our hands.
Try. Baron about 3,000 health here. As Shun is there, no Moonfall available, can follow it up. They're hovering over 2,000 health. Can he get in there and execute it? The Baron not going to get low enough. Smite it away for BioGamer. He's just too good. He dies for it, but they get out with a ton of Baron buffs, 4 of them to be exact.
And we're back to square one here, Mazel. Back to the 3,000 gold lead. And this is also the first dragon that Oakland is going to take, so they have a lot of work to do to catch up to the objective scaling that Ohio State has been able to accrue. Very well done there from BioGamer to get that steal and draw this game out a little bit further, because when it comes down to the next fight, they might have enough tools in their kit to isolate this Viego and enforce a situation to where they can get Blue to be this dominant Xayah carry. But you need to get to that third item, I think, like whether it is Guardian Angel, whether it is Phantom Dancer, or even a Lord Dominic's when it comes to just like questioning which item you want to go for. I'm definitely thinking the GA is probably the best option here, because it's like it just
yeah, I would say so.
Just Wizek is like gonna dogpile on top of you. You deny the reset, and it's like, oh okay, he's trying to kill me. Well, the rest of the team could just priority this guy and take him out. The only issue for that is like, because it is very much a center focus kind of comp, like it just plays into Seraphine, right? And you kind of have to also have some additional tools in your kit to deal with so many different follow-ups that Oakland University is able to throw at you.
And at this point, right, it's been differing stories for both these teams in this series so far. And Quiet is still waiting there for their opponent, waiting to figure out who is gonna be their next take on, at least. But it's been topsy-turvy, and the fact that Bear just got stolen, but OSU can't really do much with it, is just a stabilization of the game for them, and it's still a difficult position to be in.
It is really difficult to try and challenge that. I'm kind of fascinated on how they are going to approach it, just to keep a close eye on that, because other thing to keep in note is when Schoonmaxter's Diana will be coming into play. So here's a little fun piece of trivia, Mr. Rizal. So
what you got?
it isn't really too much trivia, but usually when you get to these stations or these places in the game, and I feel like you've been here before, and so like you. Oh, I might have to hold on to my tongue here. He's getting obliterated. But a lot of teammates are actually trying to follow up and get that. But this is where when you get to these kind of stalemates where the other team has better objective control than you, but you have better team fight, these games draw out to about 45 minutes because no one knows what they should be doing, and they're never confident on what they want to do either. So you'll see these games just go on for a long time just because of the fact that, well, they just don't have either resources or lack the knowledge of what they want to, not the knowledge per se, that's not the right word. They lack the confidence to apply the knowledge of what they want to do, right? And to that end, you get that stalemate, and it comes down to the people who have the tenacity or the experience of being in these situations before of what they need to do. And I think Ohio State is the one that might have that knowledge, because we just saw it just a few moments ago. They focus on that side lane. They just get kills to get their confidence back up to where it's like, all right, now we've got some items. Now we can look for some more aggressive plays and try and challenge this team fighting composition at their own game.
Exactly that. And with another minute and a half till this next big team fight coming up, Muka?
Okay, you know what? Maybe I just cast Kirsten saying that they've got a good confidence
That's
here going on.
yikes, as that's right before the big fight. You need that in your inventory. Now Mukov not having that's definitely at a disadvantage. They're pushing top lane with its John TP available there. Mukov not able to respond in the side lane. This is a very dicey situation for OSU. They could just lose their base because of this.
They could. They very much could.
They're going to have to back off of this, as it's actually going to be towards
danger here. Danger zone.
Yeah. They solo out the dragon, though. They, OU not really caring too much. If so far, at least, it looks like they're going back into it. I was going to say, maybe they just don't care too much about the Cloud Soul here. Sure. I would be a little worried, though. Those cooldowns would be mighty fine to have up a little bit sooner. And Wazak still positioning around this mid lane as they need to push it in. They need to get priority. Now Mukub responds and ready to TP into the back line if he needs to. Look at the TP wards.
Yeah, a great point out there as well. The TP wards that they have available, and I'm looking at the sweeper cooldown times right now. No one has sweeper available for Oakland at this moment in time to try and
Zaya just got 3 items as well and bought a stopwatch on the back, so not too bad.
But it's Infinity Edge, it's not that Guardian Angel, but at least you have that stopwatch that she's been sitting on, right? That you had pointed out. Yeah. So huge point on there. Though they lose the river fortification that they had been building up for because they had needed that recall from
the flank here. The flank from Wazek.
Can they find the engagement?
Willow's going in. Look at the back line, though. Is it going to be too late for Wazek to get in the fight? You've got to watch the reset. Shun is going to go down first. The resets are going to come alive here soon, but rather later. Now 2 deaths already, and Mega Inferno Bomb comes across to even these score lines here, and OU are able to take the fight here. It's John is just untouched. Mukub is trying to get him. OSU Blue gets gobbled up, and there you go. OU
oh my goodness,
are finally turning it around here eventually. Slowly but surely, the ace comes through, and there you go, Coco.
That was way too close for comfort, to be completely honest with you, for the side.
Welcome back for the final game of the evening. My goodness, I can't believe we made it here in such short time, Coco. Match 2, the second series of the evening, rather. Ohio State University taking on Oakland University, with Oakland University trying to pull off a reverse sweep here. It's an intense one. It's a fun one. Ohio State on the blue side this time. Oakland University back on the red. This is where Ohio State looked so good, but they're getting some key pieces taken away from them. Yumi banned on the blue side, but Yasuo, the response by Oakland.
Yeah, and this is where I am looking for that Viego ban from Ohio State here fairly shortly, and I'm trying to remember. It was beat the crap out of him last time? Well, it was Yasuo, but yeah, that's besides the point. The Ziggs ban was the other one that we were looking at for Ohio State, just to get that off the board, which thankfully was. But they keep the Viego open, and instead, Ohio's like, all right, well, we're first pick, we just take it, yoink, haha. And then generic sneaky thievery stuff happens in Ohio State, general things.
The normal.
This does mean that the Rakan Zio combo is not going to be as potent, and that actually might be a big.
They're just
deficit.
taking pieces.
Might be a big handicap for Ohio State, as a matter of fact.
This is a crucial pick, and it will be on Oakland's side this time. Instant lock-in is the Aphelios for Ohio State, as well as the Lulu. So no Thresh, it's the Lulu choice.
Yeah. Very, very nice. The fact that they're able to get that one in locked in. It was banned in Game 2, if I recall correctly, and also Game 1. So this Aphelios Lulu could really pop off and cause some chaos amongst the ranks of Oakland. Though the reason why Aphelios can be a little bit different is that he needs to be in a short-ranged environment and have that red-white, right? The whole proper gun combination into these fights, and the Lulu will at least provide some space and some zone control to do just that. On the other hand, the space that he would be lacking in with the red-white combination is going to be made up for in compensation with the Jinx. A Jinx Seraphine lane. I have not seen this combination outside of solo queue at all. So bringing it into a competitive scene in the NACE Starleague for the final game to take you to the grand finals of the Midwest Conference, that is a daring maneuver for sure, and especially when you already have a Graves technically that's going to be triple flex to top, mid, and jungle. So I do like how they drafted this scenario, but it's leaving a little bit of questions that I have yet to answer for myself.
We do see the final bans locked away. Oakland University banned away, the Vex in the Galio, Trundle, Kazakhs banned away by Ohio State. So still focusing a lot of the comfort in the second half of these picks and bans, but it's Oakland University on the table first here, as they will have counter pick available in the 5th pick. The Karthus.
Well, I was about to be like, do I lock this in, I guess, but we got it. If this is Karthus jungle, we've got a problem. If it is Karthus mid, then we've got a big question mark. We've got a little bit of a riddle we need to answer, because you're going up against the Azir. I feel like the Azir against Karthus problem is actually not too bad. Sure, you're a little bit mobile.
Yeah.
But you're able to wave clear rather effectively, and you can at least always have the R button in the back of your pocket to always like deal with any of the side lane situations that are going on. Also, that's a Blitzcrank.
I was waiting for you to finish your conversation, because we got the Azir Blitzcrank locked in, but now the Taric is coming through here.
What is this game? So alright, so these can't. So Karthus jungle, Seraphine mid, Jinx, Taric bot lane, and then Lulu top, Azir mid, Blitzcrank, Aphelios bot, Viego jungle. Yeah, this is solo queue, my guy. This is welcome to solo queue. How can I help you? And this is like, these are the kind of games that for me, you look at them and you're like, wow, not too sure what to say, in a sense of like train of thought, because it's all bite-sized, right? Like, because like I mentioned, it's solo queue focused, so it's very much like focusing on yourselves to succeed, and then inevitably if the sum of the parts are able to succeed, then the whole of the machine and the whole of the composition will inevitably succeed as well because of that. So this is very much a win lane, win game kind of atmosphere. To which, for me, I look at a Blitzcrank and I look at a Viego and I'm like, all right, so you've got a slow clearing jungler, but a really efficient roaming support that could really cause some chaos. Could create some lethality with a very squishy Jinx and Seraphine that are going to be very easy to manipulate. The Karthus is going to be able to clear very fast, but his weaks are going to be his ganks are going to be rather weak. So if Oakland wins their lanes, if Oakland is able to keep their priority in the mid lane and in the top lane and be able to at least stabilize bottom lane, this Karthus will be fine. However, if any of these lanes start to falter, Ohio State will be able to take this game by a maelstrom and just start clearing the floor, because that is a squishy composition, and it does not give a lot of time for Taric to get a proper Cosmic Radiance down on lock.
Absolutely, and I'm looking, the key for me here is the aggression early from Ohio State, specifically from the jungle, and looking to disrupt the pathing from the Karthus. We'll find out if Ohio State can seal the deal here, or if Oakland University will take a reverse sweep to book themselves into the grand finals. We're going to step away for a break, but game number 3, the final game of the day, coming right up. Here we are on to Summoner's Rift, the third time for the second best of 3. We've had 6 games all day, and this game specifically decides who will go on to face Aquinas College in the grand finals of the Midwest Conference here at the NACE Starleague Fall 2021 League of Legends JV Split.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
And it's been a journey here so far in this second series too, and this is the third game of that best of 3,
30 seconds
with
until
Oakland
minions spawn.
having a dominating performance in the previous match with the Viego on Wizek, but they also had a good early game as well against OSU in the first game. But this time around, I think OSU is looking to change all of that and make this third game their own final statement to prepare for these grand finals. Getting some early information out, seeing where this Karthus is going to be, because that's the one drawback. Yes, Viego is a very slow and he's a slow jungler when it comes down to clearing, but when it comes to dueling and challenging the opponent jungler at objectives and against their camps, that is where this Viego would really like to shine. And against a Karthus who is rather squishy and very inefficient for the first initial clear, this might just be the place to do just that. But playing it safe, OU started out in this bottom lane.
I just really like the fact that we got those potential level 1s. Nothing gonna come of it.
Yeah.
Still the potential there, but both junglers starting on the opposite sides of the map this time around. And again, all eyes on the jungle pathing. How does BioGamer get under the skin of Wizek today?
I mean, how does he get under? Like, we just advertised that whole fact of probably trying to do a little bit of counter jungling against the Karthus. Like, you need to do that, but a lot of that also comes into play of how the lane priorities sort of play out in their own rights. Because if you're trying to counter jungle and your Lulu is sort of out underneath her turret, and this Graves is just free to roam wherever he wants, or the same vice versa, this Blitzcrank is free to roam, then you might run into some complications later down the line when you have a random laner just pop up behind you and start wailing on you when you're trying to look for these more invasive kind of plays. So being very extra cautious when it comes down to that. Thankfully, he knows that he can do a little bit more aggression when it comes down to the bottom side because he has that Blitzcrank. Also, it's a Blitzcrank with a Predator. What? I guess it works.
You gotta go for the big damage, man.
Sometimes I'm just thinking they just don't change their summoner spells throughout these games, and they just full send it. Doesn't matter what it is. It's just
It's
this is the
about
rune
to
page.
die to the Lulu.
Ooh.
He's
Heck?
stepping up as well. He's going for
Are
the
you
kill
okay?
now. Mookub is just gonna get the kill
Are you-
back. There's no way that you take that fight. It's John.
Are you okay, John? That was just that. Okay.
John, are you okay? Are you okay?
Are you okay, John?
Are you okay,
It's-
Johnny? No.
Johnny, are you okay? Good song.
Ooh,
Nonetheless,
Blitzcrank
triple.
hook. Triple? Ignite used on it. Has to burn the heal as well. Not going to get the effectiveness out of that one, but
Okay.
it is pressure
All right.
right now for OSU.
So we've got some lane priority here for this bottom side of the map. BioGame. Oh, they can look for a dive here too. This is actually very, very deadly. Triple H is in
Nice
trouble.
blast knock-up, tanks up the tower shots, and there you go. Blue gets the first kill for the ADC
Oh, turret.
at least. BioGamer almost dies. But that's 2 on the board for OSU.
And that's a great start. The one, it's John losing out against the quote-unquote neutral lane of Lulu, and then the turret dive going very, very well in this bottom side of the map without any lives lost is a huge turn of events for OSU. And to that end, I'm thinking that this priority for this dragon is going to be looking great. And this is where, when these lanes start losing, Wizek's Karthus is going to start falling behind even more and more because these lanes are going to get unlocked. This Lulu is going to have some priority fairly often. Same with the bottom lane with the Aphelios and Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank is already roaming right now. Grab those boots immediately because it's Predator, for goodness sake, and is going to look to try and get some lethality online. And that's where it's all right, how much room is this Karthus going to be able to have? Because yes, he can clear very, very fast, but he needs to know where this Viego is, where the other team is placing their wards, so he can maybe try and just scale as fast as possible just off of doing PvE work to get to the stage. Unfortunately for Karthus, you struggle with also dealing with neutral objectives, so when you're trying to power farm, you're also trying to make sure that you're not losing that priority where you're just giving them dragons and heralds for free.
You can't have that happening there. But with the first dragon coming up on the rift, I do want to see how much priority we get into that. quickly Wizek can maybe get on presence, or at least in front of the pits rather. And especially for BioGamer, we got to see a little bit of that ganking. Now we're seeing a roam from Fluo. This is the worst situation you can ever be in. You flash, you're just waiting to get pulled in. Still doesn't die for it though.
Oh, that's
Flash
tragic.
burn. And Fluo is on point, but the damage just isn't there yet.
Not there yet. It's like it's Nazir, and the fact that the flash was forced there by I killed you is totally fine. I think this is a position where you were able to come up, use your Predator, and you got a flash out of the mid laner. It's overall a pretty big win for this Blitzcrank already. And coming back to the lane, not losing an inch of XP either. I think he's actually only maybe half a bar down between him and Triple AJ's Taric. So this is just great news for Ohio State in this bottom lane, and I think Fluo is really being happy about this situation. I'm looking at this Infernal Dragon and I'm saying, all right, Fluo, Blue, push this lane out, see if you can get some additional information onto either the top side or throughout the bottom jungle. If you can find where this Karthus is or is not, maybe look for a play here on this dragon, and it looks like that's what they're doing just now. I think they smelled out Wizek on top.
Trying to help out its John. Another crucial carry here, and was a big piece for them in game number 1 on the Graves as well. And make sure that top lane's doing okay up there early on after losing that first blood. But it's
Able
still,
to achieve it.
yeah, the dragon going over to OSU, and Fluo's back on the map.
And from here, Fluo just needs to continuously give Blue the comfort to push up a little bit further, catch some waves, maybe look for a reset if he so chooses. But he can pretty much chill out in this bottom lane for a whole minute or so, for now. And then hit the reset button to sort of keep track of where Oakland is going to be going, but then also to prepare for this Rift Herald, which will be spawning shortly, because you are in the driver's seat. You have all lanes winning out. Wizek is not going to be looking to peek his head out anytime soon on this Karthus jungle, and when it comes down to looking at this Herald, it is free range. It is a cage-free Herald. Like, you could just walk in and take it, organic and everything. So to get that objective and then look to try and chip some turret plates away, the only issue is, like, where do you want to put those turret plates to? Do you want to dive bot lane again? I feel like that feels like the best option for me of really killing this bottom lane or killing this mid lane and then breaking it open for Azir to just run wild with it.
Yeah.
Just leave Lulu in this isolated situation where she's just constantly winning against this Graves.
Indeed. Mukub though, actually looking for the little bit under tower damage against this John. Rift Herald's gonna be spawning soon. Actually, just coming up right now. Both junglers towards this top side of the map. Gotta expect their eyes looking to see if they can maneuver there. Zach does have blue buff. Does need a little bit more mana here, but actually probably looking for a back at this point, I feel like. But might need to just continue to farm. And honestly, at this point, that's fine. He has not been aggressed on by BioGamer in his jungle. He's 20 CS up, and yes, BioGamer's been getting on the map, but Karthus, the speed is going to increase. And now Fluo talking about speed. Does get doesn't get
That was very, very close. But yeah, Wizek going to be roaming down. He has that blue buff to help stack up on that mana once more. If he's trying this Rift Herald, he is a lucky man, because BioGamer is not here whatsoever. I think he's just doing the scuttle, but here's the catch. This looks like a kill potentially.
Oh, misses the hook again. They were landing early, but doesn't matter now. BioGamer gets the kill. AAA reset already coming out.
Okay. And another great catch there, going over to BioGamer and the rest of Ohio State in this bottom lane. Though with all that information, Wizek says, all right, well, we need to make a play. We need to make a move here somehow on this top side. Let's look for this Rift Herald. Though it's going to be a little bit of a tough bout, because it's John. Very unhealthy there from all the damage that he took from Mukub. Shoonmaxter has the inside track on this one. And they're playing extremely low. Oh, jeez.
But they
this is
still
over.
die. Mukub hits the wild growth, gets the double kill for the Lulu. Requiem's now here. Mega Death Rocket hit, but it was the Requiem that got the kill. Now, I killed you right here is going to die right here. BioGamer gets the second kill. The love is spread across the board, and it's 6-1 for OSU.
And all of those kills going over to OSU, only one kill by Oakland that is grabbed up by Wizek with that Requiem, and then the Herald going over to OSU as well. Just a wonderful series of events for this squad. to prepare in this game 3 to prepare for an immaculate mid-game performance, nothing is really going downhill for them whatsoever. Like the one that is most downhill is probably the fact that mid lane is lackluster. Like that it is not constantly getting turret plates left and right against the Seraphine. But that's just, you know, it's an early game this year, and Seraphine can still clear very efficiently at this stage of the game. But you're now 2,000 gold up. A lot of it is into this top side of the map, and this is where that whole investment and this big red flag for me in the draft came into play of like, Karthus jungle, it's great, you can do a lot of damage and you can clear really, really fast, but if your lanes lose, because you don't have the tools to help them out as effectively as like a Lee Sin or a Viego or a Xin Zhao or Diana or even a Fiddlesticks, which has been rising through popularity recently. Because you don't have those tools, they're left to their own devices, and if they lose out, you lose out with them because you lose all of that priority on the map, and you can see it here. 11 minutes in, and already this is Ohio State's game to lose.
And a lot of control around the map needed to make OU feel comfortable. Was that going towards topside, trying to punish Bookub again? But this is a 3-in-1 Lulu we're talking about here. There is no punishment. You get away with everything as this top laner.
True.
It's an unfortunate life to live, but it will be lived for Bookub. Now, this bottom side of the map is the focus. His dragon spawning 5 seconds with the second dragon in the game. Now, Cosmic Radiance utilized by Triple to try and get this turnaround. Flash by Blue. The flank from It's John by the TP. Biogamer's almost here. Fluo dies first, but there's the AoE. And now you just get the resets coming in again. Blue is huge on this Aphelios to back up the damage of Biogamer. Biogamer wants it, actually. Forces the flash out of Purple Ace.
Yeah, she is not in a comfortable position to even be looking at Biogamer's Viego on this Jinx. And she'll have to get out at least with her life and cash in on this Gale Force, but with her tail between her legs. And a dragon given over to Ohio State, taken very handily. Divine Sunder of Viego too, a little bit beefier, can stay in the fights a little bit longer to apply those resets and get into the thick of it, and it's very much needed. You do not have a front line on this team outside of a Blitzcrank, so that extra beef will be very much appreciated. Though I don't think this is a position that I think Wizek is appreciating right now.
So yeah, there has backup here though. Mukub is right there as well. Kill goes to Mukub. Jesus. The Lulu is just getting so many kills at this point. Fluo just waiting to get the hook. Does land it on the other side of the dash. It's John able to turn back, and he walks back into... Oh, man. That's disappointing, but huge.
Oh, that's a drawback.
For John.
Oh, for sure. John able to get a kill there at the very tail end of it. Very nice with that Eclipse. Like that's the drawback, right? Of you're making mobility your primary focus on this Blitzcrank, but you are losing so much defense, so many defenses. So you are very much a squishy target. Sure, you have 1,300 health, but you do not have any armor to your name. You have a nice amount of armor, but like you get blown up by an Eclipse, like with armor penetration and lethality. Yeah, you're just as good as dead at that point. To which, with this rotation, with turret now down in bottom lane, Blue can rotate here mid. Rift Herald is finally used, because they didn't even need to use it bot side, and that's 160 gold to Blue and Maxer. That's a wonderful upgrade, and that's going to get them very close to their mythics, and very close to a second item here for Blue, who has already cashed in on his shield bow.
Very nice items coming along here shortly and sweetly for OSU. And they find themselves in the driver's seat, but they still can be punished by the likely combo of the CC that's layered down, as well as Woodzek, if he can get onto the map. But still in a CS lead for himself, but definitely needs to start getting involved in these team fights, as will be true coming up here in the next big ones. But right now the big focus is towards mid lane. Who can break these outer towers and claim that priority?
So Herald's in about 30 seconds or so, and at this stage, oh my, I feel like if we're rooting for Oakland here, if we're rooting like, all right, you guys have the capability to come back, you need probably the best dragon fight for your life in the next 2 minutes. You have to give up this Herald. You have to focus primarily on getting to your mythics, finishing those mythics, which you are 4 out of 5 done, so very well done on that end. But getting to a position of also getting control of vision around this dragon so that you force Ohio to play in this congested area where Aphelios isn't out on his own, where Viego isn't finding those maneuvers and those pinches, and where Mukub and the rest of the team are just pushed into this choke point where all of this damage from John and from Purple Ace can do their job, and then probably play zombie Karthus for all I know. Like, don't even play for the dragon. Just straight up play for the team fight, get those kills, get the shutdowns on the boards and onto John and to Purple Ace so they can do the work when it comes down to the next few fights later down the line when they have the damage really amplified. And that's where it'll be coming into a wonderful question of if that'll ever come into fruition, because you're 3,000 gold down. A lot of the vision is just in Mukub and Fluo's favor, who have been doing an immaculate job in their own right of getting side lane priority into choking down on these specific points in the Oakland University jungle, to which they're going to exploit one right now.
Zek gets caught here. Cosmic Radiance is pop though. And they can turn this around. Zek does a ton of damage, and Purple Ace has to follow up the Mega Death Rocket. There you go, but the AoE's back on him. BioGamer goes on a rampage. Requiem coming out, but I don't think it's going to be enough. As he does actually get one. He's doing tons of damage at this point and gets two. Karthus kills the Karthus. You never get to see that.
No, you don't. Apparently not. My goodness. So able to get that kill. Call it a day. We should back out. Sure, that is a little bit of a drawback for the side of Ohio State, but you're still very much in the lead. You can hold back for now and continue to prepare for the next objective, but I think they're going to have to just forfeit this dragon. I see TPs coming out across the map for them. They're going to try and challenge it looks like. Though they're going to be slow to the call. I feel like you could quickly rush this, but Wizek isn't there either. He's going to be just as slow.
So coming out of the jungle here as it is OSU who are flooding into the pit. First dragon of the Dragon Soul here. It is a mountain dragon.
True.
Very nice. Fluo going for the hook, but not going to go for it actually. As he does finally pull in Wizek, but that's exactly what you want to start off the fight for OU. And now they're turning around the damage from the dead Karthus. BioGamer's dead. You need those resets for OSU to take these fights, and it's 4v3.
Wow. Huge play, huge pickup there. Going over to the side of
they just can't get their ultimates down.
OU.
Shun wants to get the Emperor's Divide there, has to use it defensively now, and OSU Blue has to back off too. He has red and white, but he's a 1v4 now at this point as Lulu's behind him. And that's just going to be them giving up first dragon of the game to OU.
So not only did they get the one dragon fight that they needed to get a successful comeback argument into this game, but they also got those 2 picks right before too. So they got the good shutdown gold. They got onto the proper members of Purple Ace's Jinx and onto its John as well. So they've got some recipes for success here. They just need to survive until the next big fight and play their minds out, to be honest. And they've been doing very well into those 5v5 situations, and Ohio State tripping up at some of the occasions.
They were so
overall,
far in the lead, and now
losing a 3k gold lead.
They're only 1,000 gold in the lead here, and it's the pull into the Karthus. That's exactly what Wizek wants. He wants to be the first one to die, so he can just continuously put down damage. It's just working out so far. Outer tower will fall as well. That's 2 so far for OSU.
Be disengaging here. This Rift Herald is not going to be an option whatsoever. No second Herald this time around. But that does leave some relief for Oakland. They know the strength of OSU is not fully ready just yet for a rushed Baron. You've got an Aphelios and an Azir and a Viego. They could definitely take this, especially with the assistance of a Lulu. But they need to create some some luxury as well. They need to find a pick. They need to get that vision control on lockdown as well, so that you don't see any sneaky plays coming in from John or from even Triple AJ and Wizak, to where they're trying to look for those specific flanks to put you into that pincer. So they got to find some kills, and kills like this would be a perfect example to do, Joe.
It's John has no hope. Requiem is coming out. A lot of damage
Still
done,
damage.
but not enough. Move up. Get in some trouble in mid lane. It's a nice side lane catch out on It's John.
Yeah, and that'll help them climb back into this game as well, in a sense of control. Sure, they were still ahead by that 1,000 gold lead, but they jumped it almost to that 3,000 that they were at before the dragon fight went completely awry to them. So seeing if they can get that side lane control back and get that economy in their favor. Fluo, though, stepping on the gas, hitting the turbo online, gonna make sure that he can thwart everyone away. Another interesting thing too is that it is a Bloodthirster shield bow, so it is a massive amount of heal shield that Blue has on this Aphelios. Very, very difficult to kill, and that means you need heal cut. And thankfully, I Killed You does have that heal cut, and this is that Hail Mary play that I think we were looking for. It is very rambunctious, but it also means that it's very slow to call.
They know something is up. OU is positioning around here. They do have the Karthus coming in, but Baron already down to 4,000 health. Mega Death Rocket comes out. Ooh. They will spot it, but there's no way. Wizak, does he get in there? He does not. Biogamer gets the Baron, but can they take the bite? Mukub has the flash. Flash is coming out of plenty. The AoE, if they would have turned that, that's it. Wizak dies. Encore goes wide. They get out with the Baron. They take a kill as well.
And what a wonderful disengagement, too, to be able to create the space and not fall into a choke point. A few members went up. It was Mukub and Biogamer that went into the jungle, but Blue, Fluo, they decided to hold their own in the river, sort of arching towards topside and forcing Oakland University to choose one of those flanks to maneuver onto. And because of that indecisiveness, Blue gets enough space to deal some damage, get that kill onto Wizak and this turret as well. So a wonderful power play to start off, getting them a 5,000 gold lead. Now they need to just follow through with it.
That's been the hardest part, though, following through.
It has been.
A minute until the next dragon fight. That would be sole point for OSU. They feel like they're in a position of control here. Item spikes coming online. As you said just now, that 5,000 gold lead is strong. Wizak on his way down here and does have time as well as for the rest of the team to join, but the setup is going to be there for OSU. I Killed You right there. He's going to get caught. There's no way. The flash is already there. Shun gets the kill.
And a splendid catch once again, but every single time we see these picks, they need to find some more control, some more siege, but they're looking to book more.
That's Biogamer using the Heartbreaker out. Blue up in front, using the chakrams, red and white. Let's fight. But it's not enough just yet. Maybe this is where Wizak can get some extra damage done. They're taking priority in mid lane. The dragon is spawning in about 10 seconds here. Wizak taking more poke from Shun. Shun wants the Emperor's Divide play. He wants this into the red-white Aphelios. They're all grouped up, and it's so juicy. He knows he has to be just on point. As Dragon give it up over to OSU.
That's all they wanted, just to get to this soul point. That additional mountain soul will help create some defenses. And man, if you get that soul, that mountain soul as well, the amount of shielding that's going to be coming in. Oh, no, a little bit too late on that Jinx rocket, but that will be down for the moment. But the mountain shield is going to be insane when it comes down to trying to tear through these members of Ohio State, because OU, they have the damage to really cut apart a lot of the members of Ohio, but add an additional shield, you got like a 1,500 health shield that Blue has on Aphelios that is constantly recharging itself. So
into the rocket grab, nicely done. Fluo lands them when he needs to, and that's a second tier 2 tower. A second tower, rather. A second tier 2, repeating. And the fact that they do get that extra gold onto the squad. Wizak is top lane, just trying to push as much as he can, steal as much as he can.
See what else he can grab. Just to cash in on the stuff. Just to grab anything he can. Rabadon second was a bold choice, I'd have to say. Very bold choice. Not as Zanya's to help stay in a fight a little bit longer, but just for raw damage. Just cause.
Look at this. Wizak is trapped. They're coming up here, but Mukub is in some trouble here himself. Has the wild growth out of this one. Wizak almost out of mana now, though. Fluo's here, and so is Biogamer. Zach knows, and he's doomed.
Dang. Bummer. But, ooh, okay, never mind. If it hit Mookub, maybe he would have gotten the kill, but I think he had just enough health. He would have lived with at least double digits at that. So, from here, Baron in 2 minutes. You got some breathing space. Dragon Soul Point, or at least Dragon Soul is now 3 minutes away. You still have time to scale. It's only 25 minutes in. So for me, that means that Ohio still has a lot of this game in the bag. A lot of the hyperscaling of a Seraphine, Jinx, and Karthus is not fully online just yet. But it is very much anyone's game still, even with the 7,000 gold difference, because of how impactful the choke points are for Oakland University. When they find those right pitches, when they get onto the right targets, their team can really tear people apart. They just need to get there is all. They just need to finish it.
About 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes till the next dragon. It will be Soul for OSU if they can achieve it. But until then, it's Farm Fest 2021 for OU. Until they can get Wizak to be a real menace and something to be frightened of here in these team fights, because we saw it earlier on. We saw it in the beginning team fights. Now Zach finding Shun on the side here. He missing that first Q, and that's huge. He might just die. Almost does, rather, and now Requiem uses as a bit of a response! Fluo!
Sheesh. Oh my goodness. Absolutely wonderful catch. It's just every single time Fluo with his movement speed, just getting every single pinch, predicting the moves. Sure, he's not 100% accuracy rate, but it's just enough to really keep going. He's able to push in. Can they siege this one down? Can they push the members?
Third tier 2 tower. These side lane towers giving that extra gold. Fluo going for a rocket grab. That's another tower down. And they have battered the base of OU. It's 6-1 in towers. It's almost 8,000 gold in the lead here. At least it's over 8,000 gold in the lead for OSU. And Baron is on the table here for them right now as the 5-stack surrounds it.
They don't have the best guns to tear it down really, really quickly. But they do have an Azir. So it is very much a paper-mache Baron replica standing in the pit right now. No one else is going to try and challenge this. You could, like, grape... Oh, Jinx. Oh, good call. They've learned their lesson. We've all learned our lessons that the Jinx Rocket Ultimate can be quite the doozy when it comes down to these kind of steals. And especially when BioGamer was the one that stole the Baron in Game 2. So far, with this second power play of the game, jumping themselves up to almost a 10,000 gold lead. Dragon in 30 seconds, excuse me. 30 seconds, not 10. This fight for this objective is the be-all, end-all. And it might not even be a fight because they're racing down mid lane trying to catch
they have Baron.
Oakland off guard.
They can force OU's hand here, and they already have done just that. There's the tower here by Shun as well. They're all grouped. They want to take the fight. They're moving in, but they're taking tower shots here. And look, I killed you right there. It's about to be 3/4 health. AoE coming down before the Cosmic Radiance hits. They're all so low at this point. Heartbreaker is just right around the corner, but he's going back to the Dragon. They're going to secure Mountain Soul here.
Yeah, this was a phenomenal play from Ohio State. Such a well-done strategy.
They're getting everything at this point.
They got the Dragon. They get Inhibitor. I think they could just brute force this down. They've got 2 cannon minions right back there. Jinx Rocket might be able to do it. Thank you, observers, for tracking.
He waited. Yay.
Yeah, very well done. People communicated out and were like, hey, heads up. Jinx Rocket coming your way. And he held it. But with that, that's going to be double inhibitors potentially.
They could have get triple. I mean,
make it 3.
Yeah, I was going to say, BioGamer is moving in on the bottom side. They do have to be careful on this top side, though. It's a 4v5. And Blue's taking a little bit of extra damage there, but a nice trade back. Triple goes for the flash play into the encore. There you go. He's red-white, but he's stunned up.
Blue.
No, it doesn't matter. Soon.
Blue.
And now you're healing back up Blue, and the base is in tatters. Requiem coming out here might be enough to kill Blue. Is enough, but it doesn't matter. It does not matter. BioGamer, Shun, the entire Ohio State University squad have brought them to the brink. They have crossed that threshold. And we're looking at our finalists here. Ohio State University take a backbreaker over Oakland University, but they will go on to face Aquinas College for the Midwest Conference of the JV League of Legends tournament here at NACE Starleague. What a series from OSU.
And a phenomenal job at that. This was the first game that I think Ohio State, well, it was in this best of 3 series for that fact, that Ohio State was able to get a strong early game lead. They struggled in game 1. Game 2, it was very much a neutral situation between the teams, but it became just a wild ride from Wizek just dominating on that Viego going 5-0. But at this point, they were able to steal away the power carry, deny the safe laning style of the bottom lane of Oakland University. And then the Lulu pick, a very surprise pocket pick coming out from them as well to deny that Graves and be an absolute hard counter.
I'll never
makes
validate
every single lane.
I'll never validate it.
Well,
Never.
ever.
Yeah,
it's just one of those picks, man. It's just how it is. It's one of those that it's there, it catches you off guard, kind of like the Malzahar did at Worlds, where it's like it existed and it did its job, but you you rarely see it.
Not
the
Annie?
Annie.
You're not gonna pull it up? Okay, fine.
But nonetheless, it was very much Ohio State's intuition, improvisation, and overall camaraderie eventually that got them into this final game and were able to get it through. They had some tough roads, some tough coincidences where Oakland University was able to get the better of them, but they were able to come out on top with the better macro play as well. They had the objective control too, so running the map is just one part of the game, and Oakland unfortunately did fall to pieces there, and Ohio State showed their tenacity and showed their experience here tonight, and I think they very much deserve this win.
Viego's very strong.
Yes,
it looked good in game 2, looked good in game 3, but especially just as a whole, like I feel the adaptation in this best of 3 was so important and so much different. I feel like than that first series of the night. Both finalists here do reach it in different ways and different storylines. I think that's so interesting coming through it, and the fact that on one side we have the reverse sweep for Aquinas College, on the other side we have the denial of the reverse sweep and the pull through for OSU. So I'm just really excited that OSU themselves are able to pull themselves up by the bootstraps in that game number 3, because it looked rough. It looked dire in game number 2. That momentum in collegiate is so important, and the fact that you can continue that on is huge no matter what. So the fact that they can stop the title flow, it's a fun one for sure. Now we do have Moo Cub coming in to talk to us from Ohio State University, so welcome him on to the desk here. And it's going to be a fun... Oh, wait. There he is. Moo Cub, Ohio State University. How you doing, man? How you doing after the dub and knowing that you just locked yourself into grand finals?
Man, I feel amazing. I just feel so incredibly happy. We were cheering a little bit too early in game 3, but we were really excited to get the win, really excited to move on. It was just a great moment for all of us.
So I got to ask, game 1 looked clean, looked good. Game 2, a bit rocky. There was a storm that came through, but game 3 looked right back to it. What was the motivational factor? What was the the pull you up by the bootstraps moment for you guys in that game 2 and afterwards?
Yeah, I think we got a little bit too cocky after game 1. We felt really good about how we played, but we definitely made mistakes, and they were able to capitalize a lot more on our mistakes in game 2. And they were able to ban away our Yasuo Gragas combo, which we were very comfortable on. And then we went a little bit away from comfort in game 2. We hadn't played as much with Diana and Tom, and I think that kind of showed. But game 3, we went right back to comfort. It was a comp we've practiced so many times. I'm completely unashamed to admit that I abused Lulu top all the time. I just love being able to pull it out.
I'm not validating that. I said it on the stream already. I'm not validating it, but you're fine. You're doing great. But the fact, I like the tie-in here. But Moo Cub, for you guys, going up against Aquinas College in the next matchup, in the grand finals for the Midwest Conference, what does that mean for you? For you specifically, Moo Cub?
For me, honestly, this is the second playoff match I've ever won. I'm something like 2-5 now in playoff matches of all kinds, and it was really important to me that we got the win here because I've always felt that I haven't been able to show up in big moments, and getting the solo kill as Lulu top on Graves just
the
felt
solo bolo, baby.
Really good. That's
better put that one in your highlight reels, man.
Out solo bolo. It felt great. It honestly just felt so amazing.
These are the kinds of stories I live for, man. Collegiate League of Legends is always full of them, and I'm so happy to get to hear a little bit of yours. Now, I do want to give you a last little moment before we let you go. It's been a long night. Do you have any shout-outs, any call-outs, or anybody you want to talk about before we do let you go?
Yeah, I just want to shout out OSU Cyborg. He's not one of our coaches. He's not a manager. He's another player for our CLOL team, but he's been really, really great about coaching us. He's given a lot of his time talking to us, coaching me, and even though he absolutely didn't have to, we just really appreciate that and all that he's done for our team.
I love it. You love to hear that kind of stuff. And thank you so much, Mukub, and I'm sure he will appreciate that as well. Thank you. Have a wonderful night. Get ready, because you guys are going to have a heck of a series against Aquinas College.
We're really looking forward to it. We watched all of Game 3, Game 2, Game 1, so we're really looking forward to that matchup. I think it'll be an absolute banger.
It's going to be a banger, no doubt. Have a great night.
You too. Thank you so much.
All right, Coco. Well, we got our 6-game Bongarino here at the NACE Starleague, and it's been a fun one. It's been a long one, but we're still here. We're sticking right through it, and the action's not even done yet. We're only halfway through the week. We're not even halfway through the week, almost at this point because it's almost midnight. But the action continues in the NACE Starleague, and the rest of the week is still chocked full of it, as we're going to bring up the graphic to kind of show you a little walkthrough of that action here. It is Rocket League Overwatch yesterday on Monday. It was Monday. Tuesday is League of Legends like we saw today, where we saw back-to-back 3-game best of threes. Tomorrow, Call of Duty. Finishing off the weekend is going to be CSGO on Friday.
Well, don't forget, this is just the weekday schedule. We
I
also
know.
have some action coming up this weekend, right? Gonna have some awesome Call of Duty and League of Legends action, I believe, on Saturday. It's gonna be starting a little bit earlier though, so keep that in mind. I know we had the whole daylight savings thing. We saved an hour, but it also means we're moving a little bit forward, and we got to jam pack multiple games into that day. So we will be starting earlier as well. So thankfully, get those alarms locked down and get the popcorn ready for the weekend bouts that will be happening.
Gonna be a fun one, Coco. It's been a pleasure to cast alongside you here all day at NACE Starleague, and thank you to the production team behind the scenes for making us look so good and sticking with us all the same. Thank you to the audience for joining in. It's been an amazing collegiate season for both these teams, all 4 of these teams rather, and now we can see the top 2 of the Midwest Conference go at it next Saturday. I'm so excited. We'll see you next time on Summoner's Rift, and until then, have a wonderful night.